Hello?
Holy shit, Speckles, what's up?
I got your message and I was like, oh, you're here.
I'm still setting everything up.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
And Lucy.
Lucy!
Hello?
Howdy. I need to turn you guys up. We have a couple other people joining too. Shockingly, Zips and Sisika, so we're gonna kill some time.
Shockingly.
I know, right?
Ooh. You know what you should get?
What?
Have you ever played Labyrinthian?
No, I haven't.
That's a
Have a good night, sailor.
really good game.
Lab? What?
Labyrinthian.
Labyrinthian. It's like, it's labyrinth with an E at the end.
Is it like Phasma?
No.
It's horror genre, but it's not. It's. I think that they have like there's a story mode, but there's also like
Case mode.
a case mode too. It's a really good horror game. It's actually a lot of fun to play.
I'm still waiting for Phasma to release a update to where you can be the ghost.
It would be fun. Here, I'll send this.
So Zoe Winters read the breakup letter tonight.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How? What?
So Zip, I copied and pasted into a journal, well, into Word, and then physically wrote it again into the journal, because you can't copy and paste into the books. And then I got arrested with it on me tonight with this third Siska journal, which had like Zip's mentality of why he broke up with Sawyer and shit like that. For those that don't know, Speckles plays Dahlia Sawyer, Lucy plays Eli, and
Damn, that happened tonight?
Deputy Gray something. Fucking. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Yes, it did.
Okay, I sent that to you.
With 6 people on the server.
6 whole people.
Mm-hmm. I kind of did like a tip to Law to let Zoe arrest me because I was pretty much with people all day today, and like just the numbers went from when I got into the server from like 80 to like 18, but we consistently had like 4 or 5 people with us. So Law couldn't do anything, and Zip was wanted for robbing a lawman and a couple other things. So I felt like really bad that like every time Zoe saw us, she was just heavily outnumbered. So we kind of split off from the group to give her a chance to like catch Zip. She ended up getting that for hand.
Okay, so she found you with that. Like, did she say anything about it? Like, did you guys have a conversation?
She read it out loud to Zip.
Was it just you two?
Yeah, I mean, there was only 6 people on the entire server.
Oh, yeah.
So there wasn't any, like, lawmen around. Hold on, I'm adjusting my headset. I'm not going to be able to hear you for a second.
Okay.
Shadow Money Wizard Gang.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome
back. I sent you the link to that game, though. That would be a fun one for you to stream.
Yeah. Right when I started stream with Phasmophobia the other day, I immediately had like a jump scare.
This is a good one for that. I wouldn't play this game if I wasn't playing on like a higher setting though, like a higher difficulty.
Yeah, that's what we play Phasma at on Nightmare or whatever.
Oh, you play it on Nightmare.
It's not fun
can't
otherwise. It's so easy. Plus, the people I play with, Liam, who plays Ollie Quil, and then his wife, they're like level like 2000.
Really?
Yeah.
They would probably really like this game if they haven't played it already.
Is it like 4 players?
It's it's 4-player game. I mean, I sent you the link to it, but it's like
I just don't want to leak DMs. I'll check it right now.
every level is different. All of the monsters have different mechanics, like every single monster.
All right, I'll watch the trailer. I like how the first jump scare was a player jump scare
That's
with
okay.
another player.
John? They all turned and looked at me, bro!
Alright, I'm in.
You'd be down for that?
Yeah, I'm down.
The pig monsters, the fucking most terrifying.
The fucking crypts is the worst. It's a lot of fun though.
How often are you guys doing these games?
Huh?
How often do you guys play? How the fuck is this similar to Rainbow Six Siege?
You know, couldn't tell you. How often are we doing this? Is that your question?
Yeah, like how often do you guys do like the spooky game night?
It's been almost every night.
Yeah, for the past like 4 or 5 nights, like
We at least have enough people that are at least interested.
I saw you guys with like Greymore last night. I was gonna hop in, but you guys had 4 people. I was like, I don't want to crash.
well, what we've been doing is like when people die, like we'll like the first person that dies is the person that sits out the next round is how we do it.
Oh, that's really smart.
And we played that. Have you ever played First Class Trouble?
First Class Trouble, no.
It's an 8-player. It's 8 players, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like Among Us, but it's like steampunk futuristic.
I might have some of these fucking games.
That one's really fun because you fucking role play that one.
The largest and safest spaceship ever built, where the Captain AI has unfortunately gone rogue. Follow your way to victory to shut down the AI, whose only goal is to kill all on board. Partner with fellow
Oh my
residents
god,
to survive.
I love
Be
this
sure
type of
to
shit.
dress to impress.
That one's a lot of fucking fun to play.
Hello.
Hello.
Good job, Harry.
Work with fellow residents and enjoy a glass of champagne on the way.
Drink some water.
But be wary of friendly faces.
Oh, is that... Okay.
Common dangers.
Do you
may
get to
include
pick up weapons?
slippery surfaces. Oh, Tiny, oh my god. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, help! Help!
Questionable installations.
If you said something, dude, I cannot hear you. I need to turn you up.
Loose wiring.
No, I was sitting back.
Oh, okay.
But
Catching
yeah, you
fire.
can. You can pick up weapons. Well, you could like pick up like champagne bottles and throw them at people to knock them over.
Not okay.
Dude, some of these deaths are fucking hilarious.
Deduce,
Well, because,
deceive,
like,
but most importantly, have fun
you
and enjoy
can
the
you can
chaos.
kill other players, like whether you're innocent or not. Like you can collectively make a decision to just murder other players.
So you could kill the killer without doing any votes or anything like that.
Yeah, you could kill people who are completely innocent.
Oh my god. Does it like select who is the killer in the beginning?
Yeah.
It does. So
Oh, okay.
it will select, what is it, synths, and I think there's 2 of them in a game.
Jesus Christ, their DLC is insane. They don't have like a bundle pack?
Welcome to the ISS Alithia.
What's the other
largest and
game?
safest
Oh my
spaceship
god,
ever
like
built,
PUBG?
where
What the
captain-
fuck? What's the other one? That's like that.
That's like what?
That. Like one of those. Project Winner. You guys have Project Winner?
No.
Project Winner is like, there's, I don't know, I've played it for 113 minutes and I still really don't understand, but there's like a killer, there's like a witch, there's like different roles, and then there's just like 4 regular people, and you have to like kind of all stay surviving because you're in like a blizzard. Is there a way to watch? Alright, here. Are you guys watching the stream, or do you want me
Yeah,
to
yeah.
watch? Okay.
Yeah. Like I mean, I am. It's kind of like what Town of Salem type shit.
Aaron, you've made it this
Yeah.
far. They don't know who you are yet. Just gotta take them out one by one. This guy, I could take him out easy. Some logs, some stones, make that shiny new axe I always wanted. The key is to make it sharp.
Oh, the art's really charming.
Now you, Santa's little helper. Berries with a side of landmine. Boom. Who's this weakling? I guess I could be merciful. Just one bullet. Bang. Quick.
What'd you
That's
say
only
that
if
one was
Mother
called?
Nature doesn't get to them.
This is
first.
Project Winner. So like you have to like fight, like everyone has weapons because there's like bears and shit. And your goal is to kill the person that's the bad person before it ends.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That one I think is up to 8 people too.
In Project Winter, you will begin
It is,
as a
yeah.
survivor or a traitor. The survivor's goal is to complete a series
Oh,
of
this
tasks,
explains the
all in
game.
the hopes of calling for rescue. The traitor's goal is to stop them. Tasks will appear in the top right corner of your screen. Beacons can also appear to lead you towards items you must repair. The survivors will lose if they do not communicate and work together. Traitors are outnumbered and can be easily killed early in the game. They will try to delay, manipulate, and divide the survivors while they gather their strength. Survivors must reach the escape before time runs out. If you do not, you will die frozen and alone.
I wish the actual similar to other games worked. Because I don't feel like the last game we watched was anything to do with PUBG.
Nope, not at all.
Gang Beasts is also like a fun little party game.
It is. What was it? There's one I think that is either out yet or it's still in development. Party Animals, I think.
Party Animals, Party Animals.
I think it might still be in development, but it's like that.
Yeah, September this year.
Yep.
New rules. Now
Oh my god, this looks just like a more in-depth Gang Beasts.
Exactly.
Wait.
Just cuter.
Oh yeah, it's so cute killing pandas and dogs and adorable little stuffed animals.
It's adorable.
This looks just like Gang Beasts.
It pretty much is, with cute, adorable little animals. And better graphics.
Is it by the same people, Gang Beasts?
Don't know, but I've been following this for like a little bit.
Like, even like the octopus thing is Gang Beasts. Like, all of this is Gang Beasts with fuzzy animals and weapons. I guess not. Recreate only has one game. We are passionate about creating realistic games that are immersive and memorable. It's about stuffed animals killing each other. I love it. You can follow game developers?
Yeah.
I've never used Steam the way that
It's a
people probably use Steam.
with new.
I don't think I've ever left a review other than like 1 or 2 games. I don't even know how. I think Detroit Become Human is the only game I ever left a review on. And I like stayed up and beat the entire game. Overcooked?
What?
Howdy.
What's up, Vinny?
Nothing much. I'm actually just being a potato, and I'm disappointed that you're not entertaining me, that I have to be on this podcast. I'm joking.
Hey, fella.
What are we doing anyways?
Right now we're just looking at... I'm waiting for you and Ray to hop in before we start like breaking down whatever. We're looking for like party games to play with people. I know Moogie's been wanting to do like a variety game day with like 8+ players.
I know. I'm just a poor potato.
Pummel Party is a good one too.
Wait, what is?
Pummel Party? It's like there was a game like it on the N64. Well, it's like a bunch of mini N64 games.
Okay.
But it's also like a board game. And this is it.
So like Mario Party?
Yes. Yes, exactly like Mario Party.
This is Mario Party.
And this is 8 players. Last time I played this, I think it was with like Tank Girl, a Jimmy, some of them. I don't remember everyone that was playing. I think Minx was playing.
Ooh.
I know a few wild people play this game. Is it
This looks
only
fun.
4 players? I feel like it's more than 4, but it's only showing 4.
Maybe it is only 4.
Maybe it is.
Sorry.
What?
I told Graymore I can't wait to play Striking Vipers with him.
What the fuck is Striking Vipers?
And he said, I don't know what that is, but I'm in.
No.
It's not even coming up on Steam.
It's
no, it's a Black Mirror reference.
Not a Black Mirror.
Oh.
Oh, the fucking crazy ass show
Yeah.
that
Yes.
made me stop smoking weed for like 3 months because I was super paranoid of life.
So the Striking Vipers episode it has Anthony Mackie and another person. Like, it's about two friends that live together and they play Striking Vipers, which is a fighting game. And then 11
Oh,
years,
and they have like a love thing
11
going
years
on.
pass, and then the 10th game comes out, but at that point there's like virtual reality where it puts you in the game.
And you can feel everything, and they fall in love.
And I told Gray where I can't wait to play Striking Vipers with you, and he goes, "I'm down."
Dude, I don't even know what that is, but I'm doing.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Well, it's because I told Specs the other day that when Apple announced their VR headset, right? It's like, oh, we're just one step closer to that episode. And I was like, man, I can't wait to play Striking Vipers with my homies.
Oh my god, imagine RP servers in 20 years with that technology.
No.
I told her, I was like, I hope Sword Art Online happens. I hope someone tells me I'm in a game and they're like, hey, if you die in this game, you die in real life. I'll just go fish for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and then there's like gonna be like an asshole zip Quil somewhere that just shoots you.
Nope. I'm just going to find some remote place to live with my fishing pole in a lake.
I'm sure that there's a fishing game you could play. Lucy, I don't think you would have to play a game where there's gonna be murder.
I'll be like,
It's like heaven.
guys.
Red Dead 7 is gonna be sick in VR.
Damn right, and we'll all be there.
I cannot wait for a lack of dental hygiene.
Listen. If we get to live in our Wild West in VR, I may never go outside again.
Yeah, if you tell me I get to play Eli Grayson, #1 best-selling author in The Crossing,
Oh my god.
I'll never leave. I'll have to charge real money though. All right, people start paying up.
Aren't your books like $200 in character?
Yeah,
They are, yes.
but if I charge real life money, because like at that point I'm assuming that would be how you pay for shit, because everything's a microtransaction.
I'm waiting for Ready Player One days, dude.
Yeah. What is it? You got the haptic suit? Yeah, I can feel everything.
Oh my god.
Get punched in the solar plex.
And people would stop talking shit in RP servers, I'll tell you that.
That is true.
If everyone was wearing that suit.
You want to talk about value for life?
Yeah, I'll never do anything.
Exactly,
Hey,
Humble.
man, how are you? How are you?
Yeah, right? No shit talk. Zip would just be a baker.
No. We won't live in that reality, fella.
People already did. It's so funny you could see where most of my friend group came from on Steam. In what game?
WildRP. Right
DayZ.
down line. Oh no.
DayZ was where I started RP.
It's okay.
We just had this conversation. I just had this conversation with Graymore. It's like DayZ is where I started my roleplay.
And then the other conversation we had the other day was you can tell people, like, you can tell how people are in RP based off of where they started RP.
So I was forged in fire.
My first online kind of roleplay server was WildRP. I jumped in the
Damn.
deep end. I
My-
jumped right in the deep end.
My first video game roleplay, like, obviously I had played tabletop RPGs for years, and then like I did text RP in some games, right? But my first like VoIP roleplay game was 5M.
Thank you, Hubble, for the sub, dude. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
My first tabletop was actually 40K,
I appreciate it.
Warhammer 40K, and it was the Dark Heresy, and I did that with a bunch of
shit,
friends.
okay.
And then from that I got my
Well, I hope I
gaming
can
PC, and
continue
that
to
was
entertain you, man.
that was right I think whenever Jam Jar and Mr. Moon opened the Red Zone for the first time. Didn't play. I played Prophecy after that, but when Jam Jar and Mr. Moon opened Prophecy, Daisy Prophecy roleplay server for the second time, I played that, and that was probably some of the best roleplay I've ever had.
That was the one you wanted me to join, right?
No. Red Zone was... That was...
No, Prophecy.
Prophecy opened after the Red Zone the first time, and then they closed down for a long time. Red Zone opened up again, and then Prophecy opened again with a lot of those same role players. I want to say like a few months ago.
I have to say that I have no idea what anyone's talking about because I live.
Daisy.
Well, no, I live very close to Alaska. So, I played on my cell phone for video games since cell phones had video games, and I never had anything else except for maybe a Nintendo system here and there. And then my friends who are very big into VR, were like, you have to come online. You have to come online. Like, Vinny, like you're almost 30. Get online. Get on the internet. And I was like, I'm poor. Like, I live in Alaska. Like, I'm poor. And so they came up and they built me a computer. And then I was able to log on Twitch for the first time and start watching people stream. And I started watching Leah stream, and she streamed Frankie on WildRP and stuff like that, and Hawk. And I was like, because I had always did text RP like for my phone on Discord, and I was able to do text RP and stuff like that, like on forums. Mm-hmm. So I was super into RP, like text wise, and and we did like RP, like I like dress up in real life and like went to like conventions and stuff, and we RP'd there. And so I was like, what is this magical world? WildRP. And so I was able to apply, and then I got watching like Peepo and B3U Down and like everybody. And then after like 4 months of waiting on the wait list, I got in, and I was like, ah! And that has been my life ever since. So I didn't have a computer until I was like 30 years old. Hi.
Hey, that's fair, you know?
Yeah, I started RP like 2 years ago.
I did text RP in World of Warcraft before I left for the Navy. And then
there's RP in WoW?
There's RP everywhere.
There's roleplay in WoW.
And I had played like D&D prior to that as well. And then when I was in the Navy, I spent 10 years there, and during that I only really had time to do tabletop stuff with like other people that were in on like deployments and stuff. And we did all kinds of tabletop games during that. And then I think in like 2017 I bought my first PC instead of my console. And that's when I started playing PC games, but I still hadn't discovered like the RP scene. And then when I got out in 2020, I was playing, what game was it? Last Oasis.
Oh my god.
And I had met, like, our clan in Last Oasis had met a couple people that were like, hey, we have a 5M RP server, you should come check it out. And we did, and then like from there I just like fell down a rabbit hole of RP, like
beautifulness. That's what it was.
And I RP'd in 5M for a good while, and then finally made it into NoPixel, RP'd there. Played some other games that had RP, like Conan, and then eventually I got into Wild because I had heard about Redem, and like I played in like one public server, and I was like, ugh. And then I heard about Wild, and I got into Wild, and I have never looked back. And then since then, Specs has gotten me into like Daisy, because I never played Daisy, and then I got into Daisy and I enjoyed it. But
it's definitely, it's got a charm. Even now, like I still go back, even though like graphics wise, it doesn't hold up. Like mechanically speaking, it definitely does not hold up. It's clunky. I don't know. It has a charm to
has
it.
bugs?
Oh, Daisy has bugs. When did standalone launched? What, in 2014?
I don't know. I think
I'm pretty sure that.
Daisy was the very first game I ever got. It was on a laptop that couldn't run it, and zombies would like run through walls. People could like shoot you through walls.
That wasn't the laptop, I promise you.
Well, no, I know that, but the laptop couldn't run it either. I think it had like, it was like a laptop I found like in a closet. And I was like, oh, I wonder if this will have Steam. Someone told me to download Steam and whatever. It had like 512 megabytes of RAM, and I tried playing Daisy on that. But you know Wicked Phoenix, who plays as it Quil?
Uh-huh.
He owns Ceasefire RP. And that was like
Shit.
a pretty big server on DayZ for RP.
I mean, kind of roleplay, yes. I played Ceasefire for a little bit, especially whenever they were running their Namask server. I don't even know if they still are, but I did that for a little bit, and that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so Wicked, the Wicked of Ceasefire is the Wicked Phoenix that plays as a Quil. So my buddy hit me up, because DayZ was like my favorite game when I like bought a PC. I like my PC. How I became a PC gamer is fucking crazy too. It's when I broke my ankle originally before they amputated it.
Mhm.
I found like a PC and I decided, you know what, I'm bored sitting like at home doing nothing while my leg was healing. So I tried to fix it, learned how to fix it, and then started fixing computers, and then finally got a computer that I could game with. And I would play DayZ religiously. And then I would watch like streams of like No Pixel and stuff like that. I had no idea Red Dead had a RP server, but this was, I think, before Red Dead was even on PC. And my buddy hit me up and he's like, we're on this server called Ceasefire. It's like a RP server. I know you've been watching like RP stuff, and this is DayZ mixed with RP. So I gave it a shot, and I no-life that shit more than I've no-lifed Wild. I was on there fucking, I would do 40-hour days because I wasn't streaming it. So I would stay up for 40 hours, play, sleep for 2, go up for another 36 hours, sleep for 4, go in again. And then I had got burnt out of DayZ after like 2,000 hours. And I hadn't talked to Wicked or anybody from like Ceasefire in a while. And all of a sudden, like one of the people that I would play there every day with hit me up and was like, hey, we're raiding like someone that is getting banned, so we're gonna go fuck with him, like, and just raid him before the wipe. You want to come? And it had been months, so I was like, fuck it. So I hop in Discord chat with Wicked, and Wicked's like, yeah, we just started a 5M server. And I was like, wait a minute, or a Red M server. And I was like, wait a minute, Red Dead has RP? And since then I was hooked. And then as I was playing that was on Sundown. And as I was playing Sundown, I got into like Wild RP, like watching it. And I was like, okay, that's the server that I want to go and join. And so I applied, got in, and then I like the week I got into Wild is when the infection hit like really bad, and it's when they amputated. And so I was in the hospital for like I think 7 weeks straight. And when I got out, I was very, 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 very used to the narcotics I was in on that, and it took me about 3 months of withdrawals to get like to where I could even feel comfortable RPing. So I got on in April with Zip, but it was like during the withdrawal time, so I wasn't like talking to anybody. So I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna play this, like I'm not gonna play on Wild until I feel better. And I got in, and within a week of me and Liam playing Wild is when Jack Kettleman found Zip, and Zip just kind of became a decently famous outlaw pretty right away, to where I couldn't do anything without getting like a fuck ton of time.
Really?
Zip's very first sisika sentence was 13 days OOC. That was the first time he had ever been to prison.
It's like,
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
it's like talking about that stuff, you know, like your like first experiences on Wild and whatnot. Like my first day on Eli, my very first day on Eli, I was walking around Valentine, and Graham on Little Jimothy like starts a conversation with me, and then it's snowballed to where it is now.
Right. Yeah, it's so crazy when someone that's very generous with the RP like I mean, there's like 98% of Wild is like that. But like, if you get picked up by like a character that has a reputation, your character is, like, you have all the RP you need from there because they introduce you to other people. So when they're not around, you have other people to talk to, and those people have people, and you just kind of snowball into a story. Because that's the hardest part. That was the hardest part about joining Wild, is like not only knowing the amount of talent and how talented some of the RPers were there, it was trying to start a story and being nervous about who you might run into and shit like it. I was very quiet, and then kind of when I got back into it, when we met Jack, is like kind of when I was like, okay, I know where I want to take my character. I had called my sister a whore, and I kind of went from there and just like snowballed into escaping the East because I pissed off everyone by calling Enola Lady of the Night. Ray, what's up, dude? I didn't even know you joined in.
Yo, how's it going?
How you doing, man?
Yeah, not bad, man. How are you?
I'm good.
What's up?
I don't know who knows each other in Wild.
Wait, do you play Rufus Black?
Yeah, that's me.
Do you know that? Do you know that I play both those characters?
So I didn't until Scarlett told me, and I was like, "That's even better."
That's so funny.
I was trolling about that.
And I've mentioned this to other people too. Like, anytime I'm on Eli and somebody mentions Deputy Gray, like, I shit talk them. And anytime I'm on Deputy Gray and somebody mentions Eli, especially now because of the book, I shit talk them or like shit talk the book because I think it's funny. Especially the people that know that I play. Especially the people that know I play both the characters. But it's also to like distance myself from all of that.
Yeah, I literally didn't even know until I logged out and I got a message being like, "Oh, by the way."
Yeah, at first I thought you knew, so I was like, "Oh, he's just fucking with me," and then.
Oh, it's even more of a better troll than I even realized. It was amazing.
That's so funny. That's so funny. I can't believe how much RP I've made from the book. Like, it was a silly idea that I had off of an interaction that Eli had with Dalloway, and then of course like other
chat.
people.
If you guys have questions, feel free to start throwing them in chat.
And, like, of course, like the
we'll
meme
start getting
that
into
is
this.
lollipopping.
That book is like rifling through the department at the moment. It's
I know.
Hilarious how far it's spread.
I have made almost $7,000 selling the book.
I can't wait until there is a bulletin about romanticizing lollipopping. That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh my god.
Oh no!
And in most recent, I got a telegram from the newspaper asking to do an interview about why I became an author and why I chose romance specifically. So I'm going to be doing an interview to get an article piece written about me.
I need the meta on the book. I heard Eli as an artist. Like, I heard people talking about his book, but no one's explained what his book was.
Oh, it's romance, but like because
Wait,
people are.
You need to sell it to Zip.
I mean,
Eli needs to sell it.
No, I'm saying like it's romance, but because it's the server, people are gonna be like, "Oh, it's a smut book," but like there's nothing like explicit in it because like obviously for server rules there can't be, but it's the funniest thing about it is I had written the short story for a creative writing class because they told me, "Oh, we need to write something for romance," and so I wrote that initial short story for that class. And then I had to like tone it down for the server, and then I also went through and like made the writing worse, so that way like in character it's like, oh, this is Eli's first time trying this, so there's gonna be stuff that needs to be critiqued and like edited and stuff like that. So the second novel will be much better.
I remember when Zip was gonna be a writer.
I remember when he was going to be a lawman.
I remember when Zip killed 15 horses in front of me. When I was standing in Valentine and that happened, like I did not know what was going on. I was just standing there AFK, and then I saw you start shooting horses, and I was like, "What is happening?"
I had jumped off the roof of the sheriff's station because I was gonna grab Pop and whatever that deputy was, because that deputy was talking so much shit, but Pop kept being able to defuse Zip. That was like one of the funnest arcs. I don't think I could get away with doing that arc again. I went fucking hard on Law. Killing every horse in Valentine was the highlight of Zip's life.
The highlight.
Listen, I thought my horse was gonna die today. He tried to kick Zip, and I was like, well, rest in peace.
Blood for blood.
I was like, thank God it didn't connect. Not any fucking money to buy my own horse. I just bought him one.
I'm trying to remember if Zip ever killed like someone that he cares about's horse, other than Andy's.
He cares about Indy?
Well, yeah, he cares about everyone from the West.
That's true. Today I was explaining to somebody that they say Law is the biggest gang in the crossing. That's not actually the case, because when you're called somebody of the West, like Indy of the West, or like this, like you are of the West, you are actually part of the biggest gang in the entire crossing, the biggest family, the biggest affiliation in the entire crossing. You are a part of New Austin.
Yeah.
I was trying to
I think it's
explain.
amazing
I was
how the whole East versus West thing has been like an ongoing arc for so long within the server.
I love the separate. I tell my chat this all the time, dude. I love the separation of the different RP in both cities. Like, I've never seen this on any other server, watching any other thing. Like, there is a very clear, distinctive difference between the Eastern gangs and the Western gangs.
Yep.
That's my favorite part about, like, the East. Like, the way the DiCenzos operate is 100% different than the way Western gangs operate. And they're all kind of similar into, like, the no scheming. That's an Eastern thing. And stuff like that. And the shit talk between, like, the two. Like, just because you're from the East, you're automatically, like, the West is like, ugh. Like, don't trust them.
Like, I've known about, like, East versus West stuff for ages. Even with, Freddy, my other character, who was heavily involved with Taipan stuff in Saint Denis. The whole East versus West has just been an ongoing arc for so long, which is like, it's a nice ongoing thing to see.
When
it goes quiet for a bit and then it like suddenly sparks up again.
Yeah. I wonder. I don't want to know OC who's doing it, but I'm very curious about this whole blowing up the theater. West sends their regards, that sort of shit. Like, I want Zip to, like, investigate that more, but Zip does not give a shit. Battlefield, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
I like the East versus West kind of thing, personally, only because my character is a Western loyalist. Like, Indy is a Western loyalist. You, like, would rather be thrown off into the Sea of Coronado than forced to move anywhere, either central or eastern. He will never, like, he'd rather walk off into the distance and never log again than have to leave the West. That's how much of a loyalist he is.
Dude,
so,
Eaton, do you want to hop in this?
It was hard for Indy to bite his tongue today when certain characters
You're
were
more than
saying,
welcome
like,
to join,
I
dude.
think
I would love to
East
fucking
versus
talk
West
to you,
is
OC,
bullshit,
about
blah
shit.
blah. Because he has, if you were a part of the Fraser gang when the Fraser gang was a thing, they were
Alright, I'll
Western
DM you
loyalists.
the link to
Like,
the server.
They didn't
Or
do East.
join my Discord.
And we had fought the DiCenzos and the Morettis. We fanned the Morettis down within the saloon, then took their bodies out into the desert and like they threw them like, get out of here, you garbage, kind of thing. So when they're saying that inside the saloon to which we fanned the Morettis down in, Indy had to bite his tongue. I was like, I will not open this can of worms right here with this character. But know that
Alright, you could join.
the only way Indy would ever like accept like Eastern kind of influence coming into the West is if people like Zip, Quil and Cecily Cadwell were like, no, Indy, let this happen because there's a point to it. Because if not, he wouldn't accept it. He just doesn't like how the East operates. It's too complex. It's too complicated. He likes the simplicity of the West because it's simple. Like,
Don't snitch.
Don't snitch. Stick to your principles. Stick to what you believe in, not the principle. Like, there is no the principle. There's no, like, Jack Kettleman Testament, like you know, like he's not Moses, didn't walk in with the 10 commandments kind of thing. But like your own personal morals, like stick to your morals and just stick to them. Even if your morals differ from someone else, like in the West, they will respect you purely because you stuck to your guns. That's it. Like, they will never speak badly about you because you stuck to what you believed in and never wavered. That's how simple the West is. Just be honest to yourself. And that's what he likes.
The amazing thing is that you can tell the difference between an Eastern and a Western gang, and even like individually, you can tell if somebody's from East versus West. And that's just been like a thing that Wild's kind of, I think, just slowly but surely kind of carved out styles for both sides. You can kind of tell straight away meeting somebody new.
Who disjoined? I'm not sure.
Hello?
Eat That Zero who plays Sanctum.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
How's everybody doing?
Good.
Nobody, you want to hop in?
Living the dream.
We're in the podcast channel of
dream.
this. We're just kind of all impromptu hanging out.
So, impromptu podcast?
Yeah. Zip got arrested and Red M was down for a bit, so we said fuck it. Do something
Podcast.
together.
Maybe horror games? Did we decide if we were going to play horror games?
Well, I thought I was gonna log back on Zip once his sisika time was done.
I
You're not in there
gonna
for long.
hop back in 2 hours, but I don't know how long it's been.
Since you
It's
started this?
been like a half an hour. I popped into Scarlet's stream.
Yeah. I don't know exactly the amount of time, but I should have checked to see release time. But yeah, I'm down to do whatever.
You can count me out of horror. I'll hard pass on that. I am not a fan of fucking scary shit. I'll tell you that.
I'm not either. But that's what makes it more fun, I think.
That's what makes them way more fun.
I guess.
Well, I like horror movies, but most of the time it's like to laugh at it.
Games are way more immersive.
Right.
Something chasing me. Oh,
Oh, well, then you should definitely play Labyrinthian, not knowing anything about it. Just hop in. Don't even question it.
I will still say one of my favorite chases in Wild of all time is Sanctum chasing me through outroads.
Dude, I love Sanctum as a
Where's
different.
You chased me on foot throughout roads. It was like a good long foot chase, and then I like stopped at the gazebo, and I was like, I can't run anymore.
oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
I was like, you want a beer? And you're like, God, crap.
Howdy, Bogus. How are you?
I think the longest chase I ever had on Wild was almost an hour and a half. It was on horseback, and it was with Vern, and he just wouldn't give up. He was like a rider of Femborg. We started the chase by roads, and I knew he was following me in the dead of night with his posse of 6 ring wraiths, and I knew he was following me because I was on a bright golden horse, and I was like, well, fuck, we just robbed a bank, like, we've got like loads of shit on us. They just happened upon us, and I was like, they outnumber us, and if my whole gang gets caught, then that's like 4 robberies. But if I just get caught, that's 1 robbery. So I'm gonna break off, because I know, like, we were like 70,000 miles ahead. Like, they were just seeing the bare minimum of us through binoculars, but they could see my golden horse. And I was like, so I'm breaking off. So
Well,
I broke
welcome.
off. We're now kind of up by Butcher's Creek. And all
Do you
6
play
ring wraiths
Wild?
come just breaking off after me, and I was like, oh, well, it's time to die.
Never has your
I
law
went through
character not chased
rivers,
yet?
I went through woods. I galloped over mountains, dodging bullets. Like, I was like with medical badge, bandages. Like, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. And eventually, I jumped into this river, which I knew had a huge current. and I got through. They jumped through, but there was enough of a gap that I could get like over the mountain, across the field. I was like, they're done. Like, they're never gonna catch me through this river. So I stopped in Butcher's Creek. And I'm like, oh my god, like this is crazy. Like my horse is like dead. Like this is crazy. And I took out my binoculars and I looked behind me on this huge ass hill, and like a rider of Fenborg in the night, there is Vern on his gray and white horse standing over the moonlight lighting behind him. And I was like, fuck, this guy is just unstoppable. He takes out his gun and he starts shooting at me. I'm like, we bust through the big bog, like the big field between the forest of Butcher's Creek and Saint Denis. And he's still on me. I was like, what is this guy just doesn't give up? Like this guy just doesn't give up. I have to keep going for the principal. Can I stop now? Like, we just like covered all of these. So I jumped to the Chenzel's backyard. I'm like, hi Santino, like hi everybody, like hi Aberdare, like everybody. I jumped through like 4 backyards, bust through, get a new horse from the stables. He is waiting outside the stables for me with his gun clocked. I'm like, oh my god. The only way I could shake this man, because he was some sort of titan from the great beyond, was that I took him around Shady Bell, and there's a cougar there that no one knows about, but I've been down by that cougar like 17 times. And so I ran through that cougar's territory, and the cougar took him out. That was the only way I could get by, and that chase lasted an hour and a half. So I messaged him after. I was like, that was a fantastic RP. And he's like, it was fun chasing you. Next time I'll get you. It was great. That was my favorite longest chase in all of WildRP. And that isn't including the time I was chased down by deputies by an iron carriage.
Oh my god, an iron carriage chase.
Yes, that was because I was with Violet, and at the time she was the most wanted criminal in the crossing. And Cleo was in an iron carriage and just happened to see us, so she just chased us with an iron carriage. And I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, run, going to Sisika. This is to die. And so I just remember diving, like I dove my horse, crashed my horse into a ravine, and Cleo like drives clear over it, and I'm like, oh. That was a fun one, but it wasn't as fun as the one with Vern, because I was invested. I was invested with the one with Vern.
Wait, how much time did she get if she was the most wanted criminal?
Oh god.
So when you say most wanted criminal, what do you mean? Because there have been, I think, 4 people who have had more than 10,000 days on the record.
So currently, at that current time, not like all in the crossing, like of all of the crossing, just in that current moment, in that day in the crossing.
Oh, like the most wanted in your group.
You are the most wanted in this, like in right now on the most wanted list. But whether the most wanted list is only composed of people with like 200 days or whatever, or you go all the skyrocket and get like 10,000. So at that time, I just remember a deputy a few days before saying that you are the most wanted criminal in the crossing. You have to come in. Like, we can't allow you to escape. And we got away. And then we've been taunting deputies for like 3 days. And Cleo just had enough of it at that point. It was iron carriage we go, because she was going down to the west to capture CD in the iron carriage, you see. And they just happened to find us first.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I know Zip was the most wanted for like 45 minutes. And it's when they got Wallaby, and then they didn't get, or they got Zip about 45 minutes later. But because they got Wallaby, which I think he was looking at like 4,000 days, Zip was looking at like 3,800. But on like, that's how much like I got. So I think the paperwork was a little above 4,000, and his was probably above 5,000.
You'd be surprised actually how frequently you probably are most wanted. There's a lot of times where a lot of the big criminals get in Sisika, and then they get
eventually. Yeah, eventually.
I usually try to send a bunch of tips in. Not only to like say, like the only time that I'll get like a fuck ton of time is when like I have like goals to where I'm like trying not to. I'm trying to actually escape law to finish like an arc or something like that before I go in. It's very rare that I'm like, because if I rob a bank, I usually try to send like the anonymous tip, concerned citizen. Because I was like talking to my chat one day, like with Zip's reputation, locals would know about Zip Quil at that point.
Right.
So if we do anything, if we're at Wallace Station, there's 2 locals outside, I'll send in like a tip. Or if we're riding, whenever Zip sees a local after doing something that the crossing would have heard about already, I'll send in like an anonymous tip. And that usually it went from like with the more reputation that he got, it got to the point to where I was getting people would come up that I've never heard of their character, or they're new and they're like, I've heard of you, like stuff like that. So I was like, okay, locals would have heard of me by now too. So like it went from like 6 riders in black with a black poncho, and then it kind of got more details like, oh, a guy that may look like someone named like Pip Quil or something like that, and now it's just straight up Zip Quil is heading west from like wherever. Because I don't want to give too much, because I want the law to be able to kind of investigate it their own, but I want to give it enough to where they know that, 1, I'm not logging out, 2, like a general area to look, because the west could be docile, like it could be, you could hide and tuck away in little spots in the west and law will just ride by. It's happened to me a few times where we like ended up causing some commotion to get law to come over to the fort because they didn't see us tucked away or something like that. Just usually it's just try to give that a scene, give the law a chance, and I mean, if they do bring a good offer, then we'll like surrender. But usually it's just to have some more RP after a bank job, especially when we do bank jobs where it ends so quick, like the last bank that we did with the oil wagon. I mean, law didn't chase until like 30 minutes after that, or 30 seconds after we left the bank. Law just backed off because we sent Bishop into the water.
Was that the one that ended at the Kettle Fort?
Eventually, Rabbit had caught up to us at the Kettle Fort, but then we like escaped again. We just ran out as soon as Zip was like, we're not taking the deal. We kind of ran out, kind of got in a shootout, but it was the last bank job that Zip was part of, I'm pretty sure. Like a week ago, maybe a week and a half. Because I think I got like 600 days for that bank job, just because Zip hoped that Bishop would die. That shooting even though like in character and out of character, the whole wagon thing, we kind of wanted to shoot the wagon just to see if it would like fall and block the trail. We weren't actually trying to hurt any deputies, because I feel really weird about blowing a deputy up, OC, because I don't want anyone to feel like obligated to perma, and getting blown up by a fucking oil tanker is kind of like, how do you justify, like, I mean, luckily he landed in the river, so that's how he could justify it. But like, it's like really iffy doing certain plans, because Zip wants fucking every lawman to die. Like Zip is very fuck the world at this point with law. But like OOC, it's hard to find that balance to like, okay, because Zip in character wouldn't say don't blow up a deputy. Zip's gonna want the other characters to blow up the deputy, but OOC, I just want it to kind of prevent.
Yeah, I've had to deal with that kind of thing too. Not with blowing up, but like India's found out like information through the grapevine that could totally destroy somebody, and I'm like, I'm not actually going to use that information because it's not fair. Like they build up like an entire something, and I'm just going to let this one like this pass. And then it led to better RP, because it was like you didn't just like use that kind of thing that this would overpower them. Kind of, it's like all being gracious in RP. You just gotta pick and choose what you use and when you use it, to be fair to everybody, so everyone has like so much fun.
Right, yeah, because I want to do the oil tank plan every fucking bank job. Like it's kind of like using choke point bank jobs. Like it's fun being creative and offering more than just the exact same plan that lawmen have to go to fucking every day. Like especially if there's 3 oil tank robberies that day, because we don't know, right? Once we're in the server, we don't know if someone's robbing that bank. We don't know if it's a similar plan, or a lawman could go to bank, get choke point, get shot, do medical RP for like an hour. Maybe it was just a gray, so they go back and then they go to another bank job and it's another fucking choke point. Like criminals, we don't know. Other players don't know what that lawman's been through that day. So it's nice to switch up plans.
Right. Well, what I can say is that at least as of recent, I've heard that a lot of choke points are being used. And it's a little discouraging to go after chases. You know what I mean? Now, of course, it's within the deputy's choice to really go into that choke point. Like if they realize that they're going into a funnel or they're going into an area that is hard to get up if they're already up there. Like if you have a feeling that they're probably going to shoot, you probably just shouldn't go up there. You know what I mean? Just to avoid that from happening. But it's hard to do that because you're in the moment. You know what I mean? You're chasing these guys. You probably have adrenaline going, OOC. You know what I mean? You're really excited. You want to catch them. And you just end up going through it anyways. And then it ends up with all the deputies being down, which I get it. That's how it is. But like, if you can try not to use those funnels, give a longer chase, give to the law, because like you said, a lot of things do happen on a day-to-day basis that you may not be aware of. Like there could have been 2 other bank jobs, there could have been hostage situations, there could have been, you know what I mean, so many other things that happen, and maybe large already discouraged from losing so many times. And then if there's a group that will give to the law and then make them feel good, like, hey, we caught some, you know what I mean, it wasn't completely a bad day. But again, it's completely your choice, whatever you want to do, whatever fits your character. It's just something to think about before you do something, you know.
Or I mean, even it's even using those choke points and giving law a chance to respond to it.
Right.
Give shots, be giving, have a conversation, speak a little bit.
Right. I like the idea of shooting horses to kind of get, like, as soon as a horse gets shot, if everyone kind of just got on, like, okay, get cover. Because that's another thing, is it's very hard to, once you have 6 crims, you have 6 law. Once a horse gets shot, right, it sends someone down. It's hard for, like, everyone to communicate, like, okay, that's the sign, everyone get in cover and let's begin this shootout. Like, give everyone, like, a fair chance for this shootout. It's hard for, like, crims not to see that as, like, oh shit, they have a horse down, they're either gonna stop and pick him up, let's keep going, like, that's 1 down, keep going. Like, it's very hard to kind of communicate that, because in character, when it makes sense for someone to say, okay, if a lawman gets hurt, let's stop, right? It's like, and it's very hard to communicate this all OOC. You don't know which law is coming, and a lot of people don't want to deal with the OOC, so it's kind of like the best thing to do is just kind of switch it up, because there will be plans that I will plan that are just like, fuck the law, but it's not like every bank job. Like,
yeah, there's definitely give or take on both sides. Like,
right.
You know, going back to that funnel thing, you know, as Serial said, like the law have a choice of going into that funnel if they choose to, but they also have a choice of shooting down horses before they even get to that funnel. But
they do,
it's always that balance of you want to give criminals the long chase versus you know, making smart decisions. So yeah, the give or take is always on both sides, I think.
Right. And going to the deputy shooting horse, that could be because other things happen. Deputies feel discouraged and they want to get a win. You know what I mean? That could happen. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the reason, but it does happen where deputies will shoot too soon, or if there even is a too soon. I'm kind of saying that in quotes, but it's hard because you don't know who you're dealing with. You don't know what the scene's gonna, what it's gonna be, how the chase is gonna be. There's so many elements that could go into it. But like, hopefully everybody has a good time. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's like the important thing, is like remembering that this isn't just for you. This is for everybody.
Right.
Right. The rule of thumb I've always thought is, if you're ever on the crim side, try and do your funnel towards the end of the long chase. That way, no matter what happens at the funnel, there's always a decent, you know, fairly long, fun chase. That would be a fairly good rule of thumb, I think.
Right.
But chases don't last that long. Your horse only has so much stamina. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Which makes things a lot, even, you know, it makes it difficult as well. It makes people encouraged to do those tactics to get away with the bank job. But we trying not to, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I 100% am on that same page. Is it has to be a giving thing for law too, because there are times where like if Zip actually needs the money, I'll rob the bank. Like, I'm trying to get away, but most of the time it's like the mindset of like, we're robbing a fucking bank. If law shoot us down, don't get fucking salty. Like, robbing a bank needs to be this very serious thing. It's one of the greatest things about Wild is how much there isn't to do, because it focuses more on the RP and the stories.
Right.
So it's like my favorite part about it. So like if you are robbing a bank, that is the most severe thing that you could do to make money. Like there's moonshining, right? But and then all the RP stuff you do, selling guns, robbing people. But bank jobs is like the top of the pyramid of crim moneymaker. So you have to treat it like that. Like you have to treat it as if like in character, Zip will get pissed if a hostage gets shot. But if it's a hostage that has known to be a shithead to law, like I wouldn't fucking hesitate to shoot the fucking hostage to get these criminals, especially how wanted you are. You have to understand that the law is going to shoot you if you rob a bank. You're robbing a bank. That's the way that I like kind of go into every bank job.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot less, you know, upsetting when you do get shot leaving it. But I mean, it's all about the chase and it's all about the RP, and that's why I always like going to a secondary location. If we use a bank plan where we know we're pretty much, because it's very easy to just escape the law. You could just use a choke point, have someone with a wagon block the trail, done. It's why, like, if I use a plan like that, I'll 100% give a tip to the exact location we're going to outlive the stamina and to give the law, like, okay, we could sneak up on them, use the fog, use the night, do stuff like that. It kind of extends it a little bit more than just going in and shooting on a chase. Because you never know how long it's going to go. Huh?
Fog chases are pretty sick, I'm not going to lie.
They're really fun, yeah.
Foot chases are pretty fun too. I like doing foot chases because Sanctum has a limp and like he won't go forever. Like he'll eventually stop and let the criminal go. And he's old and is just like he's not gonna, you know what I mean? It's like whatever.
Zip has a deal with Ruth that because Brooks and Ruth cheated on a fisticuff with Zip, that if Ruth ever shows up to a bank job, that Zip is going to challenge him to like a fight, like kind of what Daza does. And then if we beat him, then we get on our horse and the deputies get to let us continue the chase. But if he beats us, it's an immediate arrest. But that's just like little things like that, I think, change the dynamic. It's why Zip does so much crazy shit during bank jobs, like the bank wedding where we married the two people, the bank engagement, the bank wedding business. It's just to add a little bit more and to give like the hostages, other than just a gun pointed at their head, to give them a little bit more RP. I think it's up to you. I think it's up to criminals to kind of facilitate for the law more than it is for the law to facilitate for the criminals.
Yeah, because the law is a reaction.
Right.
Yeah. Law's reacting to the scene.
A lot of people, I think, have it the other way around, that law is there to facilitate the criminal.
No, not at all. Their response.
Right.
You've been playing Ignite, huh?
I haven't actually been since I got out of the hospital. I think I hopped on there like once, but I've been focused on Wild just because the story's picking up. But that's how I met Ray to play. I never met him in Wild until now recently. But I met Ray because he was kind of like working with my character in Ignite. It's my first Grand Theft Auto server I've ever played.
It's different. It's a lot different.
It is
The pace
very
is different. Things are different.
I just think GTA RP is just so different too.
It is, yeah.
In general, it's just a different style, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a nice change of pace.
Yeah.
But now it's kind of like I'm refocused in Zip.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Speaking of oils, and Boyd just popped up. There's a bank job where people in Blackwater, they use boats to get away, and they had an oil tanker that had hostages on it. Who was it?
I was the hostage. Zip was the hostage for that. Are you talking about a long time ago?
Yeah, it was a really long time ago. Really, really long time ago.
Like around a year ago with Two Snakes people?
Yeah, with Two Snakes people. Yeah.
I was the hostage. Zip Quil was the hostage.
It was
on the
pretty
tanker.
Crazy. It was pretty crazy. It was only me and Boyd fucking reacting to it because, like, we had short staff and nobody could get there in time. So like it was just me and him, and we tried our best to get the hostage off, get you off the tanker. As soon as they like undocked from the thing, we were like, get the fuck off. Sanctum was literally screaming like, get the fuck off the tanker right now. Like screaming at you or whoever was on the tanker. And then as soon as you guys get off, that's when we started shooting, and they shot the tanker, and Sanctum kind of like got blown up. He got flung like fucking 10 feet. And luckily like my health bar was low as fuck. And I was covered in oil and shit. And then Kono came over as Weaver, and he's like, yo man, are you good? Like, you all right? Because like I probably looked horrible in his eyes. Probably missing an arm or some shit, like fucked up, but I looked fine to me. And we were just shooting, and I went and got medical roleplay. But it was pretty crazy how much impact those oil tankers have, because it's a lot of weight on their life, but it's also a lot of weight on the law, because we have to make sure that hostage doesn't get blown up. So we have to try to like de-escalate, but also basically give a lot to the criminals. You know what I mean? We have to give their demands, otherwise that tanker's in jeopardy of getting shot. Like we've had scenes most recently at a river over by Bart's Crossing with Tentone Gang, and they had one hostage on it, and they were demanding $2,000. Right? I brought out of my bank, Sanctum's bank, I brought like $1,000. I was like, okay, the most I'm gonna give them is $1,000, not what they're exactly asking for, because that's a lot of fucking money. And we ended up making the deal for $1,000, but like they all wanted to go to the other side of the lake. And like the oil tanker was in between us. We were on the other side. They were on the other side. And I was like, listen, this is the thing. I want one of you to stay with us so I can give the money. If you want two to stay, that's fine, but we will not arrest you because your other people are easily going to shoot that wagon. So 2 of you stay. I'll hand the money off, and then you guys can go. I'll give you like 2 seconds, and then you guys can go. We're going to start chasing now. So it ended up working out really well. The hostage was safe. They never did shoot the tanker, which I thought was amazing. And it resulted in us losing them, but then we found them later on in the day at the Ranger Tower over by the second reservation, second teepees on the mountains. So, I mean, it was good. They enjoyed it. We enjoyed it. So I thought it was played out really well. But those tankers definitely hold some weight in any situation that they're involved in, for sure.
Tanker, yeah. That fucking bank job in Blackwater was the very first, like, I don't know if I was, like, going, would it be NVL to get off the wagon? Because they had told me several times if I get off the wagon, they're going to blow it up. And so I, like, was in a very weird spot, like, OOC, I didn't know what to do. So, like, as soon as you guys started yelling, I was like, okay, I need to listen to law right here. Because I think that was still before Zip went out west and met, like, the Kettleman gang.
Yeah, Zip wasn't a criminal at that point, I don't think. That was
very early, Zip. That was when him and Ollie were still just hunters and fishermen.
Yeah, that was such a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a while ago. I completely forgot Zip was a hostage. I think that was when Zip was trying to go for law. Because Zip was originally a law character, and Ollie was going to be a criminal, and it was going to be like a brother that's a criminal's brother that's a lawman, and I got denied for law. I was like, all right, fuck it. And then we went out west, and just Zip went downhill from there.
And now Zip hates the law, even though he's trying to become one. Interesting.
Debatably, he could have went uphill from there.
Twice he has thought about becoming law, but the second time, like a lot of people don't know this in character, but the second time that he was trying to become law was just to keep Andy safe, because Andy wanted to be a lawman, and Zip didn't want her to have to do that like by herself. But then Zoe told Zip, like, pretty much, I can't protect people unless there's like a threat on their life. So Zip was like, so I can't even prevent someone from shooting Andy until someone pulls a gun about to shoot Andy. And she pretty much was like, no. And I know it's all OOC rules, like, I get that, but that was kind of like the thing that was like, okay, well, it's gonna be hard to justify Zip becoming a lawman now to protect Andy and all this stuff. So it kind of like full send, plus 6 months on a bench without getting approved for law kind of like threw me off. Like 6 months is a long time to bench like your main character. And I absolutely love playing Zip Quil. Like, I haven't found motivation to play any other character or anything like that. So benching him for 6 months just for the possibility of not even getting approved kind of was like, yeah, I'm kind of gonna leave this up to RP. And just I talked to 5 crims and 5 lawmen, see who could decide Zip's future, and Zip ended up going law or going outlaw again. But it was a nice like change of pace doing the whole civilian arc. Zip and Andy got to talk to a lot of people that we wouldn't normally talk to.
It's not easy to be civilian.
No,
It's
it is not.
Not at all.
Especially for people that are like chaos gremlins. Like, it's very like trying to just cause as much fire as you can before you get shut down.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how you could be a civilian and do that alongside being a lawman and do that. You know what I mean? And fit the profession. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
People that do play civilians though are just so good for the server.
Oh my god, 100%.
They bring so much to like the towns. They bring so much to, you know, providing criminals for people to target, whatever else.
And it's only going up from here.
I know. I cannot wait for the update. I know a lot of people are going to be making civ alts.
Yeah, I won't. I'll probably just play Sanctum. The reason why is because in my opinion, I don't like. So, like when Coulter came, to give you an example, when Coulter came, I still have not been to Coulter because it doesn't fit Sanctum. Like, why would Sanctum go to Coulter? You know what I mean?
Right.
OC, I know it's a new place. It's been completely revamped. There's been like the whole new like frontier and shit. But like again, Sanctum doesn't have a reason to go up there. Why does he want to go up there? You know what I mean? Like sure, there's a sheriff's office, but unless he's called to go up there, he's not going to go up there. You know what I mean? So the same thing goes for this. Like, yeah, sure, I have an inclination to make a civilian to experience the mechanics and stuff like that, but maybe with Sanctum's past and who he is, maybe that'll just come naturally. You know what I mean? So letting it flow naturally, and if Sanctum ends up doing it, then he does it. If he doesn't, then he doesn't, and I won't experience those mechanics, or maybe I will make a civilian. I'm not sure yet. At the moment, I am a little burnt out from Wild. I have been for a while. But I am definitely planning on coming back eventually.
I'm really hoping the update will start to bring more wagon RP, like more wagons at banks.
Yeah, that's gonna be sick.
I want to do stagecoach robbery so bad.
Yeah, stagecoach robbery.
Whoa.
I think it'll be real good.
Whoa. Little Gang has been robbing people's wagons.
Oh, poor Barnaby.
Dude, you've been robbing Barnaby.
Poor Barnaby.
We've been robbing other wagons. We did a lot of like wagon RP and like robbing stagecoaches and like robbing Barnaby, which is the funny thing.
Quil Gang tried to do a stagecoach robbery, but we sat at rigs for like I think 3.5 hours, and 2 people had fallen asleep at their computers.
We even we tried to set up like clues that we were doing like a wagon chop shop, like breaking down the wagons we stole and like setting the parts aside and all that stuff.
I actually had a Civ character ages ago that I only played for like 3 days, and all I did was just run stagecoaches all day just to see if I could get robbed. I was deliberately trying to get robbed.
Yeah. I'm hoping that with like even if it's just like me grinding on my off hours to get the money to pay people, I'm hoping that when the update comes out that I can do like wagon fence RP. So like when people do rob these people's stagecoaches and they take the wagon that they had or whatever, then I can be like, oh, here, this much, you know, and then eventually that person gets their wagon back, obviously, but you know.
Barnabas didn't. Just saying.
Yeah.
He never shuts the fuck up about that.
Oh,
his grandfather's is an heirloom.
when we last saw him, we told him that we tore it to pieces.
I think a couple of you guys were in my chat when he first brought it up to us, and I was like, "Oh, it's probably already in the river. They probably used it to build a boat and went to Guarma or something."
We're gonna make that character's villain arc. You know that, right? It's gonna be the start of Barnaby's villain arc.
Oh my god, it's gonna be like the trumpet boy of Van Horn.
Yeah.
It's that kind of an arc.
Wesley as a character arc is very impressive. I will say.
Obviously, none of us know what's going to happen with the update, but if wagons end up getting an inventory system that anyone can access, that will be an absolute
No, they
game
are.
changer.
Yeah, that's
It'll
what's
be an
happening.
absolute
Yeah.
game changer.
That's confirmed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Wait,
confirmed.
wait, what?
Yeah, you can have a wagon with inventory and anybody can access it. It's like the crates.
Oh, okay. I thought you
That
said
would be
like
game changer.
infiltrate, like
No,
having a
no, no,
minigun
no,
on a
no.
wagon. I was like, no.
No,
Zip
no,
would
no.
fucking cause chaos.
But it's also not like you can't just like run up and like it's not like you run up to a horse now and you like look in the saddlebags. It's you got to run up to the back
Yeah.
and then you have to search it, which takes
Mhm.
time.
Yeah.
And then
Can anyone search like
Yes.
other people's? Oh my god, Stagecoach Route,
Yeah,
dude.
wagons. Yeah.
Oh my
So
god,
just-
this is gonna be
it's
dope.
It's like he said in his stream too, with like the hunting wagon. Like the hunting wagon is rented out, and anybody can add to it. Like anybody that's in the hunting group, like with or like even an RP, like if it's your one person, sure. If it's a couple people, anybody can put into the hunting wagon. But at the same time, anybody could show up and steal that hunting wagon and sell all that stuff.
Is it
Right.
gonna be like a rental thing or is it gonna be owned?
He said the hunting wagons are rentals only because of the way that they work. But
Right.
he said the other wagons there will still be rentals, but there will also be like you can own them.
Yeah, an
Dude.
inventory and a search mechanic. Yeah.
Dude.
And then like NPC wagons, like local wagons, will also have like if it's a certain type of wagon, it will have an inventory, which means that like if you steal one, you could put stuff in it for RP later, like
Right.
to set up RP and stuff.
Right.
Movies is
I'm
gonna
just
go
imagining
crazy.
Just imagining the convoys of
Yeah.
4 or 5 wagons going from Tumbleweed to Saint Denis.
He-
It'd be amazing.
What was the other thing he said? He said like when it comes to like moonshining too, like you have to rent. It won't just be the moonshine carts. Like it'll be whatever wagon you rent or whatever one you own, and like so when law searches your wagon, they will see the moonshine.
That is fucking dope. So, but you could like kind of, it's not going to be an obvious, okay, that's the moonshine wagon. It could be whatever
Yeah,
wagon you
It could be
choose.
whatever wagon you have.
That-
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what he was trying not to have happen.
Oh.
Like Law knows what a moonshine wagon looks like, and in reality, they probably wouldn't all look the same. You know what I mean?
Right. People would fucking cover them up a little bit
Right.
more and stuff like that.
Right. Or it would be a different wagon. You know what I mean? And
What's-
obviously, go ahead.
What's dope about that too is because outlaws will be transporting fucking probably stolen guns, shit like that through like wagons. So if you guys get like a tip about
Exactly.
moonshine, you guys could search someone and get some gold, bonds, guns.
But not only that, though, you know the checkpoints that are around that encourages Law to use those checkpoints even more because you'll have wagons coming through even more. You know what I mean? So hopefully, Crims will use that to facilitate roleplay or to encourage roleplay by going through those checkpoints when they're actually being guarded. Because then, you know what I mean? You go through it. Law's like, hey, you know what? We want to search this wagon. You know what I mean? Or if you are a criminal, you're like, listen, I want to search the wagon, and then you know what I mean? Maybe a shootout happens. Maybe the criminals run. You know what I mean? So it's going to be really cool, and it's going to add a lot to the world, I think, in my opinion.
I love the idea of checkpoint roleplay. Every time I ride past one of those, I think it would be so good if it was in use as an actual checkpoint.
I mean, they are, but it's just every now and then they'll actually decide that they're going to run checkpoints.
Yeah.
They're a lot of fun whenever you run into them.
And the funniest checkpoint to do is, in my opinion, is the Valentine one because like people will just go so wide to avoid it. And I'm like,
Right.
I wish they
The
did
most
more on the
suspicious
western one.
person ever.
The most dangerous one is the
It
one.
is dangerous to do that.
Yeah, but
Isn't
the most
there, what's that one that takes you into the west with the water with the
the
river
by
thing?
McFarland's.
The
It's
river you're talking
That
about?
would be
Yeah.
huge. Like, if anyone like looks after that,
the
for a
one
long
that's
period
like
of
right
time,
outside McFarland's, right before you go down the path
yeah,
towards
they
Armadillo.
basically control the entrance. into the
Yeah.
west. That would be huge.
Yeah.
The most
I've seen that one
dangerous.
just before.
Well, no, there's two actually. Sorry for cutting you off. There's the one over by Thieves, and then there's also that one at the
Yeah.
river as well.
That one too,
There is
yeah.
two, so you could control both sides. But you know what I mean.
There's another one leaving the west, like the hill going right up out of Armadillo. There's one right there.
Yeah, going towards Thieves, right? Yeah, that one.
Yeah, and then there's the one at the river. There's the one closest to Thieves, and there's a bunch that you could do inside the canyon. But I don't think Law should feel safe being in any checkpoint in the canyon, especially because most of us out west, we know that fucking canyon in and out.
Yeah. The checkpoint that has the most casualties though is the one that is by Monto's Rest at the train tracks.
What's Monto's Rest?
Like where the logging camp is, because you don't see it in time and you'll just run into like the wagon that's there. I've seen so many every time we've done a checkpoint.
The one by the bridge.
Yeah, by the
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, underneath the train. Yeah,
I've seen people eat it every time.
Oh yeah. I mean, even in general with the stumps and stuff like that, you could eat shit so many times.
Yep.
In that specific area, if you're not on the path, which but now I guess that is going to be filled with trees now.
There's going to be trees there.
So it's not going to be what it looks like. So there's going to be some map changes, and I'm sure the creative staff went ham on other areas as well, because I know they love building. Yep. We've seen it from the last patch, so I'm sure there's going to be other things in there as well.
I was not expecting everything that came with the Law and Disorder patch. Like I remember being stoked about Sisika because like when Zip first went to Sisika before the patch came out, I was RPing there every day. And so I was super stoked about that, but then there's all these buildings. They redid fucking Armadillo or the canyon, what they did at Thieves Landing. There's like so much to explore and stuff. So I cannot wait because I was talking to Kono in someone's chat or something like that. I was like, I haven't watched any of like the dev updates that you do on your stream because I don't want to like ruin it. He's like, oh, I've only showed like half, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, he probably hasn't even showed half, dude. Like every patch that they do so much. They're long. It takes them a while to come out with them, but it's so worth it because they don't just add 2 to 3 things and go hard on those 2 to 3 things. They make them perfect, but like they go hard, man. I'm telling you, dude. They go hard. Every fucking patch is huge. It takes a while, but it's fucking amazing. No matter what.
I've always loved about Wild development is everything is just fucking polished before it even comes out, and it's just so nice to sink your teeth into a new patch and know that it all works and there's no bugs.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say that, dude. And there's very little bugs, dude, if any, which can ruin a server if there's like, you know what I mean? You come out with an update and fucking there's bugs all over the place and shit doesn't work, and then people are like, oh, what the fuck, man? But nah, dude, they do it so good. They do it so good. I'm definitely pumped.
Me too. What the day that Law and Disorder actually came out, like we were riding around that day, like, and I was actually very surprised by how smooth I would say launch day went.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the Kettlemans were in Cisco already.
I just enjoyed finding all the little like camps that
Yeah.
I was like, oh, that's nice.
when we found Little Valley, right? And
oh yeah, when we found the dead end camp in Tall Trees, I was like, man, this is impressive.
The Guarma transformation was insane as well.
Dude, Guarma was fucking crazy to explore the first time. It took me months, like fucking months to go to Guarma because like Serial said earlier, like there would be no reason for Zip to go to Guarma. So like it had to be a reason.
It was the same little gang. We didn't go for a long time.
I also was when they did the Frontier update and they released the Frontier, I was gonna like make an alt to go explore it, but I was like, no, it'd be so much better for like to be able to explore on a character that like Zip. And it turns out that's where we kind of did the Civ arc because it was still popping. I always hate
the great thing about that when they develop the map as well is that it always brings like new characters and new RP. Like the Frontier brought like a whole kind of crazy Viking-esque gang out there, which I still think are around a little bit now. The same with Guarma, that brought loads of like new RP as well.
I'm going off assumptions here, off of what the logo looks like that was posted in announcements, or not announcements. Yeah, was it announcements? There's a photo posted, right? Yeah. I'm going off of assumptions that you clearly see a ranch there, you clearly see cows, and it looks like there's going to be ranching. Okay, just by you saying that, you know how many characters are going to be brought in as ranchers. That's going to be like great because there's so many ranches around the map that aren't used. They feel dead. You know what I mean? Like Emerald Ranch. You have the one in between Emeralds and Rhodes. You have ones that are out in fucking New Austin. You have ones that are above Valentine. Ranches all over the place. And if these are getting like love and people are actually role playing out of them, that is going to be amazing because then you have people to report crimes. You have actual like hubs where people can go and like get milk or get whatever they need, wheat. You know what I'm saying? And
There aren't
then
cities, yeah.
that aren't cities exactly. And you also maybe even have like delivery guys. You know, you have that ranch person who hires somebody to deliver wheat to somewhere to deliver apples or fucking milk, which causes more civilian roleplay and it enforces that. But it's like incentive for roleplay over and over and over again. And I think it's going to be amazing to see what happens.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's lots of like ranch role players as well that will probably come back that kind of tried to do role play arcs in ranches and kind of did it, but exhausted everything you could do.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll start to come back and like actually have quite a lot to do within the new mechanics.
That's why when making like a hub, it's always good to like, because the hardest part is a lot of like the Western people kind of shut down like trying to get, like, if someone tries to hire a meat delivery and it comes from the East, everyone out West is like, why the fuck are we, like, why not support like Western hunters? Well, the West doesn't have hunters right now. So like right now Zip asked like a couple of the Rangers to deliver supplies to like the thing, because I think that would help with the ranch RP, because back when Kerrigan Cream, is that what it was called?
Kerrigan's Ranch, yeah.
Yeah, when that was like up and like flourishing, there was so much RP to be had at that ranch just because everyone was buying that milk. Like everyone was buying it, so it created that. So like if just more people kind of use that in their little hubs that they do to order food from a specific ranch, it causes that RP to go a little bit. And then it makes it even better for other people, like, oh, this criminal organization is getting their supplies from this ranch, and it kind of starts a little tension with that. And then like other people have to compete, and I think I'm hoping this update can help with that, because it is nice to see. Like, it was really nice to see Kerrigan's Ranch with, like, people sitting by the campfire and stuff like that. And you just know they're just civilians living their best life.
Right, and you know you could go there and get roleplay.
Exactly. It's kind of like Saint Denis. Like, you know you could go to Saint Denis and get RP. You know you could go certain places and get RP. And it generates that. And it's like, you either go out west if you want outlaw RP, or you go to Saint Denis if you want crim RP, or you kind of just go somewhere. It'd be nice to have those civilian hotspots. It'll encourage a lot more people to make civs if they know of a place to go and be a civilian.
I mean, some of these I can imagine being just not just civs, because like what you have a lot of, like, mechanically speaking and like server whitelist speaking, like a lot of the civ jobs right now are like, you cannot really be a criminal. There's no middle ground. You cannot be corrupt, quote unquote. I mean, you can, but not. I mean, you'd have to. It's the whole thing. But there's no, like, I would say middle ground. There's no middle ground.
Right.
You mean like in between, like being crim and civ, and then being crim and law? Is that what you mean? Like no middle ground between those two things?
Between being a civ and a criminal. I mean, like, mechanically speaking, like making a career, making roleplay and money out of being a civilian.
Yeah, but how much money do you need though? Let's break it down.
I mean, you don't, but I mean, like, for the sake of creating a story, right? You have a business, and you don't do it on the server for the sake of making money. You do it for the sake of creating the roleplay. But there has to be mechanics behind it to support it, or it's just purely roleplay.
With another character, I spent like a long time in Saint Denis, and Saint Denis has had business RP for a long time. There's a lot of really cool stuff that's happened in that city in terms of like people creating businesses and like flourishing there. But yeah, it'd be good to see it elsewhere.
Yeah, supported by a mechanic. Yeah.
I also think that like the other big issue in terms of like when it comes to like
Kaz, what's up, dude?
like the
Barry,
criminal RP aspect
have
of
you
it is,
have
like,
our
it's
characters ever
either-
met?
Like you can fully, and people do this, like where you RP.
Were
like,
you the fucker that
robbing
gave us the
wagons
fake
because
name
you
in
go out and do it,
in
or robbing a
Blackwater
general store
about buying
and stuff like
bananas or
that, like
something?
the more petty crimes.
that you?
Right? Like stuff like that.
Because someone
But
told
I
me
feel like
OOC that
when
they're pretty sure like that was a
if there
bloody
are
hood.
more civs who are doing this business stuff and all that stuff, then more petty crimes will be happening instead of like extremes like bank robberies all the time or train robberies all the time, stuff like that. There'll be more
Dude,
like,
fuck yeah.
oh,
You're going to have a bunch of telegrams
this
from
store
Zip,
was
dude.
held up, or this,
You're,
delivery
you're
was
about to
held up,
log
and this
into a
and that,
war.
and it makes for
More of a middle ground.
more of a like range of criminals rather than just like these hardcore outlaws all the time. Like maybe
And
there are people that are just thieves.
It makes more RP for the civilians because as much as we like to watch the big bank jobs, there's one civilian perhaps involved, 6 law, and then 6 crims.
Yeah.
The civilians all get pushed out of town. Like they don't get to be a part of that huge arc. So it would be nice to have like the general store that Sue-Ann runs gets robbed, and then or like this all those littler crimes which involves more civilians. The civilians aren't involved in crime, and it's right now a lot of huge arcs on server are law versus criminals or criminals versus criminals. There's no big like civilian arcs that are like that the civs are involved in. It's a lot of this domestic RP that is smaller. So it'll be nice to have the a new update geared towards civilian like life that can probably get more traction because right now it's a lot of cops and robbers. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Very big extremes.
Yeah, like I play an indigenous character, which is a civilian. So I'm really looking forward to more Civ RP.
Yeah. It's what's gonna be good about it too is that, and like I know that in character, like obviously people think this in character and stuff like that, but my biggest thing is like I myself as a criminal, like if I hear people are like, oh, this person went and like ratted to law, if they're an outlaw, sure, right? I agree with you. But if they're like the person who runs the general store, I'm gonna be like, yeah, that makes sense because they run a general store. They don't owe you anything. You robbed them. Why wouldn't they go tell law?
Right.
Right.
That's
and, like-
something that Jack instilled on like people in the West too. Is like civs are gonna civ. Like a civilian's obviously gonna talk to law. Don't hurt them because of it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go after like just because another gang's like, oh, this civ ratted on my gang. Like if you see them, cut them out or this and that. I'm like, no, I didn't rob them, so they don't have a problem with me. I'm not gonna go after them either. And I think that's a bigger thing that more people need to do because I feel like that's also another thing that like civs kind of feel pushback on. They're like, oh, I'm afraid to go involve myself in this because I don't want to be hunted down.
Especially because of like they can't really like it. The law is so like iffy with like the self-defense like angle, and if that character ever was lippy with law, they're not gonna give him the time of day, saying it was like there's certain characters obviously that if they get robbed and defending themselves, if they felt like their life was in danger, they would be able to tell the law, like, I was just defending myself. That person doesn't have a record. They're known to be friendly with law and friendly with everybody. They're not going to get charged with it. But it's very hard for, like, people playing civilians to actually defend themselves when it comes to, like, being hunted by a gang that is just very well-oiled in the art of tracking people down, hurting people and stuff like that. Like, like, I don't think the Quil gang will ever try to hunt a civilian unless we can use it as like a weapon. But even like Zip's mentality is don't hurt a loved one's, like, if I'm going after Sanctum, I'm not going to go after their loved one. Like, my problem is with Sanctum. I don't like, I think it's like Zip thinks it's petty to go after the loved ones of characters that you're trying to hunt down. And that's kind of more of like a thing of just, it's very easy to attack people that will not shoot you. And I'd rather have it be like start shit with people that are gonna start shit back, which is law and crims. I think it just makes it easier. But we'll rob civilians all fucking day. If you guys have any questions in chat, feel free to ask them. I've kind of just been talking. We've been asking our own questions. Does anyone have a question in here?
Yeah, when did you guys start role playing? We can like go down the list. If you want to start, Pew.
We kind of did this earlier, so I'll just
We
like kind of
did.
recap.
You were not in here for that.
Okay.
For us that already went, we'll just like kind of quick recap, and then you guys can explain it. But I started on WildRP a couple years ago, and then the owner of that server made a Red M server. And then when I started RPing in Red Dead, I got into watching Wild, and I was like, okay, that's the server I want to play on, and I got in and been here since.
And for me, I started with tabletop RPGs, and then video game wise was 5M, and then No Pixel, and then I got into Wild, and then when I got into Wild, I never looked back. So.
And then for me, first was role play. It was Warhammer 40K, Dark Heresy. I did that with friends just out of high school. And then when I finally got my PC, it was Daisy. It was Jam Jars, The Red Zone. And then from there, I did a little bit of 5M, a little bit of Red M, and then I finally found Wild.
For me, I live in an inaccessible area of the world. So I did a lot of text RP from my cell phone for like 10 years. And then I finally was able to get a computer built, and I found Wild on Twitch, and I applied to Wild, and Wild's actually been my first game server and my first online RP. So I did a lot of like physical role play where you like LARP and stuff, and then jumped right into Wild. But I didn't get into Wild until I was like 30 years old because I didn't have access to the internet or computers.
For me, I actually started with Armor 3 RP. For anyone that knows, like Armor Life and all of those stuff back in the day, and the Mafia and Cops and all kinds of other crazy shit that was on that game.
Altus Life.
Yeah, Altus Life, that was it. Yeah, so I started on that, and then I think I did a little bit of Daisy RP. And then Righty, who's one of the admins for Wild, actually used to have a Red M server. And I played with him for a long time. And then, yeah, kind of got into Wild, and again, like a lot of other people, never really looked back.
All right. I started in like 2013, 2014 playing Gary's mod. So not Dark RP, not Starship Troopers RP, not Halo RP. It was called Half-Life 2 roleplay, HL2 RP. It was one of the most serious role plays on Gary's mod. Hard to believe, but it was. It was really fun. And then I moved on to Halo RP. I moved on to Starship Troopers RP when that all died. I took a long break from all that. I played like just regular games. I did some D&D in school, high school, which was pretty cool, like after school stuff. And then I moved on to 5M. I played on that for a while. And then I saw at the Jam Jar streaming like on Discovery, like I just found him from watching like No Pixel and whatnot. And I was like, oh shit. And like watching that roleplay on WildRP back in like 2020, 2021, like, dude, I need to get into this. So I got in like 2021, and I've been role playing on Wild for like 2 years. I did like 1.5 years straight every single day. I was at DiCenzo like a long ass time ago, and then that story came to an end. And then I started up Sanctum in January, like 1st of 2022, and I've had Sanctum ever since. And then that's where we are now.
So Sanctum's the only character you play?
No, I played Right now, yeah, he's the only character that I play. I used to play Al Lombardo. He was an Italian coming from Sicily. He actually started with Burlington. He co-owned the Valentine Saloon with him. Jimmy was his character name, and then he met Tony Salerno and Amadeo, and they like got him doing jobs, and then he became, obviously a DiCenzo. He never became a made man. He was really close. He killed AJ, the first AJ of WildRP, which was he was gonna marry her, and they had him kill her, and then he just like went down the gutter. Like he just like said fuck that, and then went back to Sicily. And then I brought him back, and then he teamed up with like James Kelly and Kettleman to go after the DiCenzos. And then he ended up leaving again because of some shit that happened. And then I've been playing just Sanctum is like the main character that I play now. I haven't really found. Actually, I played Brownie Snow. It was Chrissy Snow's brother, and
Oh my
Melvin
God.
Brown's cousin, and we did some petty crimes, just giving law roleplay. And then he has been hiding. He's just been chilling. I started up a crim character. His name is Sawyer, but I haven't played him. I played him for like 2 days. That's it. I haven't really had any plans for him yet. I want him to be a bank robber because I have not. I shit you not. I have not robbed a single bank on WildRP yet, and I've been on it for almost 3 years. So,
When did you start Sawyer?
I started him a while ago, probably last year, middle of last year. Played him for like 3 days, didn't get any traction, although I didn't give it enough time.
Did you do any crimes on him?
No, I just walked around, met some people, and then I was like, I need to play Sanctum. Like, I need to play Law. Like, I just love playing Law, so that's what I've been doing. I did a lot of Moonshine as Al. A lot of Moonshine. That's like the main way he made money. He had like 20K in his bank. To give you an idea, probably more. And he funded the DiCenzos basically. Like, he just had all of their money, and like he bought all the gold bars, like he did everything, and then to repay him, they had him kill his wife. So he was like, "Fuck you guys." And he was like, "Fuck you guys," and he teamed up with like Kettleman and was like, "Let's go fight him." And Kettleman was like, "No, I don't want to fight him."
It turns out there was a 7-month war a little bit after that.
Yeah. So I don't know, but yeah, I enjoy playing Sanctum. I love playing Sanctum. He's a lot of fun to play. He says some funny shit, in my opinion. He's kind of a dick, but in the right way. He's fair.
A dick? No.
I love it when he's around.
He's fair though.
It's even better now that I'm actually like playing a deputy. Like I play criminal, but it's even funnier whenever you're on the law side of things.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting Sanctum with my new deputy.
I don't know if
I've
you are,
seen
man.
Sanctum a lot on streams, but yeah, never actually met him in game yet.
He's the type of person that like you introduce yourself, he introduced himself. He's like, "Oh yeah, nice to meet you." And he's like, "Yeah, it is." Like, yeah, it definitely is nice to meet you.
I can remember hearing Sanctum's voice on a stream ages ago, and then from that point, always being able to recognize that voice every single stream or whatever I listened to.
I remember when I broke Sanctum, and Sanctum laughed, and I forget what I said, but it was in Valentine.
Probably said some stupid shit, man.
I did say some stupid shit. I think you said, like, I can't believe you said that. That's, like, something that people would say in, like, 80 years from now. It was, like, something stupid. It was, like, a fucking Grand Theft Auto fucking line or something like that. Not, like, a line from the game, but it was something, like, you would see on a Grand Theft Auto RP server.
Something you'd hear a local say?
Probably even gnarlier than that.
Zip saying stupid stuff? Never.
I was about to say, like,
never
there's like a multitude of possibilities because he's done it all the time.
Zip, no.
I would say that Zip Quil is the like Crossings equivalent of Theo Vaughn, the comedian.
My inspiration behind Zip was I can't remember his name, but the dude, the quote unquote lawyer from Idiocracy.
Oh yeah.
That's who like I kind of like base Zip off of.
Meeting Zip for me has become like such a different way to maybe probably quite a lot of other people met Zip, because I did a lot with Guy, who's kind of a spin-off, pretty much, of Zip on Ignite. And
Yeah,
every time
Zip's
I
great
bumped into you
grandson
now-
or grandson.
Yeah. So it's been so weird to do that first and then go back to Wild.
I honestly think that sending Zip's 16th century poetry is a very unique way to interact with Zip.
There's a lot of ways Zip interacts with fucking people in Wild. Everyone gets a different Zip, and that's why I love playing Zip. Like, even other lawmen, like, some lawmen get, like, the Zip that doesn't want them dead. Like, Zip likes Sanctum. Zip respects Sanctum in a way. But they've had, like, their, like, talks a little bit. Sanctum knows a little bit more than just Zip that most deputies can meet the eye. I think Zoe, Manius, Sans, and Rip know Zip the most out of law. Like, those are the lawmen that know kind of past the few layers of Zip. But I've always wanted Zip to be a very in-depth outlaw, if that makes sense. Like, not just like the go shoot people, live by a principle. Like, I always wanted him to be like a broken person that has like an onion. You have to peel layer by layer to get to know like the true Zip. And a very handful of people know.
Oh, dude, it's Shrek. You like came out like 25 years ago.
Ogres are like onions.
Criminals that are just they're just like rob for money because money's good, and that's their like only arc is very difficult to RP with. So it's nice having criminals that have got those sort of layers and dimensions to them.
This is my thing about money, right? Robbing for money, robbing banks for money. How much money do you need on the server? It's 1901. I get it. You need something to do, and most of the things that you do that are criminal will net you money. And if you have done a lot of crimes and you've been caught, then yeah, sure, you might be negative in your bank account, so you need money. You know what I mean? And you go back to your roots of being a criminal, so then that's how you're going to get money, right? But after you have $1,000 in your bank account, I don't think you need any more money, because the most expensive horse is $1,900. That is a Hungarian half-bred. It might be a little bit more, it might be 1950, something like that. And gun customizations, it's not that good. I think the Missouri Foxtrotter is probably your best bet, and it's literally like $1,100. So I mean, you once you have a horse, once you have a
25. Believe me, I bought enough.
It's because he keeps shooting him.
Once you have the money in the foundation, you don't really need any more money. Now, I get that you need to have roleplay, and like someone in here was saying, some roleplay is founded by mechanics, right? By actual things that you can physically do in a server, and those are the things that you could do in the server, right? And as a criminal, you probably are going to do those things whether or not you need money or not, right? But having the foundation of you need money is kind of, it kind of throws me off. It's like a peeve of mine. Like you saying you do things for money. How much money do you need realistically? You can buy a cigarette for fucking like 50 cents. You know what I mean? You could buy.
The great thing about Wild is that 98% of the decent roleplay requires no money at all.
Right.
Right.
It's never about the money. Never.
So here's a thing though with the money. So Zip is consistently broke. Like, it's very rare that there's like over $1,000 in our gang fund. And it's because so when I get out of Sisika using the docks, right? I'll like send a telegram to the stable boy, and I'll go down this table and tip them like a diamond or something like that. And a lot of the things like bribing people, doing stuff like that, just dropping diamonds on the ground and just letting them disappear to like the server, stuff like that. I try to like flush out the money just to give Zip that excuse to go get more money. But then there's also like the gun deals and trying to buy stuff. And right now, like the whole thing for Zip right now, this whole arc it's $22,500. So that's how much money Zip is trying to get. And
So
for
maybe
him, huh?
Maybe I don't have a good perspective on it because I never played a crim like hardcore. You know what I mean? Besides obviously El Lombardo, but he was rich. Like he had over 20K in his bank account. So like maybe I don't have that perspective of how many things that you actually will buy that are expensive.
Guns. So like
maybe my opinion is kind of invalid on this subject.
Well, I don't think it's invalid. It's just I think like it's knowing every aspect, because we do the gun trade, like the underground gun trade. a lot of people will buy bonds and gold for more. They'll lose money in buying the
Mhm.
gold and bonds just to facilitate that RP or to use it as like a secondary kind of currency out west. So
Right.
you lose
Yeah.
money buying that. You buy
I
gems for
do that.
more than what you would
Yeah.
sell it. Like there's a lot of money that gets kind of just thrown away. And then like
So
for Zip, when he was raising, like sending money to his kid, I would send like every week I would drop $1,000 of gems just somewhere in like the river, and I would
See,
kind of
that's
like
the
watch it despawn, and then that was
see
like
that's the
Zip paying for child support.
yeah, that's the great thing about you, Bud, is that you do that, and like there's a lot of really cool role players in the server that do that. Like anyone that met Elio, who's a character in Saint Denis, he RPs as a street kid, and as Scarlett says, it's really difficult to RP poor, so he just used to constantly like drop money to make sure that he was able to RP as a street kid, and that kind of stuff is, really cool to see, I think.
for me, because I do a lot of money RP, and it's because I run a small fence in the West. It's only known by the West in the West for certain like, but this weekend alone I spent like $2,500, and that was because I was I help like buy horses. I buy bonds and gold for way more than they're actually worth. And like so I spend a lot of like cuz I play EU hours, and it's only because I work all day and I'm awake all night. So I will grind for days just so I can help somebody with like if they just did a huge arc and they need to unload or offload or something like that, they come into the saloon and they can get that like that kind of money to help them with their art. So I do a lot of money RP, and it's hard RP because I earn every cent myself. But it's a lot of I'll buy your bonds for like literally double or triple the price that they're worth. Clear out my bank account, have these bonds, maybe make like $200 back from the bonds, and be like, all right, it's time to hit the march again, children. Like that's just what it is. I must blow through thousands and thousands of dollars every RP session.
That's how it was when we were doing the wagon fence stuff. Like we were paying for people to bring us wagons, and all of that was out of pocket. Like we didn't make money.
Right.
We didn't make any money.
It's very rare that Zip, like there's multiple times a month where Zip has like $12 to his name and has like other people buy him shit. But I also like hold on to things to kind of get out of that like red zone. But Zip's bank is negative 30 grand. There's no fucking way we're going back to trying to pay that off. I tried to do it during the Civ arc, and I put like 12 grand into paying back the bank, and I think within 2 weeks of being a crim again, it went up $18,000. So it's just the bank is kind of, and then you have to buy gems, and no one, if you're buying gems from criminals, no one's giving you market price for them. They're always charging like, instead of $100 for an emerald, it's like $115. And then so you lose out $15 by that way, and that shit starts to add up when you're putting like 2 grand into gems, and you're losing out on, $500 during that transfer or something like that, or like paying people to be your bank in character to like have some cash stored away that isn't just gems or bonds or something like that. Because I use bonds as a way of having gems. I just have them like in the bank or on the saddle, and just when I need a quick $300 or whatever, I'll go and sell them to someone that buys them for $30 a piece, or go to thieves for 20, and that's $200 that you have in your horse, just like having a few gems.
You want to know what I would love to see, and this probably does happen, is people actually using bonds to buy things or gold to buy things.
It
rather
happens
than
in the West. It happens
Uh-huh.
everywhere. It was happening in Van Horn, I'm pretty sure, too, where you could go and buy guns with gold. Like, the Pave would do, you could bring them, like, a crate full of gold, and you can either get cash, or you could get guns, or you could do whatever. But it's a big Western thing to pay, like, bonds
Yeah.
for beer, and Zip tips in gold bars. Usually when he goes to, like, a saloon that's, like, a distillery, or not a like the speakeasy, like pay for drinks and stews with gold bars and banknotes and stuff like that. It just spreads that RP, and if that person doesn't know where to go, now they have to go and ask where to sell it or how to trade it, and you meet new people doing that, like Hathaway and stuff like that. So there's a lot of crims that run these fences that they lose out on a lot of fucking money. Just like how Specs and Lucy were saying that doing the wagon stuff, that a lot of those things happen where it's mainly RP stuff, where, and most of the players know, like, okay, they're buying this wagon, we know they're not getting money for this wagon, so they kind of like generate it a little bit more, and it's what separates Wild than any other server that I played on. And I'm not trying to like badmouth any other server, I'm sure it happens in other servers, it's just I haven't seen it as well as it's done in Wild.
It's true. Indy just sold a few horses, and they didn't pay Indy for the horses in money. They paid it in gold. They paid the deal was like, we will pay for these horses in their weight in gold, and he's like, all right. And so it was like a trade between, like, you can have these foxtrotters or whatever, and you give me their weight in gold, and they did. They went out and robbed them banks and got that gold and came back, and he's like, well, here's these horses. Good job. Thanks for your business, your patronage. Gritty. Oh!
You guys have any roleplay peeves? Things that you...
Oh, no.
Maybe that's a bad
It might be.
topic. Maybe
That's a rabbit hole.
That can get rough, but the only one I have is I don't
We're all banned.
I don't like that everybody calls anyone who talks to law a rat.
Yeah.
That's not what the term is.
That's a big one.
A rat is someone who informs on their own group. That is a rat.
Right, snitches, people that are in the life that talk to law.
Snitches are people that are in the outlaw life that talk to law, and then civilians who talk to law are just being
civilians.
Yeah, that my character brings it up all the time because he personally had an issue with that. One of his civilian friends were actually killed, and they permud because they thought they were a snitch. And he's like, "What did you expect them to do? What did you expect them to do? They don't have a gang. They don't have family. You don't want them to go to law. You just want them to bend over, and you just ride in every day and rob them and beat them up. And that's just their quality of life here. Yeah. Like,
I want a rat in the Quil gang so bad.
That's my peeve, and like I do my best on myself to like steer people away from it.
Like, I think somebody said it earlier, but like you go and rob a general store, and the owner of the general store goes straight after the robber leaves and tells law. That's not him being a snitch. That's him just being
a general store owner
behavior,
right?
You would expect to see.
Right.
Like that's why the law exists, because there's people that don't have giant gangs that can't defend themselves. What are they supposed to do? They can't just bend over and just let it happen. Like, they need the stronger gang, the gang by the government, to go and help them. Help. And that's what it's for. Like, I also in character, it's just like, that's ridiculous what you just said. By everything, that person is impossible for them to be a snitch. It's impossible. It's possible. They have no loyalty to you or to anybody. Like, it's impossible.
My peeve is something that's hard to control. When somebody...
Good night.
What?
I said it's late for me. Good night. I gotta go.
All right, Lucy. Thank you for hopping in, man.
No problem. You have a wonderful night.
Good night.
My peeve is something that's hard to control. Not really control, but to do. So if
anyone from chat,
if like you gotta go do something OC, people, don't say I'm going in my head or I'm thinking about something.
I think about this all the time.
I gotta go take a piss. I gotta take a shit. You know what I mean? I gotta go fucking wipe off my glasses. You know what I mean? I gotta step around the corner. Just say something that makes fucking sense so I'm staying immersed. And like, if you're gonna explain something like a game mechanic, try to use it without saying press your X muscle, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Use your X, like stuff like that. That stuff makes me cringe. Well, of course, like I try my hardest not to like make that flow through in character. I try to just tell people, dude, you gotta go take a piss, or I mean, you gotta go take a shit. You know what I mean? Say this. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you're gonna go do. Go say that's what you're gonna go do. Don't. You know what I mean? I gotta go talk to my girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like some shit like that. Don't keep me immersed in it. We're role playing. We're not
Yeah.
necessarily talking on Discord. You know what I mean? Like we're you know what I mean? Try to keep me
On that-
immersed, please.
On that topic,
That's a big
my
one. That is such a
top
big one
tip-
for me.
My top tip, or a little thing that I love doing, is I just need a couple of minutes to adjust my saddle. It's
Let me
such
let
an
me
easy
sort
one
my
to say that.
saddlebag.
Just say that. Don't say I
Right.
need a couple of minutes to think to myself. Just say I need a few
Right.
minutes to adjust my saddle. Like, as simple as
Right.
that.
Right. Or like, you know what I mean? I was gonna say never mind. Thinking was flowing out there for a minute.
I'm
He's gonna
trying.
be uncensored.
I'm trying to think of like a pet peeve, but I usually kind of just let shit go. I'm trying to remember the last time that I got like annoyed, I guess.
Well, I keep thinking. Scarlett brings up a pretty good one that I'd like to agree with as a law person. If we have clear evidence that you did a crime, please just bend over. Please listen. We have the evidence. Don't keep pushing that you didn't do it and then get mad. You know what I mean? You don't got to do that. If we got the evidence and we got you right in our sights, let us pull the trigger, please.
Also, if we have the evidence and you still deny it, it makes no difference to the result. But like, we're still going to charge you and put you in sisika. So
I think
it does nothing if we have enough evidence. That's all we need.
Zip has denied it, but I think I make it like clear when Zip's being sarcastic enough for them. Zip's gonna get charged no matter what. Zip's guilty of a lot more shit than Law will ever know. So usually I take the crimes on the chin, but if I get my charges read to me and it's like I'm going away for like 20 something OOC days, I always just make a joke and deny like the least like I did not steal that horse. Show me proof that I stole that horse. Like I'll do something stupid like that, but it's usually once Zip gets caught, Zip's very open about his crime, so I've never had to deal with like the lying. My it's not a pet peeve. I don't play Law, but something that I will try to stray away from, and if I do it, I'll do /me's to indicate that it is Zip, is disguises, because not everyone can do voices. It's very awkward when you play a different character, and you're not like. You can't change the voice up that much to where they're like, is that you, Zip, or something like that. And then that person goes into the Law and then they get arrested and you try to like, if you push it too hard, it makes it awkward for Law and Crim because the Law is going to think, oh shit, this might be a separate character. So I think if you are going to do stuff like that, you need to do /me's.
It goes with unwritten policy for Law when it comes down to disguises, and it gets a little bit into a gray area as far, well, not really gray area, but kind of like you said, awkwardness, because with the way Law goes, we have a standard of etiquette. You know what I mean? Like we just have a standard, and if somebody's trying to role play in a disguise, we can't use voice to identify that person if they're not using a disguised voice. And it becomes really hard to kind of like administrate that, because like if you have a Law person that's not so sure, they're new, and like they know that this character is this character, maybe OOC or in character, whatever the case may be, but they're clearly in disguise and it clearly very well, and they did a good job with it. Let's give them that, you know what I mean, so that they can go. But sometimes it doesn't happen, and like they're identified like that, or like a civilian even does it. If somebody's in disguise, try your hardest to go with that role play. But also, if it comes to a point where they do something that is like, okay, that character does that all the time, that's a pattern, maybe that actually is the character. But don't try to like immediately fucking hop on that shit where it's them like 100%. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's hard to do though, because like people have voices like Sanctum. I was doing like a thing. I'm not going to go into it because it's actually really big. It was a big investigation, and I'm not going to like explain details. But for Sanctum to go undercover, it is very difficult because, in my opinion, I do not think that Sanctum can put on a voice with the way his voice is. So I was trying really hard to like put his hair down or shave his beard, do his beard a different way, wear clothes that he wouldn't wear, but also some clothes that he would wear, so that it makes sense so he could be identified. But I try my hardest to like make sure that there are elements in there besides my voice, because I myself don't like voice IDing, but again, it's hard not to voice ID somebody because OOC, you're like, dude, that's his voice. I know that's him. Now I have to disassociate that from the actual role play. You know what I mean? And it can be hard to do sometimes.
Question for Bud and anybody else that plays Crims. Do you have any pet peeves about lore?
Oh.
So it's hard to playing a character like Zip. It's hard to have pet peeves because I feel like Zip deserves so much worse than he actually gets from some lawmen. So there are times where it's like, oh, you know what? Yes, I do have one. And it's people that bring up like very old stuff when you try really hard to develop a character and they just write you off as like you're that same idiot that did that. That is something that bugs like Zip in character a lot, but it also like is kind of like diminishing the fact that you're trying to develop your character in a way to set like a precedence, but people will immediately like say, "Oh no, you're the same person that did this 9 months ago. Like you're still
It's
that
like,
piece
no,
of shit." And it's like,
I'm
no, I've
not
done
that same
so much
person.
more than just that. Like if you look at Zip from when he first joined the Kettlemans to now, it's a completely different character. Every time Zip goes through Sisika, I talk to Chad about what's going to change with Zip. And, like, we kind of agree on, like, okay, he's going to be dark. And he's not going to ask Alice anymore how she's doing. He's going to be very, like, push away from the people that are supposed to be closest to him. And you try to build so much more than just that. But then you run into, like, a lawman that's just, like, writes you off. Like Zip has murdered 8 people in the crossing, like players, and people kind of write that off. And I do it to myself. I play Zip in a very, very weird way to where you have to be close to him to understand him. And he won't get close to you unless you kind of give him that respect, but he doesn't deserve that respect. So it's a very hard key to get to unlock Zip's inner core. But once you do, it changes the whole dynamic between those two characters. And with that, it sucks that it's just like that character is something that you live in your past. I think that's the biggest thing that kind of irks me with the way people treat Zip, especially when you try so hard to develop it.
Yeah, and that's on lore characters to, you know, remember that just because they might not see criminals so frequently, they might only see them when they're behind the cells every 2 weeks. That doesn't mean that they haven't, you know, developed and changed as a character whilst they've not been sitting with lore characters all the time.
For me, if you gotta go. Sorry.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, go bed.
All right, have a good night, Speckles. Thank
Good
you
night,
for
good night, good
hanging out.
Have a good night.
Of course, yes. We'll actually play horror games next time.
I'll play tomorrow. I'm down.
Yes. Okay.
He says that now.
Well, Zip will probably be in Siska tomorrow.
Good.
Again.
Okay. All right. Good night.
Good night.
Right. For me, I mained a Civ for like the first 3-4 months I was on server, and I've been on server for like 8 months, almost 9 months now. And I just didn't feel valued by law. Like I was like, because I wasn't a part of a big gang, and I didn't have like any huge things. So like every time I'd be like, oh hey, I was robbed by this person or whatever, or like this person like rode into Repeaty and like murdered all of our cows. Like that's a big thing for like Repeaty. Like they came in and murdered all the cows. Like that's huge. That's how we make our liveliness. And literally, something like it. For me, I just felt like if you weren't big, like if you weren't the Wallaby Kid, or if you weren't weren't like Zip Quil or someone huge, like the law didn't want anything to do with you. Like it took like I just that's how I felt. Like I just felt like, oh well, if you're not huge, if you don't have that big chase, like if you just have like a Civ RP that is like someone killed my cow, like in 1902, that's huge. Like those cows were my liveliness. But it just I dropped the Civ RP for a while in the main crim, and then I felt like oh, that's cops and robbers, like it's awesome. But it just stopped my Civ RP because it's like I was like just didn't feel like there was anything, like bad things would happen and I'd be like, oh, okay, well fuck me. that's just how I felt. I just felt like fuck me. Like you weren't valued because you were a Civ. Feels like you're like a second class citizen. That was just my pet peeve.
The same question back at you guys, but for crims. I know we kind of went over it, but there has to be like one that stands out.
I think, in my opinion, I think robbing sprees are a little like if you're so pace yourself, right? Now, the reason why I say this is because, like I was saying earlier, law have a lot going on most days. Some days are slow, but when they're not slow, it can be very overwhelming for some people. Like for I'm only going to use myself as an example for this. I'm a line cook. So every day when I'm cooking, I'm overwhelmed, but I've grown to adjust to that where I'm multitasking and I'm doing multiple things. So when I'm on WildRP and I'm playing a law person, it is very hard for me to get overwhelmed. But that's only because of my lifestyle, right? That's the only because I've built that. Now, that's not everybody, right? So when a lot of things are happening and they get overwhelmed, they can get discouraged. And then their character may change a little bit where they're acting a certain way to law, or not to law, but to criminals because, you know what I mean? Like they're losing. But the reason why I say pacing is because if you're a robber, right, and you've robbed one person, and then 5 minutes later you go to another town telegram station, you rob another person, and you keep robbing people over and over and over again without giving law enough time to catch you, then it's like we're chasing after ghosts. You know what I mean? And it's not necessarily fun for law, right? So I think that is something that I'd like to see change. Now, I'm not saying everybody does this. They're only like, you know, maybe a new person comes into the server and they do that, or you know what I mean? I'm not saying this is the whole server, but it does happen. And like, I just wish that there was pacing where you do a crime, you give law to catch you for that crime or to act in that crime. If they meet up with you, you know what I mean? Whatever. Then see where it goes. You know what I mean?
Real quick, before you answer, Ray, how often is concerned citizen tip sent out, and how does the law feel about that?
Not much. It really depends. When a bank robbery happens, concerned citizen is sent. When moonshine happens, concerned citizen is sent.
No, not like that. When it's very clearly like a player.
Yeah. That's what I was getting to.
Okay.
So those are the only times that are automated, right? Moonshine, banks, no gunshots, no nothing like that. So if you shoot up a town, there's no tip that's going to come in unless a civilian or whoever got shot sends in a tip saying this happened, right? If you guys flee and it says, you know what I mean, that person says they fled to the west, that could be fucking anywhere. If you're in Valentine and it says you fled to the west, you're not going anything. What would be cool, in my opinion, is if they fled to the west, Tall Trees area. That gives us a scope to go into. But to answer your question, not much. Like I said, it really depends on the situation. It depends on the group of people.
Yeah, I was about to say, in my experience of being a new lawman over the last recent few weeks, there's definitely like key players and gangs that are really shit hot and good at doing that on a frequent basis, and there's other people that aren't so good at it. So it's kind of a lot of the bigger gangs and a lot of the bigger streamers are really good at that, but some of the kind of lesser known criminals or less regular criminals that play don't do it as often.
Would you guys rather have more in-depth, or would you guys want to do more of the investigation side of the RP? Because like when I do them, I
gotta go to bed, so see you guys. Have fun.
Benny. Have a good night.
So when you say investigations, what do you mean? Us tracking you down? Is that what you mean?
Right. So like if Zip sends a telegram and says he's going, like Zip Quil is seen heading west, it's kind of clear what west Zip is heading, right? Like it's very clear it's past Armadillo.
Right.
But would you guys want to know, like he had mentioned something about a fort? Like, would you want to know the exact location, or do you guys want to be able to go out west and do the hunting party?
It's a mixture of both. I'm going to be honest with you. Like that would be cool to see, because that's a destination. That is a clue. Now it could be, you know what I mean? This character could be in fort, but not actually the fort. You know what I mean? It could be their fort. It could be fucking Twin Rocks. You know what I mean? But detailed, I guess. I mean, it really depends on the person. Some people like searching, but not for a long time because, like I said, resources can lack. there may not be a lot of people on. So sending out a group of 6 to look for somebody for a half an hour may not be beneficial, and it may not even happen. Because if we only have 8 law on, we can't send 6 and then 2 left to guard the east. For those 6 to go out west and look for you for an hour, have a 2-hour scene. Meanwhile, there's a bank being robbed. There's a town that got shot up. There's a hostage over at fucking the speakeasy in above Emerald Ranch. You know what I mean? So like, there has to be a balance. You know what I mean? Having detailed maybe a little too easy, but maybe just like a little clue may be cool, or having a trail. You know what I mean? Say you send out a tip in Valentine saying, yo, I heard they're going this way. Then you send out one going Wallace, you know what I mean? From Valentine, right? You send one from Wallace. Okay, now we know the general path they're going in. Then send one in Blackwater, or skip Blackwater and go to Armadillo. Send one in Armadillo. Folks just pass through, or folks are chilling around here. You know what I mean? So having something to go on is amazing, but then to have it lead to an actual interaction is even better. Because in most cases, they may not even involve an interaction with those people, even though they're sending in concerned citizens, because they're moving. You know what I mean? And it's hard to keep up.
I was about to say that for me, it's all about variety. So like, I think sometimes sending a tip in that doesn't give a lot of information that leads to, law being able to do some investigation and some tracking is fun. But then also it's up to the Crim to decide what scene they want. It might be that you want to go to a fort and you want 6 deputies to rock up so that you can have an amazing gunfight. So I think it's all about variety and maybe like varying that depending on the sort of thing that you want as a criminal.
At the end of the day, I feel like as long as the lock
for a little bit, or do you want a big scene?
Yeah, because I've always felt like conflicted on giving details like too deep, like because I don't want to take away from the investigation side of the chase, right? But I also want to be able to give enough to where, like Scarlett just said a little bit ago, where it's not like hours of searching, because you never know when that player goes to bed. You never know if they move locations. I think once a tip is sent to, if people are listening to this, learning ways to be like a criminal, better for the server that they're in or in Wild, when you do send tips, you have to remember to wait there a little bit, because it's not right away that the law just is ready at the tip line, has 6 ready to go out to that place, and they might not show up. There might not be enough law. It's very hard as a criminal to know when there's that many law on duty enough to do whatever you're trying to do. But if you are doing back-to-back robberies, fucking send anonymous tips, send in things, send clues to the people you rob. Just try to facilitate it enough. Right, try to get caught. And then you can always try to escape. Once you see law show up, you can hop on your horses. It continues a chase. It continues the run. Like, it does add more time, but, I mean, you could decide to turn yourself in if you're not looking at OC. I think a big thing, too, is a lot of people, they'll commit crimes all day and then just go to law when they're about to go to bed to kind of sleep off their sisika sentence so that they don't have to do it. Like, make it hard. There's times where Zip will turn themselves in, but it's mainly to get, like, there's a wedding or something, like I can't be in sisika, or trying to be there for someone that it's, like, hard. Like, it's I don't think it's fun for the law if someone goes on a huge crime spree, hides all the weapons, turns themselves in, done.
Right. Yeah, because then those people you rob don't get roleplay out of it. You know what I mean? Like, the justice was served, and we can tell them the justice was served, but their heirlooms or their weapons are not retrieved anymore. You know what I mean? The money that was stolen, whatever it may be.
Exactly.
And for us to replenish that, we don't have unlimited resources to do so. They have implemented this a way of giving back weapons. We have like citizen return weapons and stuff like that could be used to give back to the civilian populace if we don't get their weapon after X amount of time. But it'd be good to get their weapons back once in a while. I'm not saying every single time but if you're going on a robbing spree and you just rob 6 people in like the matter of an hour and a half, 2 hours, it may be like, it might be time for you to get some interaction with law at this point, because you just robbed a handful of fucking people.
Yeah.
And they're all, you know what I mean, in character pissed. Like, they're coming to the law and then they're giving us shit for not doing our jobs. You know what I mean? So like, there's only so much we can do, Like Sanctum always tells them, like, listen, Are there any like marks you can say that they're wearing, or is there anything they're wearing that can, like, you know what I mean, help me? You have any names, anything like that? And if they tell me no, and like it's like, okay, I don't know who it was, I don't know who I'm looking for. You know, if a tip comes in saying, hey, some folks that just got robbed, the people that did it, you know what I mean, are here, awesome. Then I can tell that person that we have them, we're searching for them. But if we can't do that, then that person's super discouraged because they just lost their shit. Now they feel like the law's not doing their job correctly, and now we're getting hate from the civilian populace. Meanwhile, you know, there's a lot of, it's cool for role play, don't get me wrong, but it can get tiring at times when it happens over and over and over again. And I'm not saying it does happen over and over again. I'm just saying if it does, you know what I mean?
Right. And I think a big thing too is like if you're a criminal and you steal someone's an etched weapon or a very nicely customized one, keep it on you. Get arrested with it. Try to at least. Don't stash it away forever.
Right. Sanctum had a gun. So I myself OOC like to have Sanctum have super customized guns that are really expensive for the sole reason of getting robbed. And Sanctum has not been robbed in like a fucking year, dude. I shit you not. He has not been robbed. Nobody wants to rob him. I don't know what it is, but he's had that same gun, but he had a gun before that was robbed, and he actually got it back a couple months later. I thought I was never going to get that gun back, but I got it back, and I was very fucking surprised. Very fucking surprised, but it was awesome that I got it back. But I completely derailed that. I just wanted to say that.
Going off of what people are talking about in the chat, if you want to hand yourself in, don't. You know, there's so many other amazing ways to get caught by law. Craft a storyline where you slip up and you leave things behind, or, you know, send tip-ins that are really obvious to where you guys might be. There's so many other ways to get caught by law rather than just turning up to a sheriff station and saying, I want to hand myself in.
Yeah, you could. There's like, that's the thing, is like, if you sit there and you think of other ways, it will come naturally to you of what your character could do to kind of get caught. I think tonight was a perfect example with Zoe and Zip. Like, I turned myself in without turning myself in, just to give it a little bit more RP. That was mainly just because Red M was fucking down, and I think by the time the arrest happened, there was 6 people online, and I felt absolutely terrible about mobbing around with 5 people when there was only 1 lawman on duty. I think that's something that criminals have to be subconscious about too at all times, is like, if there's 30 pop, don't go robbing people with 6 fucking people. At least try to stay away from it. It's very difficult to rob people when, I mean, already 2v1 is a very outnumbered, but it gives that person at least a little bit. They could talk shit without having 6 people that are ready to gun them down in a fucking heartbeat. Like, plus,
there could be, you might have that one of those 2 people might have slipped, might have turned around, give that person an edge. You know what I mean? Some way to take advantage of that situation to no longer get robbed. You know what I mean?
Right.
It adds an interesting story.
When we go robbing with 6 people, we usually try to have 2 or 3 people that are watching guard, and they kind of just split out in different zones, so only 3 people are going up on the person. But it's hard to facilitate it to where it's like, okay, if they're shooting, don't like step in, just go and retrieve the bodies. Like, don't worry about getting them.
It's hard to
like,
say that in character without, you know what I mean, breaking.
Right. Because it's like, Zip is a dangerous fucking criminal. Like, he's not going to go around saying value their life. But it has to be something. And I think you as the player on an OOC level, as like, there's already a lot of responsibilities for a character or person that runs their own gang. There's so much shit you have to worry about, because that shit will fall back on you. There is the 10-man rule that's very hard, because you feel like people are going to get hurt. OOC, when you say, hey, there's not enough space for you, it's very confusing in RP to say, hey, we can only have 6 people ride with us even though we're actively being hunted. There's already a lot of like ways that it becomes like you have to push past that in a way. But at the same time, you have to make it fair for everyone on the server. Yeah, you're a big fucking gang. You have the people, you have the numbers. When you try to start like an arc to where if I rob a criminal, I want that criminal to come after me. But that criminal, if they don't have 6 people to come after me, there's no chance of them getting retribution because of MVL rules and other things. Like, it's hard for them to go to a town and say fuck this guy and rage war on them because of the gang rules, and they have to be officially a gang. So it's nice if you're gonna do that to kind of separate from your group a little bit, kind of go on a one-on-one with someone, and maybe it's just you and them, like a date, or hey,
Right.
Isaac, I just want to go on a ride, let's go talk somewhere. That way you could be found, and one person can, I think a lot of people don't understand that one person can rob two if you do a good enough plan and you have it to where it's like it's a setup, or you have like the upper hand. I don't think a lot of people will facilitate that, because a lot of people know that you don't have a gang and you might be like a newer criminal. Zip has robbed 2 lawmen at one time by using a horse to block the road, hiding behind the horse, and using the gun up, telling them both one by one put their hands up. And it was mainly just to get like $200, and they left. Everyone left with their guns and stuff like that. I wasn't doing anything. Zip needed a couple $100, so he took the opportunity to do it. And I've made mistakes. I'm not saying copy everything that I do as like a crim. It's just you learn things as you go on, especially being a crim for, I mean, almost a year now. There's a lot of things that you learn on the way to facilitate for both parties.
The same thing goes for law as well. Speaking of which, I want to touch on something that Duke of Fluke said. And I'm going to say that this is only my opinion. I'm not going to say that this is the law opinion in general. But one of the reasons why I feel that there is quote unquote gun happy law is because, let's put it in an example here, right? All day, or maybe a couple days ago or whatever, a gang decided to shoot super early in a chase, or decided to gun down a bunch of law without really any interaction. That feels kind of shitty, right? Now, maybe it fits the role play, but then you have a situation where law keep getting in these standoffs, but they're ending up being shootouts like really quick. And then now this law is in the state of like, okay, we feel like we need to shoot these law, and that's like incorrect, right? Now, I'm not saying, like, again, this is my opinion. If it's happening to the law in a way that it's like not necessarily always, but a handful of times, then perhaps law in their own minds will then do that, right? So it's like a eye for an eye type of deal. I'm not saying it's right at all. I think that it needs to be like shied away from. And if it is happening, I would definitely put in like a report or whatever of the situation, just to, you know what I mean, facilitate that and make sure that it doesn't happen. But it can go both ways. There's also gun happy criminals as well, comparative to law. And that's probably one of the reasons why it keeps happening, is because law's put in the situation where shooting is like boom, boom, boom. All the law is down. Now they're discouraged again. You know what I mean? And then they get into another situation where it's the same group of people. They end up shooting first, and then it's, you know what I mean? And then it becomes a habit. So it's definitely not right. I think that's just my opinion on it, how I see it. Of course, maybe that's the incorrect opinion to have on it, the way that I'm seeing things. But I just wanted to touch on that because you did say, I also saw a couple other people say it as well. So I just wanted to say, again, that's my opinion.
Also on that as well, I don't know whether people are aware, but generally gangs will kind of have a like a not a tag associated to them, but like a reputation associated to them. So if you're in a gang that is shooting real quick, you know, on every scene, you'll be likely to have that force matched to you more frequently. So, you know, just remember that, you know, if you're in a gang that perhaps doesn't shoot that often, you'll probably not come against law that shoot very often. But
Right.
in the same breath, if you are known to be in a gang that is constantly shooting, the reaction from law will probably be more severe, because that's generally how things are kind of filed away in our system.
Right. And it could be like used both ways too. Killing or shooting or hurting a hostage needs to be treated like at the next bank job. I think law needs to be a lot more aggressive. Like, okay, this person, like, because Zip, during one of the bank jobs, we couldn't actually do it. There wasn't enough law on. But I shot someone outside. I did like the F execute, and then I stabbed someone inside the bank job. We were ready for the shootout to happen, obviously.
Yeah, it would have happened 100%.
Right, but I wanted the next time I robbed the bank for law just not to, like, okay, this Zip is known to fucking hurt a hostage. That's kind of, like, I would not be upset if they bum rush the bank, because that is now Zip's. Zip has now hurt a hostage. He is now known that life is not valued inside that bank. He will kill someone. We need to just bust down the doors. But I get it on law side because it, like, they don't know that I'm okay with that. And like I said earlier, it's hard to reach out to people because you don't know who's responding to that bank. So you can't really let them know, like, hey, if you push, I'm not going to be upset. So it's also like, you keep our peers' opinions in your head, and they might be totally okay with it, but they might be upset. Like, okay, you just bum rush. I'm trying to make a scene for you, and you just bum rushed us. Well,
right, and that's part of the reason why law is kind of difficult, because you have to read the room, but you also have to know the person at an OC level if they're going to be okay with this. You know what I mean? And make sure that they're having fun. So, like, situations like that, like through in-character policy, if you hurt a hostage, you are going to get breached on. You're not exiting that bank without getting into a shootout, and we try our hardest not to do that. But if it comes down to it, it's going to have to happen, and you're going to have to be okay with it. You know what I mean? And because you're forcing our hand at that point, unfortunately. And if, like I said, if you're not okay with it, then you probably shouldn't do it. You know what I mean?
I think it's know your character's reputation. Like, assume that the law is going to treat if you hurt a hostage, assume that the law is going to not consider their life safe with you holding them, because they're not. They're really not. Once you scoop low enough to hurt a hostage, the law needs to kind of be like, okay, we need to just shoot them. Hopefully the hostage doesn't get hurt, but the way that we see this is either way that hostage life is in danger, our best bet is to down the criminals. But not every criminal will think like that.
So what I've seen as well is sometimes it's not even anything to do with hurting hostages. It's just to do with the reputation of the gang. Like DEG is a big one at the moment, where, you know, recently there was not that recently, but a few days back at least, there was a robbery that the DEG did with Wallaby Kid, and the law, like, pretty much as soon as the chase started firing. I believe I wasn't on it, but from what I understand, that, you know, the law started shooting guns a lot earlier than they would do on normal banks. So, you know, and that's because of the reputation of the Wallaby Kid and DEG. So that is something that happens with gangs. If your gang is slowly starting to be known as a violent gang that is constantly shooting down lawmen, you know, during chases, we will, generally speaking, you know, be a lot more vicious or hostile towards those types of gangs.
Right, and to touch on a criminal side, I can see this. So I don't play criminal, obviously, so maybe this opinion's wrong, but if your gang does have a reputation like that, those are actions that you committed. So later down the road, if those actions are put into the face of the law and they decide to act a certain way because of your reputation, I would try your hardest not to get mad at that situation in an OC level and feel like you were mistreated because of the actions that you did later on. Like, if you go through the track record of DEG, there should be no absolute in-character reason for law to trust that gang in particular. The only reason why is because of the things that they did and the amount of times that they've gone against their word, right? Now, of course, that's my opinion again. So maybe it won't happen, but we also have to have a balance as well. Where, like, yes, sure, in character, in the time frame, in their reputation, we shouldn't be giving them that leverage. We shouldn't be giving them that. But it also makes for good role play to do those things. So maybe we shouldn't, but we still do anyways to facilitate role play and to make the scene good. You know what I mean? Now, maybe a situation that happens with them another day, it's another group of law that decide to, you know what I mean, crack down. Whereas the group before said, you want to know what? Let's be lenient. Let's give them a cool scene, even though it's probably going to be cool anyways. Let's, you know what I mean? Give and take at the same time. It's hard to balance that because it could be one group of law that act this way, then another group of law act a different way. Now, let's put this in perspective. Let's say that first gang decided to shoot, right? Because it made sense. But then later on, another group is trying to balance it and be nice, but then DEG decide to shoot, right? Now we're going down this rabbit hole of it continuing in a cycle. You know what I mean? Which could be unhealthy. You know what I'm saying? But it's hard to be lenient on a gang that would have a reputation like that. But it's also hard to crack down on them and then later on have them not crack down on us when we're trying to be lenient with them. You know what I mean?
Right.
you can't like message Verts and be like, yo, I know that you guys got fucked up yesterday, but tomorrow I want to do this, and then have it make in character sense. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Also, I think it's exciting. It's an exciting thing for gangs to explore if they want to. Like if you're a new gang and you're doing some crime and you've been relatively not that violent with a lot of your crime, and you decide you want to start stepping it up a gear for the next couple of weeks, and you want to start having those really violent shootouts with law, like that's a decision that you can make in character as a gang leader or whatever, to start kind of pushing your gang in that direction. You know, so it's all about kind of deciding which direction you want your kind of crim to go down.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just not everyone's gonna have the same mentality. Every RPer is different. Every person is different. So it's like hard to gauge those things because someone, and like Scarlett mentioned earlier, once the law push in or they don't value the hostage, Zip is a very bad person when it comes to this because he will say to everybody in the crossing that values don't hostage or law doesn't value the hostage's life. I try to make it more of a RP thing, but I can 100% see that being like taken toxic for law because then the law's gonna have to fucking either not be able to go against the thing because of the reputation, or it's gonna get people in like weird spots. So I can 100% see that going both ways. And Wicked, as you said, yeah, I would not be upset if the next bank job we did, because the last one we blew up a deputy, if they just stormed in the fucking bank.
Yeah, but we try not to do that though.
I know.
And you know that's probably not going to happen because then
Right.
the scene is getting shut down. You know what I mean?
Right. It's just like that's where I'm at. Like I wouldn't mind, but that's the thing is once someone says that it's okay, and if they try to do it with someone that's not, and plus the bank
Right.
jobs, it's not like a Quil gang thing, right? So we could get people that never robbed the bank before, and that could be their very first experience robbing a bank on Wild, and then they see the law push in, and then that just sets that person's like it's so hard to get everyone on the same page, especially
Right.
when it's law and crim, because it's not just your gang and it's not
Right.
just law, and every law is different and you don't know who from law is showing up.
Right.
It's kind of like one of those things, know your RPer, but at the same time not everyone knows their RPer that they're going against. Not everyone reaches out OOC, like Torture. I think Torture is a big thing where a lot of people reach out and say, hey, I'm going to do this, but there's people like Peppo. When I reached out for Coyote Torture perms, he was just like, do whatever you want. Like, I don't want to know what you're doing, because it's hard to like give someone that surprise when you reach out and say, hey, I'm going to torture your character. Where's the line?
You know what I mean? I get what you're saying, but you should do that. You know what I mean?
But I
Just
think
torture
it's
people that
also
send
know your
you.
RPer.
Yeah.
Like, I know
Yeah.
Peppo wouldn't mind if I did it, but
I
you have to
I
get to that stage.
Yeah, 100%. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. There's
I'm cool with that. Whatever. I don't care when it comes to. I don't mean I don't care as in like. I just mean I don't care what happens with my character. Like whatever the fuck happens. You know what I mean?
right.
Like one time, like how Sanctum got injured, for example. Like I killed Bob. Right, Sanctum killed Bob, and then the Dead End gang were like kidnapping some law, trying to find out who the fuck did it. And somebody said that it was Sanctum, which then caused them to go after Sanctum, but also Snow as well, because when Snow was a deputy, the dude who rode with I don't remember who, he fucking, I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. He was in Rhodes. I like just woke up, man. I was in Rhodes. I sent out a telegram saying that I was there because like there was a tip FOAing me or a report FOAing Sanctum saying that DJ, no, you need to be careful. So I went and sent out a tip saying that I'm in Rhodes. I need backup, you know what I mean, to make sure that I'm cool. I went into the office and DG showed up, right? I'm looking through the window. Wallaby Kid came up to the door. I could have stayed completely silent right there. He looked through the window. He saw me. I could have stayed in that office. That door's locked. There's no way he could get into it. But I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go outside and give him the role play. You know what I mean? Whatever the fuck he wants to do, he can fucking do it. And that's how Sanctum's injured. But like, it's those moments where you have balance, and sure, a mechanic could have stopped that from all happening. But what's the fun in that? You know what I mean? What's the fun in that? There is no fun in that.
Right. Welcome, Deadly. Deadly is
Hello.
new to Wild, right? Like very new?
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to come in because of how new, but
No, dude, you're good.
How new is new?
2 weeks, I think, at this point.
Yeesh, hasn't even had his cherry popped yet. No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
He,
bro.
he got robbed by Zip, and Zip also brought him on his first bank job 2 days in, and we blew up a deputy. So I think his
Yeah.
cherries are
Zip's
getting
so
popped.
weird, man. Zip is so weird, man. Let me rob this dude 2 days later. Yo, you want to go on a
No,
bank job, man?
No, it's two separate characters.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was about to-
Yeah.
But Zip would do something like that.
What?
Zip has done something like that, actually. I think we used our Zip's very first bank robbery. We had the hostage do the lock picking because we didn't know how.
Wow. I've done that in the past. I swear, but
So
Sorry,
let me
I'm-
ask on Salsa just said. So I get what you're saying there. Now, what I think should also happen is you should also ask permission from the other person if a situation happened where you got kidnapped, you know what I mean? Something happened and you decided, you know what I mean? Like, I want to lose an eye, I want to lose a limb, you know what I mean? That could potentially be attempted murder, right? Now, that's a heavy charge. Okay. And I'm sure Bu knows this. That is a heavy charge, and you're going away for OOC time. So asking permission from that person as well who harmed you in any way, when you want to lose an eye, you want to lose a limb, whatever, could also be beneficial as well, because maybe they didn't want that scene to go to that extreme where like I could have died. Or like another example would be if you got into a fight with Law and then a Law permas, that is way different than killing a civilian, right? It's harsher punishments against LEOs than it is on civilians and other criminals. So like if you kill a deputy, you're going away for like a long time. I don't know the exact charge number. I'm sure Scarlett probably does, but it's up there. Like it's pretty fucking large.
It was
So
700 days.
Right. That's like four or five OOC days, maybe six. So
It would be 5 OOC days. I'm a master at times now.
right. So you're going away for a long time. You know what I mean? So maybe asking permission, like, hey, are you cool if I perma this character? Is that what you want to see for your character? Blah 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 would also be pretty cool as well. Instead of just taking it upon yourself to kill your character, and then unfortunately that person has to deal with the consequence that you decided to make when they may not have wanted that. You know?
Right. Yeah. Anything limb wise or anything like that. Like there's like a line too, because like Zip carved someone's arm with karma in Sisika, and I reached out for that, and it's like I'm pretty sure they said, oh, you don't have to ask me with like little stuff like that, but I think it needs to be set. Like anything more than just shooting someone down, like if you're gonna do like even like a head execute, like I feel like that's something that should be like, hey, like if I do that, it's either to knock them down and I say I'm going to shoot you in the shoulder, or like I'm putting a bullet in your cheek. I let them know that I'm not doing like a headshot to make them feel uncomfortable about an execution, because it's hard to like justify, okay, I just got shot in the fucking head, like very clearly got shot in the head. Like I think doing a little bit of like telling the person I'm shooting you in the cheek because you couldn't keep your mouth shut, like it shows that the bullet didn't necessarily go through the head, it was more a cheek or something like that. But then there's times where you pick up on that character really quickly, you find them, and it's very hard to reach out. They might not see it. And I think if that's the case, you delay it. You push it aside. You say, you know what, I'm not ready. I'm going to let you sit in fear. Like there's ways to RP it until you get that permission. You don't have to think that the scene is dead or that you can't do it just because they didn't request or they didn't answer your request of giving you the perms to do it. Just you can make an RP reason to kind of like, you know what? I'm going to find you again and I'm going to do worse. Give them time to kind of respond with something as crazy as like cutting off an ear, cutting off anything, really, using a knife to carve, shit like that. I think that's the best way to go about. And that's just RP etiquette. It's not like...
Also, please don't slash me in the scene saying, hey, are you cool if I cut off your leg?
I've never seen that.
Do that in game. Don't do that in game.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Well, I've seen before somebody would do like a dash me where they say holds knife to close to the skin, considering cutting or something like that, and the person would respond with a dash me saying the knife cuts.
Okay, that's better than asking
That's
deliberate.
a lot
Yeah.
better. Yeah. Than just
But that-
question marking it.
That is also hard to like pull off sometimes because of what you want to do. Like it kind of would come across as weird. So you're
Yeah.
streaming it or whatever. It would be like, why would that character ponder it rather than just do it? You know.
Right. Fucking Bishop's in here. What's up, Scarlett?
Hey.
Oh yeah, Bishop. Sorry for launching you into the river, buddy. Love you.
Did you have anything to add on that, Scarlett? He's not actually in here. He's in the chat.
Oh.
No, he's in.
Not
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Oh.
Do you have anything to add, Scarlett, on what we were talking about that you might have not gotten across in the chat?
With oh god, I don't know. I had a million thoughts. I just got home, so I thought I'd pop in here and say hi.
Gotcha.
Hi.
I don't think I'm gonna go to bed,
It's
to be
like
honest.
I had a bunch of stuff like running through my mind, and then I joined, and now I'm like blank because it's like.
Oh yes, what I was dying to say was it's so hard to be law sometimes and be giving because so my thing lately is these bank robberies where somebody starts writing for an obvious choke point and you're like, do I shoot before they get to the choke point? But what if they're not going to the choke point? What if they've got something else planned? What if I'm going to ruin their plans by just shooting
Right.
them before they get to the choke point? So you're like, it's fine. I'll be giving. I won't shoot. And then they go straight over the bridge, jump off their horses. And next thing, like you're down on the ground. You're like, ah, okay. Yeah, that happened. And it's really hard to balance.
Sorry.
So with what Scarlett just said right there, you can imagine how many times the choke points are being utilized, right, with certain mechanics, which brings the balancing thing, right? Now this goes on to what let me scroll up to what Duke of Flukes is saying, the gun happy law, right? Now it may seem like we're being gun happy, but what is that criminal planning? Are they going to a choke point where they could just gun down on the law really easy? Or are they going to drag on that scene? You know what I mean? So we have to put into question, like, do we shoot now, like Scarlett says, or do we wait for the scene to pull out, but then we're all on the ground and the chase is over, the scene's over? You know what I mean? So it's really like, what, like, how can we make this fun without having it not fun for us? You know what I mean? Like it's fun for them to shoot us down. Like I get that completely, but then roll all down on the ground after just getting funneled, and we don't really have a way to get out of that besides shooting first before they get to that funnel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I was pondering this for quite a bit the other day, and I thought, how do we figure this out? And I thought next time I do a negotiation, I'm just going to ask what their escape route is and where they're going, things like that, and try and communicate that a bit better. And I think criminals could as well be like, look, we're not just going to shoot you down. We're not looking to do this. We're looking to escape or something, just so that we can both have a little bit of indication of what we're expecting from the scene, I think.
Scarlett, I did have a question. Were you part of a bank a few days ago in Rhodes? Because I wanted to get perspective from the law on that one.
Maybe.
Yeah, there was a wagon involved, and I'm just wondering, like when you see the wagon, so to speak, heading towards a very tight space, right? Like when is it incentive for you guys to open fire? Like truly, like would it be a case of?
I'll let Scarlett go first on this since you asked her.
Oh, I was there. I think I know what you're talking about. So y'all did the bank. My God, I can't believe Wild is making me say y'all. So and then you went along the usual choke point and then parked a wagon on the bridge, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
The wagon was behind like the stables, and then
So that's kind of exactly what I was talking about. I was like, okay, they're going for the choke point. Are they going for the choke point? Yeah. I didn't want to shoot first because I didn't know, and I didn't want to assume, and I didn't know who it was robbing the bank or anything like that. So kind of let that play out. And then you park the wagon, we all got stuck behind it. And that was just kind of the end.
Yeah.
And it happens. Like, you know, I literally couldn't get by that wagon, and then I got stuck and no one can see the horses. and I ended up just falling into nothing because it's sometimes wagons just get a bit scuffed when they're at a distance to other players. But yeah, so we didn't get a chase or a shootout or anything like that, but I guess you didn't either. So how did you feel about it?
I felt like it was a little too easy, and it wouldn't have been as fun for the law, which was a concern of mine. Like, great, we gotta win, but
glad
it's
you
not
had
about
that
the wins,
concern.
right? Like,
It's a plus.
I like to make it fun for everybody. That's like part of the point, right? That's why like there's the other day I got into a shootout, right? And it wasn't about like coming out on top. It was about having a good shootout.
Yeah, but then your plan was just a little too good.
Yeah, that is the problem. Is so I come from a lot of public servers where a lot of people go for the wins, and so to counter that, I have to be in that mindset as well. And so getting used to equalizing it for not going with the wins is it's just getting used to it, And I after the robbery, I was concerned, like, well, shit, that might not have been as fun for the law as it was for us,
So, to answer your question about shooting wagons, my standard for wagons is if they've been running. So, this is the thing about wagons. Horses have stamina. Wagons don't have stamina. They can continue to run and run and run. You're going to get away 100% of the time with a wagon unless we shoot. It is just guaranteed, right? So, in my opinion, if I'm chasing after a wagon, I'm going to give you some time. I'm going to feel it out. Are you guys continuously speeding just to get away? Is that what's happening? Because if that's what's happening, I'm shooting the fucking wagon. Like, I'm shooting the wagon. If you guys are doing it to win and not create a scene, I'm shooting the wagon. Like, point blank and simple. That's just what's going to happen. But if I notice you guys are like going our speed and like you're giving us like dialogue and you're continuing, I'm not going to shoot your wagon. I'm going to play along with your scene and I'm going to keep going. Because, like, I'm just going to use the word meta. Wagon meta, I don't really like it because you can block off almost every bridge. You can use the wagon to stop law and then start shooting at them. It's happened countless of times. But that's just my opinion. So, like, if I'm on the chase, like I said, I'm probably going to shoot your wagon unless you're giving me indications that you're not just going to speed off and get the fuck out of there. But that's just my opinion.
So how do you guys feel about like wagons being used to, say, maim horses and such? What about that? Is that does that frustrate or?
Do you elaborate or say in a different way? Because I don't really understand.
So say the majority of the people in a bank they use their horse to get away. And then there's a couple that ride on the wagon, so it's like evenly split. And they, instead of like using the wagon to say block off a choke point, they use it to take down some horses of the law. How would that make you feel?
I mean, what do you mean by take down? Ram into the horses? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I think that would be. I mean, you're like looking at attempted murder, probably. Like we're ramming into somebody with a horse. You're looking at a pretty hefty charge with that.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, hey, maybe it'll be interesting. Like if we notice you're gonna do that, we're probably gonna shoot that wagon down, and then a shootout's gonna immense, right? Like if we notice you guys are about to do that, like brake check us, we're gonna know that something's going on here, and we're probably gonna react in a way that might be more forceful than otherwise. In my opinion of it, I won't say my opinion on it because I'm too blunt to do that, and so I'll just leave it there.
I'll say if you run someone over with a wagon, you can in-cap them really quickly.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do it personally. I'd rather have a cool shootout that lasts a long time than all of a sudden finding myself in-capped on the floor.
Yeah.
Actually, I could have a perfect fucking example of that. Blackwater, fucking bank robbery with possibly the Dead End Gang, or maybe it was other people, can't remember. But somebody was, so they had one outside, 5 inside. The one outside, as soon as the robbers were ready to go, or as soon as the door broke, or once the robbers were like ready to go and they left the thing, The person ran as fast as they could to the logging thing, got a logging wagon, and then used it. So you know the ravine, the main path going to Blackwater where it goes into the water and you have the like you only have one way to go, or you take the river. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. I know what you mean.
So we were going down there, and as soon as they went up the hill and got clearance, they drove that logging wagon full speed down that ramp, and it literally hit everybody, every law person. I was in capped instantly, and like they got away scot clean. Like we had no idea what was happening. I was in the front of it. I think I have a clip of it. I was in the front and literally just like wagon. I screamed wagon, and everybody just fucking boom. Like everybody got hit, and it was over. We were all on the ground. And like we weren't sure if it was coincidence or if like somebody was sitting at the logging camp. We weren't sure what exactly was happening there, because to make it from Blackwater to the logging camp within the matter of time that like that all went down, I wasn't sure as to what the fuck just happened there, but I didn't enjoy it, in my opinion.
I know the exact I know exactly what happened. It was Amadeo Moretti who was just doing logs, and he was doing it, like just rushing it, and it was just coincidence. I'm sure he got like arrested.
Yeah, he got arrested for it, 100%. 100%. Yeah, but we were all getting incapacitated right there. That wagon just went full speed down and hit us all.
Wagons are very risky to use in jobs like that. We really want to set one up where it's like we leave a wagon for the law, but it's like,
why are you telling us, dude? Why are you telling us the plan, man?
Well, it's like there's so many fucking plans that outlaws have come up with, but it's like you question if like how do you make it like, because I've made bank jobs where like making the lawman laugh, but it's also like it's a bank job, like you got to treat it a little bit seriously. So how like in character would you try to convince law to get in a wagon?
You won't catch Sanctum laughing at anything like that,
right?
I mean, what you could do is bring 2 wagons into town and be like, all right, so here's the hostage, get in that wagon and chase us.
It's more of a try to leave the wagon where law could see it, so when they see the wagon, and kind of drop a hint, like maybe talk too loud to your people, like remember to get in the wagon and go. That way the law could communicate outside, like, okay, there's a wagon right there and a wagon right there, we'll take whatever one, and try to like keep up. But then it's like one of those things where everyone has to be on the same page, and it's very hard to do in spur of the moment.
If you play a very extra character, if you know what I mean, like very outgoing, you can have them just be like, I want to have some fun with this. So let's say you guys get in that wagon and we go for a ride.
Right.
Something like that,
Because I think everyone's on the same page. Like, obviously, if there is a wagon to be had and the criminals are asking a law to take the wagon, there's an end point that someone has in mind that's further than the horse's stamina. And it's probably going to be like a shootout. Because eventually, like, where do you stop? You're not just going to keep driving the wagon around the entire server. A lot of people will, like, kind of, the Kettleman gang taught me this with Davey B and Peppo, where the wagons get tired. Like, the horses on the wagons get tired. So a lot of the times when Kettlemans use wagons, they will still, like, stop the horses, let them rest as if they were, like, riding out. So there's still like, there should still be a time limit in your head of like, okay, this horse isn't going to last an hour riding around the crossing. Like, you have to have like an end point in mind that's just further. Because I know from planning bank jobs, I know where my horse, like where a Missouri Foxtrotter is going to end stamina. Like, I know how far past Thieves Landing, right where you be, like, right. I know the tree that your horse is going to start bucking you off at, leaving pretty much every bank. So it's kind of like, where do we set up a different scene, like a scene where the law hasn't dealt with it 100 fucking times before and knows that, like, because this is another big thing with crims, is going to a location that has hostile NPCs is always so fucked for law to have to deal with, because they're usually on the outside dealing with those NPCs. And Van Horn, Braithwaite Manor, Thieves Landing, like those are all places where if you take law there, like Thieves Landing's kind of like up in the air. Whoever shoots first is getting shot. But like if you go to Braithwaite, once you're inside that house, Law is going to be the ones that are fucked because all the guards are outside the house. The NPCs don't go in the house to shoot you. They'll shoot you, try to shoot you from outside the house, but the people on the outside are going to get shot. And it's hard using those locations, so you want to go somewhere that's different, right? And try to like keep that in mind at all times when robbing banks and doing anything crim and you're going back. Because I've led Law to Thieves Landing countless amount of times. And Braithwaite, we've had shootouts at Braithwaite plenty of times, but it's like one of those things where we try to clear out the guards. And then the use of dynamite is very hard because everyone sees the box of dynamite, so everyone has to shoot the dynamite. And it's no one wants to use the dynamite to blow up a character, but it's very hard not to shoot it. Kind of like the fort outside Saint Denis. There's dynamite everywhere in that place. And we could prep for a shootout, right? All 6 outlaws could shoot out all the dynamite, all the lanterns. But Law's going to get there, and they're going to see the dynamite, and they're able to shoot the dynamite, and you'll still get blown up by it. So there's, like, a lot of things to consider when doing shootouts and shootout locations, I think. It's something everyone should keep in mind.
Yeah, but it's a trust thing as well. Sorry, Dudley, I don't want to talk over you.
No, you're fine. No, after you. Please.
So Peppo got us on a chase once where he had a wagon ready for us. We all got on it. Somehow managed to negotiate us using first person mode in character, and we all kind of knew what it was. It was amazing. So all 6 of us get in the wagon. We're in first person. There was a boat chase and everything. And it was just super fun because everybody trusted each other to have a good scene, and it wasn't about who was going to shoot who as quickly as they could. So if you want those good scenes with Law, then build trust with Law so we can be okay with letting things like that happen. But you can't lead us into a choke point one day and then gun us down and then expect us to get on a wagon the next day because it just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah, there's zero win mentality.
Right, it's whoever gets out of this is pretty much, it's a fair game either way.
Peppo's very good at that.
Yeah.
I mean, when we had a shootout at Hanging Dog, he held a lot of the law back just so my character Isaac and Zip could get away. Just so we could have like a continued story of chase, like so the Quills could have something similar to what the Dead End Gang have, where it was like a continued story that would go on for weeks and wasn't ending in just a couple of days, where we get arrested after 1-2 days of committing crime. And it makes it more exciting for the crims as well. Like the longer we end up on the run, it just builds up like this whole like excitement of the moment when you do get caught. It just makes it more satisfying.
That also is a build trust thing with shootouts with Law and crims is shots, spoofing shots. Are you in there to prolong that scene? Or are you in there to knock them down and go? I hate the like meta of like having your pockets filled with ammo, but honestly Zip carries a bunch of ammo just to spoof 90% of the shots. Usually when I get down to 100 rounds of rifle, that's when I'm like, okay, the shootout is beginning. Or when like I'm getting shot a couple times back to back, because there's always that shot that's gonna hit. I mean, we don't have this spot on aim 24/7. Like we're not in tune. Like not everyone has great aim, so even if they're trying to spoof shots, you might get shot. I don't think that's like initiation to, okay, we're gunning these people down now. It's like if you're clearly getting shot, and like I usually try to wait for Law to initiate the shootout when it's the shootout actually starts, because a lot of lawmen are told, and I don't know if a lot of crims know this that don't know about Law, but a lot of Law are told not to fire to kill immediately. Like to
I mean, it's policy, but it depends on the group because a lot of groups will shoot to kill, and a lot of law have realization of what groups those are. So then it becomes like it's going to be a fucking shootout. It's not going to be prolonged. So it's difficult. Like you guys are saying, building trust on that aspect. Like let's say that group like sees somebody streaming like, yo, that's a sick shootout. They're all missing, blah blah blah. But they're a group that continuously shoots to kill. And like you can't really expect that because you've already built that reputation like we were talking about earlier. And it's hard to communicate something like that, you know what I mean, without sounding OOC. You know what I'm saying?
So
right.
Yeah, this kind of happened over a year ago now. I was part of the Cannibal crew with Dr. What was his name? Dust played him. I can't remember. Yeah.
Oh,
Creed, yeah. So I was one of his minions, and we set up we got permission from staff so that Law could turn up with like 15 or as many as they could get. We were at that cave that's just like west of Ansburg, and the plan was we were going to take the loss because it was to progress the story.
Right.
But we fucked up Law accidentally, and one of them had a headache and came back to the scene of all their compadres lying, going, "Get out, run!" So I took it upon myself as the last one standing as well, that I was going to whiff those shots, and it's that mentality you've got to go into. Like, you've got to realize that this is a story. It's not PvP entirely. So we had this back and forth. And I just said, well, now you're going to die. And then just whiffed my shots completely. Like, I shot to the left, to the right. And they took me down, and it progressed the story. So, yeah, you kind of got to use your PvP sense in a way that if you win, where does the story go? If I had won in that scene, we would have just left the cave, and it would have just been like, all right, we're on the run again.
Right, and then you're out again, right?
Yeah. Whereas it came to stop. I permaed that character straight away. That was his downfall, and it added to the story. And then Creed then went on to go on on other rampages based on that, because we kidnapped Molly, and it was all to do with that. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, that was a while ago, man.
That was ages ago. Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Sorry, Karen.
I was just gonna say, just be mindful. In shootouts, don't always try to win. Is my philosophy on that.
Same. Like, not fanning the hammer. I never fan the hammer ever. Because
I hate it.
Because yeah, that can down somebody so quickly. Not hitting your first shot, like if you're in a standoff and there's 6 people lined up on the street versus 6 people, like don't aim for your first shot to hit somebody because you're just gonna down them and then that's the end, you know? Like miss the first one at least so people know you're in a shootout. You know, things like that make a huge difference.
I think
just let people get to cover, let people get in a house.
Right.
I was in a shootout yesterday and I had the prime opportunity to shoot the lawman. Like he's just stood in the open, but deliberately just aimed for a few seconds so he knew what was about to happen, then fired in some random direction so that they knew this was a shootout, but not to immediately down them. So it was a drawn out gunfight between 2 lawmen and myself, and it was really, really good. I think it would pay for more people to be able to do such things, like make it clear that a shootout's gonna happen abundantly to
I think fanning the hammer too. I think if you there's times where Zip has fanned the hammer. Sorry, Scarlet, but Holly, it was a very clear we were going out there to kill you type thing. But I think if you're into a scene with someone that Holly was running for her life, it's a whole different thing. She knew that once we found her that it was going to be bloody. But if you're in a scene with someone that they don't know if you're going to shoot, /me puts hand on gun, I think that sends a good message of get ready to prepare yourself to shoot back. It just one little /me of hand gets closer, hand rests upon gun. It not only does that, but it helps with the tension of the scene. And it's not as soon as you pull the gun, everyone is now into either defense or anything like that. Now we have a emote, which is really nice. The whole where you're hovering the gun, but I think the /me finger gets closer to trigger, starts pulling gun out of holster, just little stuff like that adds so much more. Even if you're not gonna shoot, the tension then rises. I think Zip did it to you, right, Zoe, in the saloon yesterday?
Yep.
Just little stuff like that, just to show I'm whatever I say is gonna be taken serious, and if not, then there could be a shooting.
It's like a dog showing its teeth. Yeah.
Right. It just shows that indicator because we are playing characters. Facial expressions are a big thing in real life when dealing with that. So we don't have that. So using those /me's to Like even like when you're getting interrogated by the law, like Slash Me looks to the side. Like there's ways that people could snitch without snitching by looking down, avoiding eye contact. That gives the law all the answers they need without you giving names or snitching. I think I
Right.
also did that one tonight. I don't know for sure.
You did.
Right.
Yeah, you did.
It's just little things like that that could go a long way, and it builds that trust with that player, and they know like the next scene isn't just gonna be like, oh hi Zip, and Zip pulls out the gun and fans them down. I think it's a major thing to pushing trust in the right way when it comes to meeting other people's like RP and where they stand with it.
That was one thing.
Go ahead.
That was one thing I noticed about GTA versus Wild is how long it takes to get your gun out. On GTA versus Wild, it's like a second and you can have it out of your holster and pointing at someone's head. Versus GTA where you can see it coming.
Oh man, literally, it's just one and then right click. Like it's so fast. It's so fucking fast. It's
It
insane.
has like a whole animation on Grand Theft Auto where you see them putting their hand in their back pocket to reach for it.
Yeah, you can even just press tab and start pulling the trigger on Wild. Your gun will start firing before it's even aimed.
Wow.
Especially with fan.
You don't even need to do that. Since say you want to go somebody at range, you can just right click and then left click, and it'll.
Oh yeah, you could just
instant.
left. Yeah, literally, you could just fucking you could just left click.
That slash me as well that you were saying, Bud, about doing slash me in the cells. Like that's another way that you can give law bits of information, even if your character wouldn't be the sort of person to give that away.
Right.
Like it's an out of character way to kind of feed information into the law, even if your character wouldn't be the type to do that.
Right, and it doesn't give them the answer so they can't even guarantee like just because he looked down doesn't mean it was that person, but it sets the law in the right direction to go track down those guns or whatever they're asking you about. Because it's not a definitive answer. It's just Zoe could then go and say he looked down to avoid like eye contact. I feel like he's lying. It's enough to go and initiate like, did you take this gun?
You do follow-ups and such.
Right. It's a lot more because it's so easy for shit to dead end, and it like kind of like Vinny was saying earlier, where it comes down to like there's a cold trail with law investigating civilians. If it's not a clear trail, like if the crim doesn't show like footsteps leading here and maybe a ripped telegram there, just little details that will leave the law in the right direction, there's nothing else the law could do. Like there's no other investigation. It's not real life. There's not real shit that you could do to investigate this. You can't see someone's boot size, and like it's very hard. So it has to go the full distance to that person without giving them the name.
Yeah, that's something that I've found difficult playing organized crime criminal, where we're actively told not to speak to law about anything. So and I've realized that if you do that, then it's just kind of like it takes it zaps the fun out of all of it, you know. Oh, put me away. That's it.
Has there ever been a case where it's kind of like a criminal has done something?
Big oof. I'll get to your
question. Not in a case of like rat or snitching or anything like that. I mean,
I will get to it.
So obviously criminals have banks and trains. Has any criminals ever like done a transport of a wagon full of, say, stolen goods, and there's been a tip sent to the law, and then they they have something that they can do, and an interception of stole a bunch.
Yes, actually, with Taipan specifically, there was somebody who told the law that they were planning on doing shipments of something, and we knew Taipan were in the gun smuggling business.
Right.
So we were able to Marty Malone, Burlington. He had a whole investigation about it. He found out when the truck went to X place, not the truck, when the fucking wagon went to X place every day, every Thursday or something like that. At this time, it would happen. So then, it has happened. Yes, it doesn't happen frequently. No, but with this new patch that's coming out, like we were talking about earlier, where wagons can actually have inventory, it may happen a lot more. Where criminals are using these wagons, which is why I brought up the checkpoints, where maybe law will be using the checkpoints more to give that role play to criminals, but also for the criminals to give that role play to law as well, and hopefully that is utilized. But there's obviously the chance where criminals may just avoid the checkpoints. It's always a possibility, but hopefully a tip will be sent in.
A
about
mobile gun dealer
like
would be
that.
so good. Somebody
mean,
going
no-
around slinging guns out the back of a wagon.
It's
That'd
gonna be
amazing.
so fucking good for gun deals, dude. I'm so fucking excited to get back into like the gun running business to send out those tips with wagons, because it's always hard.
Yeah.
Because we are doing 2 crates every 3 days to different gangs, but the crates are on the horse. Not all
Right.
law will search those crates. It's
Right.
kind of like a gray area with searching the crates. But the wagons with a tip included with it will cause, because
Right.
you could still get there. You don't have to wait for law. Like, you don't have to surrender every gun deal you do.
Right.
But give them a hint that something's going on, just so they can start investigating it.
I wonder, what are they going to be able to search it, or is it going to be
Yes.
like the
Yeah.
give and take?
Full
Oh, they
mechanic.
can search it.
Full
Alright, cool.
mechanic. Yep.
Anybody can too. It's not just law. Any player could go up to someone's wagon and search it. I asked the same fucking question earlier, but if we're
Yep.
done with this, there is a question in chat. If you guys don't mind, if we want to wrap up this question or whatever we were talking
Where? Who sent the question?
about. It was the big oof. Who's your favorite outlaw gang?
I've got multiple.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ones that can be answered.
Been at 2 weeks, so
Let me see the
I really
last
liked
played.
the Summers gang.
I wish
say
I
who
got
the
more
character doesn't
interaction
like.
with the Summers gang.
10 Tons for me are really funny. I love
Oh, yeah.
anything to do with Chompy and Hank. They're hilarious.
I think 10-tone game might be up there on my list. I can't really say because I haven't played in a while, like steadily, so I don't really know the gangs. There are a lot of gangs that I haven't interacted with, so I can't really answer that.
Yeah.
But, like I know Hank. Hank has history with Sanctum, back and forth, everything like that. So I'd have to say I like 10-tone. Fuck Zip Quil and his gang, but you know.
I don't think the Quil gang is on anyone's favorite fucking gang list.
I don't know. I mean, I'd say Jamie quite likes you guys. You know, considering
I mean,
you did a bank with him.
you did a bank with
You
us, and you blew
you
up a
ga-
deputy.
You gained his favor on that, but that's about it, really. Other than that,
The thing with like the Quil gang is, my whole thing with Zip is to piss everybody off. Law, other criminals. Like I really enjoy taking the L. Like there's times where I'm trying to rebuild Zip, but Zip is not a character to be friends with everybody. I think I made that a point though.
Yeah, every interaction that Norman's had with Zip has always been. I've always left the scene thinking I can trust that guy.
No, yeah. The only positive thing about Zip is once he considers you like family or something like that, or like a friend, you got his loyalty for a long time. But it's very hard to get that loyalty from Zip.
Yeah.
But any Eastern gang, like you being in the Morettis, just no matter what you try to do to be friends with Zip, he'll never be friends with you. And I hate that about Zip. That's like the biggest thing, because it cuts off so much RP with Eastern bullshit. Like the Chenzos, the Morettis, like it's just Zip's mentality is he doesn't trust any Eastern gangs. He barely trusts Wallaby, but that's just because Wallaby and Zip have been in business for the entire time because of the relation from Mills and then the Irish.
Yeah.
But those are the only 2 Eastern gangs that Zip will kind of like be friends with. But
So, in regards to that, I like how we overcame that whole the zero trust. I remember we said, if you're a man of your word and I'm a man of my word, let's meet. We'll exchange the weapons, and you did. And that's the one thing that I think Norman took away from that, is that Zip is a man of his word. So if he says he's gonna kill you, he'll kill you.
No, dude.
Zip is a man of his word to everyone but Law.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say.
And Zoe.
And Zoe, yeah. When it comes to crims, if Zip says something, that's something that is, when me and Liam created the Quills, when we originally did it, me and him picked we picked 2 strengths and 2 weaknesses. And one of Zip's was like the loyalty and then never break a promise. And so if Zip makes a promise, it's very hard for him not to break it. And if it is, it really fucks up his character. But Law is not on that list. The only reason Zoe is because Zip met Zoe in such an unfortunate, sad way, and it humanized Zoe past the badge. And that's kind of why Zip and Zoe's relationship is where it is. And a lot of people like to say that it's like a romantic thing, which, real quick, it's not romantic at all. And Zip has the same feelings towards other deputies that are not female, like Teddy Manius. And Sands, for a long time, was one of those deputies that Zip humanized in his head and can trust and would talk to, just like how he does with Zoe. It's just they haven't been around. Or different time schedules.
It's like that with Norman and Kate Briggs.
So you're a part of the Morettis, right? That's Amadeo Moretti. So
yeah.
What I will say, you said something like they don't want you talking to the law, right? So you've probably built in where your character is never going to talk to the law. That doesn't necessarily have to be the case. You could give hints, as we've said in this discussion, or you could, you know what I mean? Like, try to make it so that, obviously, I mean, if you want to make it so that Amadeo finds out or any of the family members, like, there's always a way that you can give role play to the law if something goes down. You know what I mean? Like, if you're being questioned, it's up to you. I'm just saying that there's a possibility. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. Like, it's such a like a fine line, because I want to do the give and take, and I will. But if it does get back to the Morettis, that's to me is perma.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm trying to I'm trying to do it in a way where I know that am I going to be getting the perma, or am I going to? Yeah. So I do try and give to the law. Like, I would hand myself in quite often. I hate being chased by law for a long period of time. I don't like being on the run.
That's cool. So a long time ago, I was part of the Dicenzo's. I said this earlier. Dude named Al Lombardo. There was a guy named Giuseppe. This is only assumption that he's the one who ratted, right? So there was a laundry list of crimes. Laundry list, like a lot.
Yeah.
All the Dicenzo's were brought in, and we went away for like thousands of days. And fucking after that happened, Al killed AJ, right? His wife, and there multiple discussions happened amongst the family, because where it happened was this was a long time ago, by the way, so the story is finished, but it happened at fucking, you know, the wagon depot in Saint Denis?
Yeah.
You know, the tunnel that's underneath there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Happened there. So we all left the scene, right? There was a tip sent in by one of the Dicenzo's that gunshots happened here, whatever. And Santino, alongside Tony Salerno, were there and seen there, right? Which is cool because it provides roleplay for the law, but also not good for the Dicenzo's, right? Because that's murder. You know what I'm saying? Like, she died. So everybody at the moment is looking at murder, and we're being questioned about it, but a lot of discussions, a lot of doc talks, the doc talks, that's what they call it, right? A lot of that happened. And Lombardo was like, listen, this will solve everything. I came up with a story. It's a lover's quarrel. We were going on a walk, and she wanted to take me to this area to talk to me privately. And then we got into a fucking heated argument. I hit her over the back of the head, and I shot her, right? I got pissed. I lost my temper, blah, blah, blah. I told McGregor this, and Gunn. And Gunn didn't want to believe it, but McGregor did, and he went with the role play, and it was squashed. Lombardo went to jail for second degree, and everything was squashed. You know what I'm saying? But the family didn't like that. I don't know why the family didn't like that. Maybe it was because he talked to the law, or because they didn't agree with it. But he just saved the family's ass. You know what I'm saying?
Took the fall. Yeah.
Right. So that's always a possibility. But would that be proper justice is the question. You know what I mean? It's a cool story. Don't get me wrong. But would that be proper justice? Probably not. Even though Al is the one who killed him, but he was made to do it against his own will, pretty much. The family was like, it's either you or it's her. You know what I'm saying? Or it's both of you. You know what I'm saying? So Al has to go on the run when he has a goal to be a made member. this is the way he could become a main member, but then he got fucked. Like his head just went off the rails and he just left. He was like, I can't do this. Like I gotta go. And suicide isn't an option on the server, so
Yeah. I was there. I remember all that happening. AJ was actually the very first person I met on the server, and like a couple days later, she died.
yeah, it's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Al Lombardo. Hey, how you doing? I'm taking it easy. Hey, I'm walking here. No, it was great playing that character. It was great role playing with the DiCenzos.
It is a totally different kind of RP. Trying to everybody knows what we do, but it's like trying to keep it under wraps, or you gotta try and keep the law's prying eyes away.
That's kind of easy to do, though.
Yeah, it is really easy. Like Pima said in chat, if you don't speak to the law at all, you should leave with way more evidence than normal crimes, at least. And I think that's true. Yeah, like
Yeah, 100%.
Agree. Yeah.
because if I permit, I'd want there to be a chance that my murder gets solved. And if there's law looking into it, there needs to be a possibility that that's going to get solved. Otherwise, it's kind of just, I don't know.
Like
yeah,
one
no, I
thing that
agree.
has not been solved is Olivia's murder. Olivia McDurn, ex DiCenzo, she was murdered, and it's never been solved. The DiCenzos were never arrested for that. Me and Sanctum and Kennedy were investigating it for like the longest time. For like I think a month, we were investigating it, but never got anything. The most we got was Scarpati, along with two others, were going to the grave where she was buried. Me and Kennedy were staking it out, and then that was it. Like the Kennedy left. I don't know where he went, but it would have been so cool to give justice to Vesper's character.
Yeah, something happened on that kind of.
I don't even know what
threw
happened.
off.
I really
So-
don't. I don't, and I don't really want to know either in case it's reopened. But
Yeah,
it's
produce. I just remember somebody started getting involved, but just kind of like raised questions like, who knows this? What's going on now?
right.
And then it fell flat. So yeah, unfortunately, Olivia's just lying on the ground somewhere, and it's a cold case.
Very cold. It's been a long time.
I think as long as there's a fair chance. Oh, sorry, Deadly Hero.
I was just gonna say, is it not possible for it to come back in some sense of way, or I mean, if that's something that somebody was interested in doing.
So, in character, sure, there is a way that it could come back, but at the same time, there isn't because it's been such a long time that stories wouldn't be straight, and the truth might not have been found because it's been so long. Perhaps they forgot. And when I say they forgot on an OC level of the actual details. So, like, it's been like I don't know how long, maybe 6 months, probably even a year at this point. So it's like, yeah, we can reopen the case. Yeah, we can go question the DiCenzos, but will it go anywhere? I don't know.
Yeah, it's been like 8 months since Olivia died. That happened like right after the Kettleman DiCenzo war.
It's like 10 years in RP terms, you know what I mean? It's a long, long time.
Yeah, it's a really long time.
We Norman was very close with Olivia, and he started going to the grave quite a lot. I was hoping that you were actually staking out because there was rumors that there was. I didn't know that you actually did it.
Dude, we staked it out for literally like fucking 7 to 8 hours one day, bro. Just talking back and forth in a fucking bush. Like, we were there for so long, man. So fucking long.
No, Bush RP? Who the fuck does that?
So
the
long.
Rangers, that's who.
So
Dude,
fucking long.
I had a 9.5 hour stream legitimately without leaving the bush at all.
It's insane.
That was a Peppo thing, and we got the wrong fucking place. It was just Jack and Zip in a bush for like 9.5 hours, and we got the wrong location from Cheever, from Aurora.
Oh man, don't trust Aurora, dude. Don't trust her.
Aurora was always good with that was like the information gatherer, the Kettlemans when Zip was in there. Like Zip and her would go like do some crazy shit in Valentine. We would cause like such the craziest little distractions in town just so that we could like pull someone aside to like question them, and Law would be so focused on like Zip starting a duel between two Valentinians in the middle of Valentine where they both died just so he could go and have a conversation with someone for 30 seconds and leave town. Like there was Valentine was like the place to go to get him. Like I think every day Aurora and Zip would have like a Valentine adventure just while we were waiting for the Kettlemans, because both of her and I would be up way before the Kettleman gang would be awake. So if we wanted to like RP, we had to just do information gathering. And a lot of the time it was sitting in a bush waiting for people to come because we were wanted. Like, how Zip got arrested for his first time being arrested was so dumb. It was to leave a note for Rip Riley on the sheriff's station when I was looking at like 1,300 days. And we got caught.
Go to a sheriff's office when you're wanted that bad.
Yeah, we ended up getting caught because
caught.
fucking Aurora used her binoculars on Sob's Law character, fucking
Snow.
Not Snow.
Right? Sab is in like
what's his law?
Leo.
Charles Devine. Yeah, Leo Slacks.
Slacks, yeah. So Slacks immediately saw Aurora with binoculars and just immediately chased us down. But the fucking Bush RP, dude, it drives me nuts. But it's also really funny, the conversations you have. There's been like times where I've wished that someone was just in the right place at the right time and heard some of the conversations that like the Kettleman gang, this feared gang of outlaws, were talking about. Because we had one time where we were hunting down the DiCenzos out in the cabin outside Ansburg. And we were hunting like a witch. And because witches hate cats, or don't, or love cats, or whatever fucking Jack's reasoning for the cats, everyone in the Kettleman gang just started meowing. And we were like sneaking bush to bush up into this shack, and everyone's meowing. It got into the point to where we were doing like the meow meow song from the commercial, like meow 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 meow. Like everyone, Alice, Jack, Zip, Pip, Mills, were all just doing that. And I always like wanted just someone that was like a civ that feared the Kettleman gang just to be in the right place at the right time to hear this dangerous group of outlaws just meowing their way closer to a building.
That would be frightening.
Just that story getting out would be fucking hilarious.
I haven't heard anything from Scottish Napoleon and Wicked. Y'all got anything to say?
Would you want to know?
Say again?
Would you want to know?
I don't know, man. We've talked about multiple topics. You want to shine light on them in your guys' perspective?
I need to remember what topics now.
Wicked. You want to shine light on any topics, or you want us to give you a minute as well?
I always like my first interaction with characters too. It's like those key moments when you first meet a character. Like you know when especially when Zip always talks about like, because when Isaac came into the crossing, he didn't really know much at all about any of the history, and like when Zip tells him all the stuff, he's kind of like, okay, but I don't know who these people are. And then he meets these people and he goes, oh, it's a great realization. And then like you slowly like come to like those characters as well. I remember when I think Zip used to tell how like sneaky Alice was, and like how good she was with knives, and Isaac didn't find that out till one time. He was just like in a tent in Thieves Landing, and she just crept up behind him and said, hey, can you help me find some rats? And Isaac just like I completely jumped out my skin, because I was like out, not like in the middle of Thieves, I was like in the back in the tent where no one would really have seen me unless they came looking. And it's just like those like funny moments. I think my very first person I actually met on the server was Scarlet Rose's character. Actually, I think it was Holly Harper. And my first interaction with that character was I almost knocked it down with a horse leaving Valentine. And then they come and stop me and say like, "Hey, you almost knocked me down." I'm like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Next thing you know, Square Riz, who plays Paddy, shows up and they pulling guns out, and I'm like, "What the hell is going on?" And I think that was like what really captured like why I've been stayed and played in Wild so long. It's just those initial interactions with the characters for the first time.
Yeah, they're a lot of fun.
It really is.
It's not just that, the level of RP in Wild is phenomenal.
Yeah, yeah.
And Wild is it's on
Funny
a
you say
level
that.
of its own.
Oh, definitely.
Funny you say that the first person that you met in Wild was exactly the same person that I met in Wild as well. I was initially going to rob and then pulled out a knife by accident, and then she pulled out a gun. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, that was a mistake, yeah. And then just fucking...
Oh my god.
It was just funny.
But yeah, no, I agree with you, Ellie. I think I've been like playing on RP servers for like 10 plus years, and you think like you've learned so much, but then you come somewhere like Wild and you just like get completely blown away by how the level of quality of everyone's RPs are. It's
100%.
absolutely
Truly.
and you learn so much, like you really do. Like when I'm playing so much of Bud, like it's just that RP etiquette that you learn quite a lot from people, like descending tips, you know, and giving that little bit to the law is something that I think just goes a long way to help build that story. It's give and take both ways.
One of the things I know it's really, really small, but one of the things I love is the wording people use. Because I there's one of my little pet peeves of RP is on a public, people will say like, storm's coming, or
Yeah, like, or a
you
tsunami's hitting, or like something like that.
Flex your arm muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's back when I started on DayZ, that's all I knew when it came to
Yeah,
DayZ.
same, yeah, on GTA for me.
And so I've come to, Wild, and people are doing all this. So I'm still learning. Like as I was playing on other servers, I tried to do my own thing rather than just do this muscle, whatever. And it is so refreshing to not have my immersion absolutely destroyed by use this muscle.
Yeah, I said that was one of my peeves. When somebody does that.
For me, it's been a bit of a second wind, actually, for like roleplay. I gave Wild was like my last kind of ditch effort of trying to rekindle my love, so to speak, with like Red Dead RP. And since like obviously joining the server, it's been an absolute blast. But I went onto the GTA for a long time, and it was just so completely different. And having to like rein back that kind of like GTA attitude that comes with like roleplay on like the GTA scene. It's like Red Dead has been absolutely wonders for me.
Well, I think Red Dead, by default has a. Now it's quite assumptuous of me, but I believe it has a higher bar by default, just because it's set in a different time period, and it gives people that automatic mindset of, okay, it's a completely different time period, and I should act.
It looks more realistic too.
Period. Pardon?
It looks more realistic as well.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
GTA lends itself to the win mentality a lot.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
than Red Dead does.
I have to rein that back in so much when I like if I go in GTA for a few days and then come back onto Red Dead, I struggle sometimes. Like I forget where I am, and having to like force my brain to think not to like always. I don't want to say chase that W, but sometimes like I just have to change it.
My biggest,
I agree.
My biggest thing with GTA and Red Dead is, and I guess it depends on the server. I love Wild's mentality of like no one owns houses. It doesn't get that grind of money. There's not really a reason to grind money. Grand Theft Auto is there's housing, there's cars, you want the nicest shit. It kind of enforces that. But I think the greatest and the most powerful thing that sets Wild aside from pretty much every server that I've seen, and this isn't to like downplay other servers, there's great RP everywhere else too, but Wild, you have to focus on story. It makes more RP robberies have to be a thing. It makes more RP decisions that have to be a thing, because all we could do as crims or law is to hunt or rob a bank, right? So you have to, everyone is more focused on story. But with GTA 5, especially modern GTA 5, there's walkie-talkies. You could rob a bank with no plans. Wild, everyone has to be on the same page. You have to go through at least a couple hours of planning a bank job, because you can't just scream out your plans without it getting picked up by other people. You can't just talk really quietly on a walkie-talkie and talk to people outside the bank. Everyone it sets more RP just for the setup of things, rather than, oh, I can use a cell phone to call this person to do that thing because it's easier that way. Or like other servers that have telegrams where it's the bird brings it to you. You have telegrams wherever you want.
I hate.
Like it causes such a way of like, you have to be smart about things. You can't just go to any telegram. You have to know where law's going to be. You have to go out of your way, and law knows that people will go out of their way to go to these little small telegram stations, but that's the only way of communicating. You have to risk getting caught in order to communicate if you guys split up. It's not a cell phone. It's not, hey, come pick me up. I'm being chased by the cops on this street, and easy done. Like, both parties would have to go to the telegrams. They have to communicate. There has to be backup plans. Everyone in the gang and everyone in the job has to know that backup plan. So it creates a lot more RP rather than, I logged on, I want to go rob a bank, make a few phone calls, don't need a plan, go to the bank, done, talk to the bank plan, leaving it while you're on walkie-talkie. It just makes the RP so much more genuine when you have those limitations, and it makes people focus more on story than anything else. Because it gets boring robbing a bank every 4 days.
That's what I like about the differences between Red M and 5M. Specifically with Red M, like the communication is so much more slowed down. You can't, like, as you were saying, like, you can't just go, oh, I'm going to call someone. You have to, like, go to a telegram station, send a telegram, wait for a reply. You're meeting up with someone, then you have to go to where you're meeting. Like you know, it takes that initial, like, first step to start planning what you're going to do. It takes from anywhere, you know, between half an hour to an hour, and then like it just keeps expanding and expanding, and it all like Red Dead just facilitates that good slow burn roleplay perfectly, I think.
It's something else too that I've noticed with Redem is I know it sounds little, but it's the traveling. Whilst on GTA, yeah, you can just get in a fast car and go from A to B, but on Red Dead, you may have to get from somewhere on one area to another, and in between that, like, you can feel like maybe a tension buildup, especially if you're very wanted.
Yeah.
Like, it creates like all like so much more tension and more. I feel more engrossed in the story too because of that. Like,
yeah, you're more exposed.
yeah, exactly. You know that you could leave Blackwater and you go through a choke point, you might run right into 6 deputies and and there you go, like you got a scene going on.
Not to
But
mention,
and that's not something you get in GTA because you can see a police car and do 180 and you can just go back down the road you came from.
Yeah, you just slow down your car, obey traffic laws for
Yeah.
a minute, and then there you go. You're back to, you know.
Exactly, yeah.
As well that the horses, there's not a huge gap between most of them. So if you do get spotted, that's it's not gonna be the easiest thing to lose right away. It's gonna take some time. Whereas on GTA, if you've got a fast car and it's pretty easy.
I had a question. Is that your actual mic, Deadly?
Yeah. Why?
It sounds like. Do you use like a program on TeamSpeak or something, or is that like? It
Does it sound bad?
It doesn't sound bad, but it doesn't sound like good either. To be blunt
It's
with you.
because I've got sound suppression on right now, and it's blocking the fan, and I live on a busy
Oh,
road, so it's blocking all that.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think it just sounds like you're a little bit far away from the mic.
Oh yeah, I'm also sat back too. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
facing my fan. It's really hot here in the UK.
No,
I live in the top
it
Tell
floor.
me about it.
Yeah.
It's so warm.
It was like 111 today.
The last heat wave last year, I bought an aircon for my
Yeah.
office, and it's like the best fucking investment I've ever done.
So did I.
It's so good.
Honestly,
When
just so I'm not like sounding terrible, I have the door closed. I'm literally melting when I'm playing WoW because I don't want any noises from outside to come through.
Dude,
When I went
I'm
to visit
absolutely the
Bud,
same.
like when I went to visit Bud, the best thing I liked about being at his place was the aircon. I was like, oh my god, this stuff is amazing.
Well, that was central AC. Now I have a fucking swamp
Mm.
cooler, and I pretty much live like 30 minutes south of Death Valley. So
Oh,
it gets
great.
to like, it's gonna be like 125 this summer.
And
great.
look what happened when you RP'd a meth dealer with your window open.
Right. Yeah, I don't know if
Oh
people
my
know
god!
this.
Wait, what?
I actually can't believe that.
Wait, what?
So the cops showed up at my door because they
Yeah.
thought I was cooking meth because my windows
No
open
way.
How do I not know this?
and I was playing Ignite as a meth dealer.
That's incredible.
How long into
Oh my
Ignite did that
God.
happen?
About 2 weeks, maybe a month. I don't remember. It took a while though. But
I
it,
What was the
really, I
reaction?
really wish I was a fly
Oh
on the
my
wall
God.
when whoever walked past your window was sitting there with their ear perked. Like,
Hey
what the
babe, hey babe, we're gonna get an RV.
Oh,
and we're
that
gonna
is
go
who the
load
fuck
the
is
fucking-
Guy?
We're gonna
So-
fucking sling it on the street.
There's a person called Guy with a lady called Amber, and they're cooking meth in this house.
they keep talking about an RV.
Oh,
and
you're gonna make
going
me
to the
paranoid.
vineyard.
Oh no way!
Just start naming who the fuck is Gav.
Does this sound a
Mr.
lot
Quil,
better
you need
for
to come with us.
The cops were very. I wouldn't say that they like kind of knew. So the report that they got was from like a few days ago. So I would assume that they kind of watched the house before coming to the door, but they didn't come up with guns drawn or anything like that. They knocked. There's I think 3 of them. There might have been 4, but the 4th never came inside. The 3 were like, "What is your name?" They kind of saw the house and realized. I mean, it's a small apartment. They saw that I wasn't cooking meth. And I just immediately welcomed them inside, brought them over to my computer, and just showed them like my last VOD. And then they were like, "Did you have a conversation that consisted like this on this date?" And I went to that VOD on that date and kind of just scrolled through, and they're like, "Okay, yeah." And then one of the cops had seen No Pixel. Like someone had showed him like, "Oh, there's people that play Grand Theft Auto, but they play it as like cops." So they kind of knew of RP a little bit, and they knew that people do that, but they weren't like huge fans of it or anything like that. But it was a very aggressive kind of point of contact. They were here maybe 30 minutes, but I was in character, and I think I was like in the server. I wasn't live or anything like that, but there was like people like, who was it, Scarlett, that was at like the apartment when I like came to? I think it was
Jeez, maybe?
No. It was it was Deuce and Melvin. And so I think someone had told them like OOC that it was happening or something like that, because immediately people started making jokes in character about like, maybe we should call it something different. I was like, okay, people, because I was updating my Discord more than anything else. I wasn't live or anything like that, and I didn't want to hop into people's chats and be like, hey, wait a minute. But yeah, no, I definitely had the cops called on me for dealing meth because of Ignite RP.
That is the funniest thing I've actually ever heard in my life.
I wonder what the neighbors think when I'm playing fucking Zip. There's so
Oh no, trust me, I've had that conversation. I've had that conversation before. One of them came to my door after. I can't remember it when I was saying like how I think it was like one of the times I told Jonesy's like ex-wife story. One of them came up to ask if I was okay. I was like, oh no. So I was like, oh, I don't actually have like a wife or anything. It was like, oh no, I was so embarrassed.
Do you know
I was always worried.
Do you know how hard it is to try to explain to my roommate about me talking about sister brothers and sister cousins and shit like that, and why the fucking Quil family circle and all the fucking incest bullshit that gets mentioned? Do you know how hard it is to explain that to fucking people with your window open? I don't know how many times I've had to like text my roommate and be like, look.
Well, if you met Wesley and all this
guy
stuff,
from London doing some fucking crazy Western accent for 8 hours.
I don't know how some of them can do it. I can't do accents to save my life.
Same.
I try, but it doesn't work.
No, good old fucking dealing with bullshit because of character stuff.
Just speaks a credit to your RP, but you can convince people that you're actually a meth dealer.
Well, either that or just like if they had their window open, I had my window open. Their TV wasn't loud, and they just picked up a little bit of stuff. Like, who knows what the fuck people have heard me say? I say so much ridiculous shit as Zip and Guy. Like dealing with the whole fucking Oh Nopes playing Lady Quil and Lady Quil doing all this shit with the brother, and me trying to explain to
Oh my god.
Oh my
Amber that
god.
I'm not trying to fuck my sister has to have my neighbors wondering.
And why is she fucking crackhead Santa?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That was the best one.
I bet your neighbors have a glass on the wall all night,
Yep.
just listening to some of the stuff you say.
Or me,
Me
like,
every second.
Billy blasting his way through my mother.
What?
Billy Blastard flirted with Abigail for like 2 minutes, and Zip went around the entire crossing saying, Billy Blasters is trying to blast his way through my mother. I said that
Jesus.
so many times.
I'll just be like, oh my god, don't kill me. Please, no, every second day.
The whole Quill family storyline is so like messed up but so interesting. Just to like, it's like a car wreck that you can't look away from.
It's
You
not
just
interesting. It's one of those car wrecks that you're just like, nope. Not going
Yeah,
towards
you're,
that
you're
fire
either in the
mess.
car. You're either in the car or you're fucking running very far away from the car.
It's
Right.
given the Quill name some like infamous.
Oh, I don't think
You know,
people
like-
are gonna forget about the Quills in this server.
Oh, he's a Quill. Yeah, that makes sense.
Immediately. It's either we get 2 reactions when Zip says there's another Quill or something. It's like, oh fuck, another one, or they just walk away.
When I first brought Isaac in, I was introducing Isaac to everybody. They'd be like, "Are you related to Zip?" I'm like, "Yep." And like, "I'm so sorry."
Oh, it was shit. I think it was when I saw Weller for the first time in like 2 months. He went, "Oh, I've not seen you in a long time, Josie. Good to see you. Not like you're still doing crime." And then right after that, he just went, "Oh yeah, I've also heard you've been running around with the Quills, you fucking idiot," and then just walked out. And I was just like, "Oh, I feel shame."
I feel like we need to OOC warn people like, hey, we might be cutting off a bunch of RP if you're even seen with a Quill, by the way. Just a
Like a
disclaimer.
disclaimer for joining.
Disclaimers, yeah. So, you know how you got like meth and drugs and all that on GTA, and a lot of things in Wild are legal, like cocaine and opium. And do you think it would, as law, do you think it would be good if there was more? I don't know, what would you call it?
I would love
Narcotics?
some tonics to be outlawed.
Yeah, like
I was
Yeah.
thinking
With it
about
then,
this,
shit.
and I would love for a full-on like prohibition, like was it prohibition era kind of full server-wide story arc where all alcohol is banned for like 6 months.
So
Or, like,
this
something
is
like
how
that.
this is how it works. So moonshine illegal. If you brew your own alcohol, that's illegal. You get arrested for that. So you need to have a license to do these things, and at the moment there are no licenses. So if you have a business or if you are selling alcohol, the law is going to question you. And if you buy it from a, well, to be honest with you, you should be arrested or fined for you selling alcohol. Period. The only reason why is because you don't have a license to do so. You know what I'm saying? But that's not like set in stone. So the only thing that is set in stone is if you have a business and you're selling alcohol or making alcohol, you're going to get fined or arrested. If you make moonshine and you have it on you, obviously these things are lenient. If you have 2 bottles of moonshine on you, you're probably not going to get any hate for it. You know what I mean? It's just going to be put under the scope that, like, you know what I mean? You're a fucking moonshiner. But like that's kind of about it. As far as everything else, morphine, that's legal. We've had somebody put ads in the newspaper selling morphine. That's legal. Cocaine, that's legal. All that shit. But back then, cocaine wasn't used in the way that it was in 1980 or in.
Oh yeah,
Right,
Cocaine.
I mean, it was in Coca-Cola. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Coca-Cola is also not existent either. You know what I mean? So like,
Well, it
it's
wasn't
very
being snorted
right
to get
It's-
high.
right. Same with morphine. I mean, morphine, I guess, but you wouldn't really use it as like a. People weren't under the impression that you can just use it as a painkiller. It was more so like you get an injury, then you use it as a painkiller. It wasn't
Yeah.
like you pop that shit because it's a painkiller. You know what I mean? That's
It was
not-
it also wasn't as available. Like you
Right.
can't just go to anywhere and just have morphine. Like
exactly. It's locked away by doctors.
I would be okay with like opium being like that. The thing is a lot of servers they only do it they only outlaw something if it benefits you, which is why I think tonics would be a good one for, and it would cause law to have like certain people that are like tonics, like they understand tonics and know like that color means that they're gonna be able
That's a
to
good
run
idea.
faster and stuff like that. Maybe not like a full on fucking like 100 days, but maybe like 10 days just to make it more risky to carry it around or something like that, or deals like that. I think it also becomes more like approachable because there's some potions that you can make on the server that you could drink back to back and just not stop running. Like some of them dehydrate you, but if you have a stew, you could drink the potion, sit in a bush, drink a stew, use it again, and go. And just like no middle in between. So I think those potions should be a little bit, frowned upon, or at least taken more serious by law.
Oof, I don't really like the idea of using those at all. Like
Same.
them being available, to be honest.
The
So what do they
players
actually like boost you? Or I
well,
haven't run into any, I don't think.
the players that know how to make the OP one, like there's a very OP one, and I think it's like 4.5 minutes of stamina, and it also helps your health. And
The yellow one.
I don't remember what color it was, but like only 3 people I think in the server knew how to make it, and the only 2 that I know was Nash and Billy Joe Barber. Where when Zip was into like tonics and making tonics, those were the only 2 that knew how to make that very overpowered one. And they did a very good job by not telling. I think they were selling the recipe for like 15,000, like a ridiculous number where people wouldn't get it. But they had spent so much time perfecting it and so many like potions that they had to drink, because it's not, unless you have people to help you like pick those flowers to like experiment with it, it takes a full like 8 hours, 9 hours to do a few combinations. Because just when Zip was with the nighty Quil opium, he had to go to Saint Denis, then out west, then Tall Trees, and it was just like you only pick up one. Some of them there's only 4. You need 5 of each to make it, and like to not break character or not to use the meta on it. Like I didn't just keep going back as soon as you leave the area and it respawns. Like I would wait a full day to go back and repick some more flowers. So just to experiment with 2 potions took like 24 hours.
So that would have to be done in a way where, if it was to be regulated, I mean, I know there's like a lot of like legit businesses run by civilians that sell tonic. It would have to be done in a way where it would be fair to them as well. But thinking about it now, I think it would be quite a cool idea that if it was regulated, or if it was something the law
That's the third
was
one,
now
but
having
you always
to
told Zip that you
step
didn't
in
know
on,
that
because
recipe.
they would have to do patrols on well-known
that
areas.
you didn't, that you
for
were still
ingredients,
working on it.
and then it could lead to the potential of catching somebody in the act and having that RP. I don't know.
We can't even really. Oh, sorry, Sanctum, Karen.
We kind of do that already with moonshine. There's very few spots that you can go to get the ingredients for it. I'm not going to name the ingredients, but so like I'm sure all of you know how to make it anyways. It's like a well-known fucking thing. But like we kind of do those patrols already for those specific things. Sorry, I'm playing Diablo. Hold on. You can say what you're saying, Scarlet. What you're gonna say.
I was just gonna say, even weapon smuggling is hard to catch, really, unless people help us with it. I think it'll be really hard to have that role play.
Yeah. Being law, it's a lot harder than you think it is, right? Unless you're given, like, we don't not have the tools like radios. We don't have the tools of like long distance communication. We have to write everything in reports. And let me tell you, there are a lot of fucking reports that are archived. There were just 59 pages of reports. Every page has like 10 reports on it. Now we're down to 49. So like after a crime's gone cold, we obviously archive it. You know what I mean? And if it comes back up, then it comes back up. But like there's so much that happens with law that it's really hard to keep track of things and delegate people to go on these specific patrols to do these things, which is why sometimes you don't see law patrolling, because we don't have the numbers to do so. On average, there's probably about 13 to 14 law on any given time. And that's peak hours, maybe even less, especially recently. With Diablo 4 coming out, with Ignited Roleplay kind of spiking off, people have been playing that, people have been playing Diablo. So like, you know what I mean? So at any given time, you'd be lucky to be able to do a bank robbery and get interaction from law if nothing else is going on. So like, it's hard to delegate those. I don't think I've ever seen law above 20, and I've been a law person for a year and a half, almost 2 years. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's just difficult to have those things for criminals, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But things will eventually change. I mean, I've been saying that for a long time, but I always have hope, you know. But go ahead, say what you were going to say, Skyline, if you're going to say anything.
No, that was all. Just, I mean, what we wouldn't be able to just search everybody for it. How would we know that they have it? There's so many complications unless it was a mechanic.
Right.
Yeah.
So, any changes that you'd like to make to the server, or any additions, anything that you'd like to see new, any ideas?
Well, I
Anyone?
personally would love Mexico, but I know that's a long way down the line if it'll ever happen, just because you know how long it takes to code something like the Frontier as well. That takes quite a while, but Mexico would be sick. Maybe some like kind of like heisty like things. I think would be pretty cool.
They're working on that. Saint Denis Bank.
Yeah.
It's going to take some time though because they want to do it a certain way. They're working
100%, yeah.
They're working on things that would be more important, such as like civilian role play and other quality of life changes before they work on the Saint Denis Bank.
Yeah,
we
I
just
think the stuff that's kind of eased in
like,
that screenshot will be pretty interesting.
Yeah, Crimson Law just got a major update, so Civs deserve this one.
100%.
Like the way the paperwork changed for Law and everything, and with the sisika guards and the hideouts for Crims and stuff, like Law and Disorder was insane to experience. Like to be in Wild before and after was a huge difference.
Like groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
There was a recommend. Well, there was an idea that I wanted to see added. It was to do with, you can just get on a carriage and do deliveries, but right now, like, so for example, you've got the orange run, you just go pick an orange and you run it from A to B. I like it where there's like continuous deliveries that you drop off, pick up, continue.
Oh, like a route?
Yeah, like Euro Truck Simulator kind of thing. Just keep going and going. I would do that for hours. Honestly, no qualms about it at all.
That just reminds me of Go Postal.
Same here.
I can see something like that for like the telegram offices, like you do some sort of mail delivery like around the Saint Denis area or any of the towns. You did like deliver packages to houses. I can see that being a thing.
I think it'd be more immersive than the Go Postal, yeah.
I don't know much about the Civ update other than wagons.
There
That's
is.
the only thing
I've been
I know
hearing
about.
that there is the opportunity now to set up your own deliveries.
Right, that's what I was
update.
about to say. So there is a delivery. I don't know everything, by the way, about the patch, but I can go off of speculation and assumption. And sometimes that's bad to do, but assumably there more than likely will be more delivery options.
Yeah.
With wagons are coming out, with how they're reworking some of the milk deliveries, all that stuff. Now that's rumored, right? So that's not necessarily proven. The only thing that's proven is wagons, and I can't remember anything else. But yeah, so like I'm sure with this update, like there's going to be a lot more that would benefit in those areas because it's civilian, right? I'm hoping that they add. You want to know what? Actually, Kono's been hinting at this fucking thing, man. For every time he's done a stream or like he said we're making a change that's gonna make people come together, right? He's emphasized on this. My theory is something similar to Ignite View. So you know how Ignite has stock for every store and every business?
Oh my god, yes.
I think that is what they're adding to WildRP. And the reason why I think that is because that brings people together in a major way. If the general store only has 5 fucking oat cakes left, your ass better go get those oat cakes. Otherwise, you ain't having no oat cakes. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Same thing goes for guns. You know what I'm saying? So now, of course, I think guns will be a little bit more difficult, but that sense of like wheat, sugar, water canteens, et cetera, there might be a way to get those things, but I think that might be what he's hinting at, or it's something else. But I'd love to see that.
The only reason why I don't think it would be that is because no one can own stores.
I agree.
So it'd be weird. I want to see it like to where just anybody can add stock to it, but at the same time, like, couldn't they take it out too? Like, I hope there's a mechanic for it because I really do like the fact that no one can claim a building. It makes it to where
Same.
Aussie hours, shit like that, like everyone has that way to facilitate RP, and a lot of people do it in a great way in Wild, where they respect the people that are there every fucking day. Like Peter Walkwell in Blackwater, like everyone respects that Peter, when he's not being a ranger, he is at that saloon, and people that, you know, run the saloon, they say, oh yeah, me and Peter talk, like stuff like that. Even if they don't, it just adds to like that thing. But anyone could go and be a bartender. It's good to RP too, as if you have a boss and stuff like that. Some people want to do that, but if they wanted to, they could do it when it's off hours, because there needs to be that way to like fluctuate. And it also adds little RP here and there when people fight over like the fort or something like that, or like territorial. I think everyone that like everyone knows, like none of us own this place, but it adds a little bit of conflict. Not enough to, I don't think, start a war or anything like that, but it adds a little bit of conflict.
Yeah, it's like the Moretti's, the Mayor's Manor. We don't claim it, but nobody else will just come in and be like, oh, I stay here too.
Oh, I still call that the cut manager's piss off Armadillo.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I used to
same
be in the
thing.
cut as well.
Yeah,
The thing about the restocking the stores too, I think will promote more exploration.
I agree.
Especially if there's like a stock running out in Tumbleweed, for example, you can have people, you know, doing their deliveries out there as well.
I just wouldn't want to see places die because of that too.
Same.
Yeah, it can go both ways, can't it?
Mm-hmm.
I just want reasons to travel because I've been riding around a lot by myself and it's been kind of quiet. And I'm like, I want to go out west, but I don't really have an in-character reason to go out west. Things like that. Or to Coulter.
Zoe for Sheriff of Armadillo or Armadillo.
I would like to see some more emphasis on the trains as well, I think.
I was
'cause
saying that, yeah.
It gets into certain hours, especially at peak hours, and you might not see a single train come through. And I would like to see like
an application to be a train conductor, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't bitch about the problem. Fix the problem, Wicked. I'm just joking.
I would really like it if some Wicked or expert modder could make it so that the train track, they could place down their own train tracks.
There
connecting
can
the
be.
west and the east.
They did actually.
You can do that, but it's very hard to make them clean. Wicked on the server that Wicked had a Red M server, and one of the devs was building like the railway, but I don't know if you can actively put a train on it or not.
No, I don't think you can. I mean, you probably can, but like we didn't delve that far into like looking into that.
That would
like
bring so much life.
The most we did with the train was that people could, you know, pick people up and drop them off to the next station, but we also gave them the opportunity to run deliveries, so they could run stock between towns. But that would obviously come at the cost of coal to run the train, and you know, to actually get the supplies to put onto the train, they couldn't just do a mission and therefore, like, you know, get money out of it. They had to actually get the stock from other people.
Trains running out west would be such a big game changer too.
Yeah,
They do sometimes, don't they?
The tracks are like, so there's a OOC issue with some of the tracks out there, so there hasn't been a train out west in a while, but I think Kono is going to be fixing that with this update. Trincaria keeps hinting like soon, like I promise.
I've never seen a train out west. Have there been trains out there before?
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah, I used to do security on the trains as Norman, and I know the issue you're talking about is like the infinite loop that you just can't get out.
Yeah, and
I don't know if it's the same one.
It might be that one, because there's no way of actually taking the tracks out like towards McFarland's. I think
There's
that
no
has a
connection
big
between
thing.
east and west though, is there?
No,
Or is
no,
there?
no.
That would be good.
It kind of goes to like
Having a
outside
train run
thieves.
from Saint Denis.
The
Saint Denis
closest
to
it
out
does
west would be
is,
amazing.
you know, it stops at Riggs, and then you have to horse ride down to McFarlane.
Yeah, I wanted to start with the carriage update, like a business where it can stop there and then you can ferry people down to the west train lines. But I don't know. If they can find a way to connect the west and the east train lines, it'd be huge.
I'd love that. The only way would be wagons, really.
Yeah,
but that would take a lot of communication and manpower just to get enough way. Well, provided enough people were riding the train as well.
Right. A lot of people stay away from the trains too because it's such an easy target. I like one of the things that I was thinking about, like, I think halting the train should have a cooldown. Like, if you prevent the train from continuing its thing, I think there should be like a OC day cooldown for that. Because theoretically, as long as we don't break into the safe, criminals can rob a train every single day. And we can rob everyone on the train, and it's just a bunch of people. As long as you can outnumber the amount of law or security that is on that train, everyone's kind of fucked if they're not wanting to get like a vigilante charge. So I think there should be like some way that if you prevent the train from continuing its route in any way, there should be some sort of cooldown, even if it's a couple days. It just prevents it from being overused.
Yeah, like 9 out of 10 trains get robbed at the moment.
Exactly.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And it causes
they-
civs not to ride them.
Yep, because their policy is then to clear everybody off the train. They've got to take the train back to depot, so they're not allowed to carry on.
Right. And it ends that entire thing. And then it's like, Henrietta, how many times has she been robbed in the last, like, 2 months? Like, 40 times? Like, it discourages people that are trying to be train conductors, and just every day they wake up with their shit stolen.
Yeah, they get treated like a loot box more than anything.
Right.
I tried to hop on it yesterday and it didn't go well. But
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to rob it. I was just trying to use it to get away.
One of my best on you go.
I was just gonna say I quickly realized it doesn't go that fast.
No. They'll slow down if need be. Like, I've seen train conductors slow down to facilitate RP.
Right.
Otherwise, they just outrun horses. But one of my best RP experiences actually came from a train robbery. It was one of Wallaby's first train robberies, and this is when Norman was trying to go down a civ route. You know, he was trying to turn his life around. And I delivered coal to the trains, and the way I would do that is I'd just hold a box full of coal on the train, and like, train robberies, if done right, and if they're done sporadically, like if they're spread out, they can be good. But if it's just every time a train is out, it's going to get robbed, then it takes the fun of having the train out away. So
makes it kind of pointless, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
Right, and that's another one of those things where you don't know in character if someone had just robbed that train like an hour ago, and then it's like the same people are getting robbed twice.
That train that I just mentioned, it actually did get robbed just before I had hopped on it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, carry on, Ray.
I was going to say, recently, like, I can't remember when it was, at least a couple of days ago, there was a scenario where 2 people on a train that were going to rob it ended up getting robbed by another gang that came by, and they robbed the robbers that were going to rob the train. It's the best thing ever.
Oh, that's funny. Like, you think you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna rob this train, and then like some bigger group just comes out of nowhere and then just robs you and the train.
And that was literally, and they were the only 2 people on the train were 2 people that were about to rob it.
Oh, that is comedy gold.
Maybe I'm a chaos gremlin, but every time I get on the train, I hope somebody robs it.
Yeah, I'm the same. I want to get robbed on the train.
That was my second day in. I got robbed on a train by the kid, and then yeah.
I don't think I've
a
been
whole
on
day
a
came
train
of
and
it.
it's not been robbed. I don't think that's ever happened to me, ever.
I have when I worked as security with Amarillo.
The only
We
way
took
I
a
can
train
see
out west.
balancing the trains is some kind of train security role, where like every train has like, I mean, shit, maybe even some I don't know, maybe even some NPC guards might make it more interesting on the trains. I don't know.
So a little bit of Norman that you're going to find out about now that shouldn't be found about. He applied to law way back before being in the Moretti's, so that he could start a train, like official train security. It would just be for trains, and it was just his way of being able to try and like shoot people without the consequences. Because he
Did it
he
work?
really liked. Well, when I applied, I went in to have my interview with in character with Malone, and he was wanted for murder. So yeah.
Oh.
Got arrested.
That's amazing. Walked in for an interview, walked out in handcuffs.
Yeah.
Can
Yeah,
imagine
Malone was
that
like,
if you were
wait a
telling.
minute. This is Mr. McCain.
Do people not struggle with the rule of 6 on the trains? Like when there's a train full of people and somebody's going to rob it, how do you know who's going to fight back though?
It's a gamble, I
it's
think.
so
Yeah.
fucking.
That's
the
hard.
6-man rule is so scary when dealing with like saloon robberies, with anything that is unplanned. Because like, when Zip meets with a group of outlaws, it's like the very first thing I check is like, okay, we need 6 people to be security. If law shows up, we need 6 people to shoot. Like we're all wanted, pretty much. It's very easy to facilitate who the 6 is. Right, but you go into a saloon, you go onto the train, they don't have that fucking talk prior. So it's very hard to kind of, and then it makes it to where like, okay, are none of them gonna fight back because of it? The very first situation I've ever been in that like scared the shit out of me was Effie and Nash's funeral. It was right when Zip joined like the Kettleman gang, and Zip and Aurora were on security pretty much, and the Dead End gang and the Kettleman gang got in a shootout, and it was like all the Kettlemans were there. I think there was 9 or 10 of us. This was before I'm pretty sure this was before the 10-man gang size limit was it was talked about, but it wasn't enacted. They gave us I think 2 to 3 weeks to actually trim the fat of gangs. But there was a bunch of people that represented the Kettlemans there, and a bunch of people that represented the Dead End gang there. And it was like, who the fuck is to shoot? Who isn't? I'm pretty sure it was a 5v5. I'm pretty sure everyone kind of stayed out of it that wasn't like in the scene that caused that shit to go that way. But it's very hard to determine that, and you never know what other people are thinking when you start a scene like that. I try to stay away from it, honestly. If I see a train, if there's law there, I'll do it because it's very clear that law will handle it.
Yeah.
But if it's like just civilians and maybe 2 lawmen, it gets very hard to like kind of justify like why would I be doing it? Like whose story is this actually helping? Like if anything, you could possibly make like half a dozen people very uncomfortable right now if you rob this and make them feel like, what do I do? And I don't want to do that to anybody.
What do people think of the train conductors having like another role, which is
they do security.
Yeah, they do.
And they're all fully, but I never see them like on the trains.
Because they get overpowered almost instantly.
Is that because there's not enough of them that have that role?
So, yeah, when I worked as security with Norman and Amarillo, he was always about like, we shoot them. I don't give a fuck what law say. We're security. We're securing this train. And I fucking loved Amarillo until he died. Our rule was we move everybody to the front of the train and tell them we're the ones that are handling it. Get to the front of the train right now. And yeah, that's how we handled it. We just take over the scene and tell the train to speed up. So even if it was 6 trying to rob the train, if the train's going a little bit faster, it makes it difficult for the crew that's trying to board the train. Once they board the train, and if we know we're overpowered, then yeah, we would give up. And unfortunately, we failed in our job of securing the train. But yeah, that's how, as security, we used to do it. But then we all got sacked. Told by the train authority, you're no longer needed.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
I wonder.
And now they get robbed
wonder
every
what
day.
I'm pretty sure Henrietta and train staff and things like that can defend themselves. That like they're not going to get vigilante charges or anything like that. They can defend the train.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. They get armed for it.
Yeah.
So they get
That's why there's
standard
transit guns.
weaponry, or
Yeah, they get the same guns as lawmen. They get
Imagine
trains, Schofield and Lancaster.
Yeah.
Imagine a train that's got like 4 or 5 fully armed guards that have, powers out of character. They know they're allowed to shoot on sight.
Yeah, they've got that, I think.
Not a shoot on sight. There's
Not
no
shoot on
one
sight,
in the
but
entire
Hen-
server that has that power to shoot
But
on
yeah.
sight.
But the train staff can, like, if someone's trying to get on the train, they can point a gun and tell them to leave and shoot them and things like that. I don't think it's
Right.
like
Yeah, that's what I meant on shooting side. But I haven't seen security on them.
It's just train staff itself. There was a couple people that were trying to start like train like companies, but the thing is like if you're not there, train gets robbed, they have to dock the train. It may demotivate that RPer from doing the train, or they're like, okay, I need to wait a little bit for the train. It wouldn't make sense for the train to be right back on the tracks after it get robbed. So there's a lot of things to play, and then that person might not get on at the same time as train staff. So it's like kind of one of those things where you need each other to function. Because if there was security on the train, it would be a lot more ways to plan those jobs, and it wouldn't be so impromptu. I see a train, let's go rob that train. People would start getting choke points for trains, right? Like this would be the best place to put a wagon and stuff like that. Whenever there's like a quote unquote special train, people plan that shit out, and they'll plan the routes. They'll get routes from people that may know the information, and it causes a lot of RP. It's not like so impromptu. I think it's like one of those things where it's just one day I think the puzzle will fit, and we'll find the perfect balance of enough law to be able to get on the train, or maybe a security company or something like that, and just kind of keep the trains from being robbed every single day. It'll make civilians more welcoming to it too.
The thing with the trains at the moment is once the gang is on the train, that's it. They've robbed the train.
Right.
Whereas if we had it full of security, then actually getting on the train is just the first step. But then you actually need to clear the whole length of the train. You know, you need to get rid of all the guards or tie them up, whatever it might be.
Right, and it can be cool to corrupt the guard. It's a lot easier to corrupt the guard than it is to corrupt the lawman. So you could grab a loved one if you do your information. Like, okay, this guy's guarding the train. This is who that character is dating. We bring him, shut down the whole security. It just causes a lot more than just... I think the biggest problem is the impromptu train robberies. People hear a train, see a train. They have 6 people. They're looking for people to rob. They see the golden goose, right? And they just go and chase it. I think the security will cause more RP to be had before actually hitting the train.
Yeah, I liked as security on train. I did like the RP. The shoot, if there was a shootout, there was always conversation before it. Like they would be like, "We're here to rob the train," and you'd have that back and forth before a shootout. So the RP was always great. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's keeping that actively going is the hard part.
Yeah. You know, I always think about like when an update comes out with the Law and Order one. Do you think there's anything that hasn't been found yet, like that's been added, like secret?
Oh, definitely.
Ooh.
I think Connor's keeping a few surprises.
No, he's talking about what already came out, not what's coming with the next patch.
Oh,
What
right.
came out
Okay.
with Law and Disorder that people haven't figured out.
For a long time, I was convinced that there is a mine up in the frontier.
Same.
Hidden
Oh,
mine
same.
that no
Yeah,
one knows
yeah.
about.
I started a
to be
rumor
up
that there was a mine up there.
Was it you? I spent hours there. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Spent so long on my ranger just trying to like get acquainted, and I was like, I'm going to find this mine eventually. Like, I will come across it.
I
Just-
told about 15 people that I've been hiding out in the mine up in Coulter. And then they were like, where's the mine? I'm like, you have to go really deep into the Coulter. Like, you have to go really deep into the frontier to find it. And it was
There
just...
was a rumor that it was like you would access it from a hatch. So rather than it being like a cave entrance, it was like a hatch into a mine. And for ages, everyone was trying to find this fucking hatch.
Yeah,
Found it.
I never
Yeah.
mentioned a hatch, so it could have been someone else's story.
I heard multiple things. You had to go down one of the crevasses, like the big ice.
That
you just had to keep going down and down.
That was mine. That once if you go into the frontier far enough, you'll see a very large, like, crevice with the trees to your right and like the mountain to your left, and you take the crevice underneath the mountain into the mine.
That drove me insane.
You're welcome.
Also, wasn't there talks or rumors of a new gem type from Guarma? that
Obsidian.
somebody found, but then nobody
Oh,
found
shit.
it. It's like a... I can't remember what it's fucking called now. It's something...
That'd be
It was
cool.
like a black something. It was called like a black something. I can't remember.
Onyx.
Onyx. That was it.
That's pretty funny.
And there was a newspaper article saying that somebody had found it, and then
Uh-huh.
nobody ever saw this thing in.
Oh, that's great.
I remember
remember-
the talk of the black gem. Someone had asked Zip about it, and I was like, I don't know why you're fucking asked. I've only gone to Guamer to shoot people.
It was a blood diamond as well. Somebody had apparently.
It could also be people that label the
Yeah.
diamond blood diamond, and that's where people saw it. Because a lot of people don't like if they come into Wild and they see like blood diamond. It's like when I think I got RP checked one time when I was doing the opium. I just labeled tobacco like opium laced tobacco, and they're like, "Oh, this is just tobacco," and it's like, "No, shut the fuck up. It's opium laced tobacco." But it's like one of those things where it could have been that, and someone is like, "Oh, opium's a real thing on the server." It could have been a blood diamond. They thought it was like a real thing on the server too.
Yeah, I believed them because they said, "Oh, look, if you take it to the store, it sells for like 5,000." I was like, "What?"
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you should have realized that it was a lie.
All we had to
So
do
we
is
gotta
ask
try
Peter
it,
Rockwell. He'll know.
Has
Yeah, he
anyone
probably
ever tried to
knows,
be
yeah.
a snake? Has anyone tried to be a snake oil salesman using those name tags? Ever? You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah,
rename
I
an oil.
feel like a lot of people have done like
So-
similar
there's been
stuff.
tonic sellers. And
I've done it. It's funny.
I did
You
it
give
with
them
the
a funny
bait.
pitch. Sorry, carry on.
Oh, sorry. It was just. Remember when the bait came out for hunting? I labeled them like legendary bait, strong bait.
Wow.
People were buying them.
so good.
Oh my god.
I'm so upset with myself that I didn't think of that.
That's
I
fucking
think-
genius.
The worst scam I saw. I don't want to drop this meta, but there's a place that you can get bananas that's not gourmet.
Right.
Well, I
Guam
know.
and bananas.
I know.
I think a lot
Yeah.
of people know about that.
But when that first came out, there was like these people dressing up like they're coming from gourmet and selling the bananas. They're just going to the place.
That's horrible.
We've traveled far and wide for these
Yeah,
bananas.
exactly.
Best one I've seen is there was somebody in Saint Denis selling newspapers, and it was just blank sheets of paper that they'd renamed
Wow.
to newspaper.
Not all berry hop on in, man.
I love that so much.
Oh, who was that character that was played in the newspaper boy that was just going around saying Denis on a wagon all the time?
Oh yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
That was Timmy.
That was really funny. Like we had some great RP with Timmy.
You know who I love? The fucking milkman.
There's been a few milkmen. I don't know which one. Are you talking about the one that was with Dead End
Uh,
Gang or the one out west?
Shit, who plays it? I think it's Walrus. I think plays him.
Oh yeah, I hired him to set up a stand at one of my racing events, and all I did was sell milk.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just funny. See when you get into like a conversation with him that lasts longer than like a couple of minutes. It's just the amount of dick jokes that gets thrown in it. It's just funny.
Just rename some oil into PP enlargement oil.
Did I spend Sanctum spent $1,500 for the recipe for bait and it didn't work.
Does anyone
I still think
remember
the-
Garrett's lube? Is it Garrett's lube? That gun oil from Rhodes.
Oh yeah, Garrett's gun oil. Yeah.
Yeah, and he named all his gun oil. So good.
I think the best scam. Well, it's just unfortunate was when the folders that log up.
Yeah.
People started getting their hands on them and selling them
it
for like
was only-
1,500.
It was
Oh,
only
yeah.
Law that could have those for so long. Yeah, I remember that.
And then they became public.
How long did you how long do you think it would take to find a lawman with a folder in their inventory? You know what I mean? It's rare.
Well, when they first came out, like everyone would, a lot of the lawmen would carry them because it was like a new toy, and they didn't really think about it.
Yeah, they were going
Yeah.
for like $2,000 to $3,000.
Mm.
I think
The
easily.
law tags are always something that people are trying to steal.
Yeah, I've never got that because don't they do well, I was about to say they don't do the same job, but they don't really, do they? Because
Mm-mm.
So-
normal tags edit the actual name of the item,
So there,
whereas the other tags don't.
there is a reason to get the things. The reason why Zip was going after law tags was because he got arrested one time and he had the tag from previous time of it being returned, and whoever arrested him didn't put DNR on it because he used it in like several shootouts with law, and he ended up it's his most infamous gun. It's Bloody Bill that he carries, but there's a dude like now it's I think a do not return tag, but before when he had it, it said return, and Zip just I think it was like 2 or 3 times that Zip got that gun back just because they checked the gun and no one put a new slip on it saying do not return. So I was just able to keep going in and getting that gun back. So I started like a whole thing like if we just get a bunch of these law item tags, we could just put it on all our guns saying return, and if they don't think twice about it, we get our gun back. But I think when the only time that we were actually given them like without robbing them was when me and Andy went undercover as James and Debbie, and we went to law and we were like, if we get robbed, can we get tags that say like return to James and Debbie and put those on our guns? And it ended up saving Zip because Jabas robbed Zip when Zip was undercover, and that's when Jabas was trying to kill Zip. So because he had that gun and it said return to James, Zip was able to get out of that situation. So I ended up like working out, but those tags are really fun to try to RP, try to get. And it doesn't really make a big difference because now I think all law do the DNR, and plus now the guns go into the folder of the crime that they committed, so they could clearly see like, okay, this dipshit's not getting his gun back. He got arrested for shooting down like 6 lawmen. But that was before when it wasn't part of the paperwork.
I'm gonna go and get some food.
What are you gonna get?
I actually don't know.
Fish and chips.
Oh,
No,
I'm
not
so
this
hungry
heat
now.
at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No.
Yeah, you can get fish and chips and whatever. They have it for lunch.
So greasy for this time of day.
Nah,
It is.
depends where
I
you
was
go.
thinking more like 4 tubs of ice cream.
What
Depends what it's
Just as bad.
Just
Give me a Solero any day of the week.
Oh yeah, Solero would be good.
Most of you
I think
guys are
everyone's-
from the
Or
other
a
side of
Clippo.
the ocean. It's 5 a.m. for me.
It's fucking 1 in the afternoon.
Yeah, just that one.
It's 1 in
think
the
everyone-
afternoon and past my bedtime.
It's 8 a.m.
I can't
Maybe all of
believe
it.
we've been to bed.
Wild
Everyone's getting the
hours.
cornetos down at the moment.
I have a question for you guys. So obviously I've only been there for like 2 weeks. Do you guys have any like advice or tips? As in for a newer player, since you guys have played, most of you have played for ages, right?
Yeah, don't say I gotta think in my head for a minute.
Before you answer.
I don't say that.
Bye.
See ya.
Thank you for
Yeah,
hanging out. I don't know if you're already gone. I have streamer mode on.
He did.
He left.
Oh my
Because it's a lot easier to join a server that's brand new than it is one that's already established. Because it's harder to get involved with things. So, it's like if there's any tips you guys have for
Don't
I
log
know,
yourself out.
Just
Have
throw
fun
yourself
with it.
out there, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
don't expect things to come to you. Like, you're always going to have to like
Of
put
course.
effort in from both ways.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, like, don't expect, I'm going to go rob a bank. It's like, you have to go do it if you know what I mean.
Oh, no,
I know it's a horrible excuse, but like, well, not excuse, a horrible fucking like explanation, but like, the role plays out there. You just gotta like find
Yeah.
it.
I think one of the biggest things I learned was taking things as they come. Like you could have a whole plan set out, when you get on. You could be like, okay, today I'm gonna go out mining, I'm gonna go hunting, or I'm gonna do this today, I'm gonna go rob a bank today, and like someone else can come up and throw a wrench into the works and it
Yeah.
completely changes the whole day. Like when me and Bud yesterday had a whole plan to go and mess with like races and stuff and rob a bank. It turned into a completely different story for that day, like where we ended up just getting into a whole different thing.
Yeah.
And it still created great roleplay. We just went with it and just where it led us.
One of the things was I'd been so used to playing
Oh,
with some of the same people over and over. It was a huge anxiety of like not wanting to, you know, disturb anybody else's RP and be a nuisance, so to speak. Because I'd not been at a different server for so long, but I had always wondered about Wild and the level of RP here.
It's
I think
I've
everyone
patched
about
it everywhere I've
yeah.
been.
I think everyone's really good on Wild at being inclusive of everybody who is in the scene.
Yeah.
Even if you
it's
just like
been-
wander into the saloon and like there's an argument going on, like you could get involved in that argument just because someone will go, "Hey, what's your opinion on this?" And you'd be like, "Oh, okay," and then you chime in with what you want to say, and you just get like dragged into all kinds of stuff. It's really
Well, the prime example of that is goes back to that second day when I went to Van Horn, and lo and behold, I get involved in being a doppelganger, then end up going to a fort and getting involved with Zip and his bank robbery.
exactly.
Like, you know, it's that there is a lot of inclusiveness there. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't lock yourself out of RP and just remember give and take. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's always like one of those things where I try really hard to like give new people the door that I had fortunately open for me when I joined the Kettleman gang. But at the same time, it's very hard to do that to new characters because you don't want to force them. Because Zip is at a
Yeah.
point to where any character that comes across or even tries to attempt to work with Zip is getting in shootouts with Law, doing possible torture. Like Zip is such a like dangerous person to follow because of the shit that he gets into. So picking up randoms and new people is very hard in an OOC level to where like I don't want to rush this person's progression into being a criminal because like as soon as I was on the server for a while before joining the Kettleman gang, but I had taken like a 3-month break and I only played Zip like maybe a total of 10 hours prior to that, and then within like a week I was within the Kettleman gang, and within less than I think 3 weeks from that I was serving 13 days in Sisika. And every lawman knew my name.
Fuck, I'm dead. Dude.
Rip.
This is such a difficult fucking fight.
I'm just
the RP
glad
from
that,
and the funniest
law
part
has been
is,
stepped up. Sorry.
yeah. No, sorry, go on. Didn't
I
mean
was
to
just
talk
saying,
over
like the RP that I've received, especially from like Law, one particular stone has been
Yes,
outstanding as
Captain
well.
Rebel's amazing.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
I-
yeah. Sorry.
I think what WoW does the best though is that a lot of servers where they send their characters to prison will just go there, serve time, and come out. I found that when I've had characters in Cisco, it was some of the best RP I could ever have, and you think, wow, like of all the
Yeah.
places in the whole map to have good RP, you wouldn't expect it to be in the prison. But my first character who I played was he was kind of like my warm-up character to the server, Jeremiah. I had no intentions for him to get involved or build such relationships so quickly. But like when he went to prison and he got really close with Zip and Andy and everything else and had all these other friendships going on, I only ran him for like maybe 3 to 4 months or something before he was killed off, and it was like so sad at the same time. I was like, damn, like you don't realize till like when it's all said and done, like how much RP those characters have gone through so quickly.
Yeah.
And majority of that was in prison, you know.
Well,
This is the first server that I've experienced any form of actual roleplay to happen in prison. To where it like, I'm not saying every time I enjoy going putting my character in prison for a bit, you know what I mean? But like the majority of the times, I'm like, oh, this is going. I know something fun's going to like happen, or like there's going to be some form of like progression towards like a character that I'm going to witness, or just something's going to happen, and it's just super. I don't know. I think it's just pretty good.
Right. I haven't had the opportunity to roleplay in the prison yet. I am in there, but I because of my hours, it's difficult because the prime time on the server is like really, it gets real late for me. But I do look forward to when I am able to, because I have been a warden in the past, and it's been fun. So to see what it's like here would be incredible.
For me, for me.
Wait,
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh my god, Barry! I thought you were fucking Hutchinson.
No, for me personally, some of the best role play I've had in the server has been like in Sisika with Gavin Summers and Jack Kettleman and stuff. The feud that my gang had with the Kettlemans and with the Kelly gang. That's been some of the best. Probably in some of the most fun role play I've had was in Sisika. So I haven't been in Sisika in a long time though, so I kind of want to do something to go back, but it's building. So
just spend 1 hour with Zip.
That's
We'll be
what I
in
was
there for
saying.
OC days, man.
yeah. Well, I'm a bloody hood. I'm sure I can find my way back to Sisika somehow.
Not what I heard. Just kidding.
But didn't you like spend like how many days was it in Sisika?
The longest, like total?
With Zip, like your longest sentence in like not like in total, but like
36 days, and I earned that in 32 hours.
I wish they'd put a cap or something on that. That's so long.
Yeah, so
I got about 20 days was my longest.
The thing with fucking Siska is hard because like you want a pace coming out from like a long sentence, but it's also like I just benched my fucking character for 36 days. 36 days I have not been able. Right, so when you come out, you're gonna want to like pace it. So I just did the very dark Zip for I think about 2 weeks, where I don't think I committed a crime after that. But it's very hard not to be like, okay, I want to rob a bank. But I mean, 3,600 days, like the days are already fucked when it comes to Sisika. But I think in total, my total Sisika days that I spent, mind you, I've been a criminal for about 8 months, is 113 days.
It's about like putting weight behind the criminal's actions, though, right? Because if it wasn't that extreme, there'd be no weight at all. You do your crimes, say you go in for a couple hours or a day, and then you're back out and you do it all over again. There's no weight behind that. So ultimately, like having it to that extreme is
I
right.
feel like it's impactful to the character too. Like it actually changes the character while they're in there. Like I don't think like when Bud played Zip before he went there, I don't think he was as hardened as he was till he got out with Sisika.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
Sisika. What was it? Sisika's like a blessing and a curse. It's the single best place to find other criminals that you relate to, but at the same time, you're being horrifically beaten by Booker.
So here is the greatest RP thing about Sisika, is it gives you an opportunity to RP with people that your character would not otherwise or have problems. The one of the most impactful arcs Zip ever had was when he was a Kettleman. He gets arrested. They were very at war with the DiCenzos. We had already gotten in several shootouts, Zip and the DiCenzos with the Kettlemans, and Zip made a friend in Sisika. And on an OOC level and an IC level, I didn't know that Angel Knives' sissy was a DiCenzo. And it was like 3 days of me waking up every day RPing with Sissy until it she had dropped something that told Zip she was a DiCenzo. And the craziest relationship came from like Sissy and Zip. And it still is very like tense scenes between Sissy and Zip still to this day. But that would have never happened without Sisika, because if it was on the outside, we would never got to meet each other. It was just shootout after shootout after shootout. But because you're in Sisika, you don't want to fight every day. It becomes very fucking like so annoyingly frustrating when like you're in there with an enemy and like every single time it's like a fight. Like you can't fight every day. It's prison. Like you get to fight if there's like a argument or something, fight, but just seeing each other and fighting is not worth it. So you end up having to RP with these people, and I think it makes Sisika such a golden gem of RP with that biggest thing right there, is bringing people together that would never meet.
It's also unrealistic to fight every day, because if you
Right.
think about it, you punch each other in the face a bunch of times. You're going to have black eyes. Your face is going to swell up. And you're not going to fight them again the second you see them again, and then again, and then again, and so on.
Right.
So you got to think about the realism side of things as well.
Yeah. It's
You
like
you remind me of Panda and Hutchinson, dude. Like your mic quality sounds like Hutchinson, and then sometimes when you're getting deep in thought like that, you sound like Panda. It's so fucking weird.
Is the mic quality okay?
Oh yeah, the mic quality's great.
Yeah, cool.
Just saying, you sound like Panda and fucking Hutchinson.
I'm not sure who Panda is, but
Sheriff Hart. You know who that is? Sheriff Hart.
Suddenly Pandas, I think, is his full name.
All in red.
That's all
Does
good.
mine sound better since
Sorry.
you asked last? Serial? Is it Serial? Yeah.
Yeah, it's Serial. What's up?
Does mine sound a lot better since you asked earlier?
Yeah.
Oh, it was because I was sat away. That's what it was.
So yeah, Sisika is like an armistice. You know, it's like groups go there and they're all in there, and they put aside their differences. And then it's like when they're getting out, it's just like, well, that's me getting out. I'll see you on the outside, and then just go back at it.
Yeah, I wish it was taken advantage of more. You do see sometimes people just get on, check telegrams, and go back to sleep again. But I wish more people would kind of indulge the ones who are there, and it creates.
Sorry.
Sorry, go on.
The best way to do it, and this is what I found out before the Law and Order or Law and Disorder came out, is logging on and kind of just waiting. And if someone sees you, you just go and approach that RP, and then the more and more those people that come and check telegrams, they start to see 2 or 3 people. They come over. The next person to come check telegrams, they see 4 or 5 people. And then done. You got a story going. More people are getting brought into Sisika instead of going there and immediately logging out. They're now RPing with the people in there, and you could start an entire wave of RP. And like I said, I was in there the first time for 13 days. Every day I went live, I would do 13, 14-hour streams just in Sisika. And just waiting there, kind of just hanging out. I would like edit videos while I was waiting, but I would just lean up against the wall. And the second I saw someone, I would just go up and start talking to them. And once someone sees another, like 2 people talking, it just builds. And then all of a sudden, everyone coming in, everyone logging in, they see something going on. They're like, oh, fuck it, I won't switch to that character yet. Let's see what's going on here. And then it's up to you and other people. But then you try to get a story going like, hey, we can you help me? We need to go out to the fields. We need to get potatoes, but we need to dig for something. Like the guards left handcuffs outside, or I overheard a guard saying that there might be like a gun buried out there, and then it gives everyone the RP to go dig potatoes. And you could just influx a story just like that, and then you tell the people, yeah, I'll be around tomorrow. I'll be getting out of my cell tomorrow, and then they know you might be RPing tomorrow.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, carry on.
I was just going to add on that. Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for this. I don't know if there's any around at the moment these days, but the Sisika lifers, the guys that they're doing the life sentences in Sisika, and they get on specifically for those people that are in Sisika and have no one to role play with, and they're the guys that get those scenes going that you were just referring to. A lot of respect for those role players.
I haven't seen them for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah.
So what I was going to say is the same principle applies for like late night law. If there's crime going on, more law will stay on. And when there's more law, people do more crime. So I try and stay on like as late as I can to be that deputy for people who want to do crime late night.
What you don't realize is that criminals need law. For the RP.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Funny.
I've noticed that about you, actually. You've been around a little bit when I've been getting on, and I know you're in the UK or something, aren't you? So,
yeah.
So yeah, it must be like insanely early in the morning when we cross paths and see each other these last few weeks.
Yeah, but I'm always so grateful for that because sometimes there's just nothing going on. and then
Yeah.
you see like the red hood, and you're like, oh, okay, what's gonna happen?
I
Just
think
trying
that
to keep you
has
on
been
One or
edge.
the other, yeah. It's
It's
never in the
I
middle.
think
I never like
I-
seeing law unless I'm in Sisika and I'm on my own, and it's just like, oh, there's people to talk to. They're bringing somebody in. Who is this?
I think one of the times you were on really early in the morning is when I was doing the introduction for Kane, and you had to deal with the crazy dehydrated machete guy.
Yes, but that's really fun. The more stuff's going on, the more law I think will stay on.
It also is a problem though because like if it pretty much after like 10 p.m. my time, which would be 6 a.m. for you guys, it's like if I see pop drop from 50, I don't do crimes because I feel bad that if they're like I can't fucking just go and see, okay, is there certain lawmen on, like is there law on, so it's very hard to commit crimes. So it's kind of like one of those things to kind of just show up in town and kind of like, okay, there's enough law, because we ended up robbing a bank at like 4 a.m. for my time, and like that's very rare to see because that would be noon for you guys, but usually at like 4 a.m., which it's 5 a.m. for me right now, and the pop is 13. So for us to be able to rob a bank in a time like that, but we had gone to a town, I think. Napoleon, you were there. I think it was me, you, and Dodza that robbed that bank.
Oh yeah, the one in Blackwater.
Yeah, you like wrote us, and we were like, "There's like fucking 8 or 9 lawmen in Blackwater right now. Let's fucking hit a bank." Like, so it's very hard to kind of gauge, like, okay, do I commit a crime right now, even though I know law's not around? Because it's, I mean, there's times where we try to rob a bank at 7 in the afternoon for me, and there was just no law. And it would be like, I'm pretty sure I found out later that there was a law funeral. So it was, the law was around, it's just they were off duty, so we couldn't rob the bank. But it's like, it's very hard to try to figure out that point of like, I guess petty crimes, right? Petty crimes would be good, but I just don't like going out and robbing people when there's not enough law to facilitate the RP for the person I'm robbing.
Yeah, it's
If you're
difficult to
doing
know,
it
isn't it?
alone.
Yeah, it really
The
is.
early morning has a very big moonshine culture. There is a lot of
Yeah.
moonshine done in the early morning.
There has to be
I
a
remember,
law cap for that as well, right? There has to be a certain amount of law. for
Yeah,
moonshine
there
money.
is. There is. Yeah.
Tiny. Yeah.
Mhm.
So my thing with that is just split up your group, because if I'm the only deputy on, I don't mind chasing like a lone robber. That sounds really fun to me. But it's when it's 6 people and I'm the lone deputy, it's like, I can't do anything about it.
Yeah, because then you got to
Yeah.
think
feel
about like it would make sense.
Yeah.
I feel
One
like
of the
it's also
reasons,
worth. Sorry, go ahead.
it's one of the reasons why I always kind of not felt sorry for the person that plays, was it Schaefer, but for some reason every time I saw him, it would be really like early morning for me, like 10 a.m., and you'd be the only like lawman around. It would just be him, maybe like another person or another person, and I was just like, he's probably having to deal with so much shit right now, like just by himself. I always felt kind of a bit guilty if I'd done something.
Yeah, creating roleplay for law, I feel like you don't even really have to have any direct contact with law to do that. Like just being a known criminal and making your presence felt in a town is enough to put them on edge, and that'll create roleplay in the background where you'll get spotted by one deputy, like, oh, there's that guy or that person. We need to go send a tip and then send for more deputies, get them to come into town, because if this guy's here, obviously the rest of his gang's here and they're planning something. So it starts role play off in the background as well. You don't even really have to have direct contact with them as well, I feel. So
I think it's a gauge too. Like if you see because when you're robbing people, right? We go from town to town to town to town, especially for Zip knowing so many people and not wanting to cause shit for other gangs and shit like that. Like if you see 4 lawmen while you're going around town to town, try to trim the fat of your people riding around as well. Don't ride around with 6 people when there's 4 lawmen. If you are going to rob people, make it 3 or 4, make it a challenge for the law, but make it even. I think is a big part in trying to make a story of it as well. Or
Yeah,
trying
that
to
would
make
be
it
so
focused.
appreciated. Yeah.
I mean, when we would go robbing with Sophie and Vern and stuff, it was pretty much everyone was on the same page. It's why, like like there has to be like an in character kind of. Do you think a local solace? I did it to Sophie a few times. I've done it to Daza, because I know people that play Law will send those anonymous tips in, and I hate the idea of like 3 or 4 people sending the anonymous tip in that may lead to different ways, because some people are very specific. I overheard them going to the fort, but then someone might say they went west, and depending on the time that they got that, people might see that as like, oh, the latest one was going west. They're not at the fort. They're probably west from the fort, and then it sends them in the wrong direction. So it's kind of like gauging the situation as you do it. Like Vern and Sophie will kind of back away if there's too many people going robbing at late hours, and it's just one of those things where the people that you're robbing with, it's kind of like you don't even have to say it anymore. We just know if that person asks to go to the Telegram right after we commit a crime, they're most likely sending a tip in. We
Yep.
can move on. Like, it's
Oh, yeah.
it's knowing the people that are going to do those things too, and keeping, because you don't know. You want to be able to bring new
Yeah.
people into those things that you haven't RP'd with, to give them a story, to help them grow their story. But at the same time, it's so relieving to do it with people that you know are on the same mindset of sending those tips in, of not going 6v1 to rob someone that isn't gonna fucking just shoot out the Law when they come, try to make a scene out of it, like stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone enjoys trying to, play the numbers game. We always try to make it fair for everybody. But sometimes like you just don't realize. Like I remember when we done a bank job before, and not realize that the Law was stretched thin, and they might just not show up at all.
Right, and it's so hard
And
to like ask a lawman like, hey, how many of you are on duty? Like,
Was that
yeah,
not the one we done in Rhodes a while ago? Like 2-3 months
yeah,
ago,
yeah.
and only like I think it was like 2 Law turned up literally right as we were leaving like the front door of the bank.
It's been on a few occasions where there's only been one lawman, so they just haven't chased us, or there's no lawman showed up, but also
Yeah.
we just left. And then you find out when you get off the server later on, you later find out that they were stretched thin because they were dealing with another bank robbery, or they
Yeah.
were off somewhere else dealing with like a big shootout.
Oh yeah, shit. Something like that when we kidnapped was like 3 civilians or something, and then took them down to Fort Mercer. I didn't know that like the Dead End gang were having a whole massive standoff thing with like basically the entire law department and fucking in Armadillo. And then I was like waiting for a bit. I was like, why is no law coming up?
It's so hard because some
Yeah.
days we're just sitting there thinking like nothing is happening, and then everyone starts going off duty. And it's like, come on, someone do something. But then some days you just rushed off your feet and you're like, I need just a minute to like eat some food or something, and you can't even have that because it's so crazy. It's just hard to know.
do you think the
That's-
Wild community, like the player base of Wild, could be trusted with knowing how many laws on duty?
No. I don't think any server can be trusted with it.
There are
Yeah.
always going to be bad eggs, no matter how much work goes into actually
Right.
doing
Yeah,
it.
I agree. Yeah, for sure. It's hard.
think
It's so
it,
hard. It's with the numbers game. It's so hard because I mean, there's give and take. Sometimes you're going to drastically outnumber law. Excuse me. And other times it's going to be the other way around. I remember we got caught in a speakeasy, me and 2 other bloody hoods, and it was a 6-on-3. 6 law and 3 of them. So, I mean, I'm all for the, if you're running around in a group and you know there's only 4 law on and there's 6 of you, I'd be happy for 2 to peel off. That way, it's 4v4 and make it a fair fight if it does come to a shootout with the law. But then I also really enjoyed the challenge of the 3 versus 6 because we walked away from that gunfight.
Yeah,
we mowed down six lawmen that
I
night.
think part of the stuff that makes it stronger RP is the fact that it is unknown. You can't really tell. So
Yeah.
for all you know, there might not be that many, and then next thing you know, you're surrounded by 6 women. And
That
Yeah,
happened.
it's more exciting. More exciting.
That
Yeah.
happened to us in Blackwater, where when I think we were doing something where the Quills were kind of backed in a quarter, and I think Hearst came up and was like, "There's only like 3 of us on duty," and Zip went back into the building, spoke for like 2 minutes to his people, like, you know what, fuck the bank, let's just leave. Like, if they'll let us leave. I went back outside, and there was about 9 or 10 lawmen outside that kind of just rode into town that were off duty, found out the bank was being hit, or Zip Quil being wanted was in town, so they all put their badge on, and it just immediately flipped the scene, like, all right, let's go, we're on. Like, it things could change really fast, but I hate it. Like, I absolutely, on an OOC level, hate it when I try to do crimes and, like, a lawman is like, yep, I'm the only one on, and you're here, like, fucking with me, and I'm like, well, fuck. Like, I don't hate them for saying it. I'd rather them tell me that there's not enough law on for this to proceed. I hate that I even initiated something where there's not enough law to. It just makes me feel like icky on an OOC level.
You know what I mean? Like, how are you supposed to know that? You wouldn't know that. You know what I mean?
Right, and that's like the difficult part is like Scarlett was saying, like, there's times where they want people to commit crimes. It's just so hard as like the criminal to like do that, because I don't want to commit a crime and then there not be enough law on, and then it just makes me feel like really bad in character, and I don't want to throw them the win just like a pity win, because it doesn't mean the same as like catching that criminal. So then you like, it puts you in so many awkward little layers of like, well, do I write off now that I know that there isn't, or do I'm like it's very hard to come up with something right on the spot to justify it.
Yeah.
Because any criminal would utilize the fact that there's only one lawman in town to just rob the entire town blind. Like, obviously, that's not what I'm talking about. It's just, it's very hard to justify certain things.
I used to get that feeling a lot back in the day, and then I just decided if I personally don't think there's a lot of law on, I invented characters that didn't necessarily do crimes, but they would require the attention of law. Like with what Scarlett recently dealt with Kane, he was fucked in the head, and he was just wandering around being weird. So it gave them something to do, but he wasn't necessarily doing crime that they had to like drop everything else to go deal with. It's just like they could talk to him for like an hour if there wasn't anything going along, or if something was happening, they could just be like, okay, Kane, you need to not do that, blah, blah, blah. And then they just zoom off and go do what they need to do.
Yeah, I think that's really nice, actually.
I also think having multiple characters helps with that as well. Because that also like takes a bit of pressure off of like the law as well. Like if you like, for instance, like Jonesy was like my only character for a long time, then I made a ranger, and then like make other characters, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And like
Sometimes
I think
it's
it's
fun, though.
like I think it all just kind of helps in some kind of way of just having multiple things.
I'm
You
listening,
really
I
just
just
don't know.
can't hear you because I am making coffee. I think I'm going to pull all nighter.
I think there's been times where like I've
Can't go to
turned like my character in, and then found out later on down the line or see that they actually wanted to have like a shootout. They're like, there's a lot with that board that day, and they're like, oh, they turned themselves in.
But that's
like
the thing
I've watched like Peppo's streams back like a bunch of times just to get like, you know, their point of view and things. And I remember him like saying on so many scenes with like the Quills where he's like, please don't turn yourselves in. Please don't turn yourselves in. Let's have a shootout.
I mean,
But that's the thing. Everyone's different.
It really is.
And it's
I'm
hard
like
to
that.
facilitate that.
Well, yeah, because some people, like me, I will always have a shootout. I always want to chase or something like that. I always want craziness. Like when someone turns themselves into me, I'm like, okay, that's paperwork and a trip to Sisika, but like I haven't got anything crazy excitement wise out of it. And it's fine sometimes if it
Scarlett.
makes sense. But yeah.
I don't know if you remember, but do you remember when people first started running in? Because when I first made Kane, he was meant to be like comic relief, but then he slowly evolved into what he is now. But do you remember when Law were first running into him, and they thought he was somebody else who was wanted for triple murder?
Yep.
This character's like 2 months old. Every time he goes into town, he's getting interrogated by like 7 Law. It was utterly hilarious because I'm just sat on the bed and I don't think Scarlett was there. I'm just sat trying to sell them in quotation spicy juice, and they're just like asking me very detailed questions, and he's just out of his mind, like psychotic, like having to hallucinations and delusions.
When was Buckfast created?
So with it, when there's like only like one law on, and if I know that there's 6 of us, my what I like to do is just disengage from the crime and then just have like a verbal confrontation with the law and be like, "See you next time," haha, and then right off.
Even
Oh,
riding
I
into
love doing
towns
those.
fully armed, everybody's got their weapons drawn, not shooting at anyone, not aiming the guns at anyone, just
Yeah.
making your presence felt to have that verbal confrontation and then ride out of town just to put, give the town a bit of a scare. Even that kind of role play for law, I feel like is a lot of fun because you get that
Yeah.
interaction and they're like, how would you feel? How would Winters feel if we were already like 6 bloody hoods rolled into town? We're all hooded up. We've got our weapons out, and you're the only one in town at the time in terms of law. It'd be like a scary confrontation, but I feel like it'd be so much fun as well
Yep.
for both parties.
Yep, I absolutely love that. The times though when people take advantage and they're like, "You're the only law," and "Oh, we're gonna go and commit crime in front of you because there's nothing you can do about it." Like that's when it starts to push it a little bit for me personally.
That
Yeah.
that is a
I mean,
very
that would be reasonable,
shitty situation.
I'm guilty of
To-
that because
to
I
be
have
mad at that.
plenty of horses in front of Zoe when she was.
Yeah, you piss Zoe off so much with that.
There was, I think when I was with the Bloody Hoods, when we were like at our biggest, we rolled up on Thorn and Tabitha Thorn and some other deputy. And the only time we kind of took big advantage of our numbers is we forced her to take us back into Blackwater and open the doors to the sheriff's station so we could search the place. And we took off with a box of guns. That was it. But I'm not down with taking advantage. Oh, there's 6 of us and only 1 cop in town. Let's go take advantage of that. I'm not down with that kind of role play. It's not fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's kind of lame.
I kind of did something literally tonight that kind of counteracted that, but I don't know how every lawman would feel. I know Scarlett in her RP, and I know she appreciates that kind of stuff, but I feel like there's some lawmen that won't bite, and there's some lawmen that if Zip goes to town, it's probably going to be an argument, and that it'll turn like sour pretty quickly. But like I know that Scarlett probably appreciated what happened tonight, but there's lawmen that wouldn't, and it's kind of hard finding that balance of which one would and which one wouldn't.
I mean, you split off from a big group, sent a tip in, and gave me a chance to arrest you, which was really appreciated because when there was 5 people, they weren't wanted. Like, I think it was just you that was wanted or maybe 2 people. But I'm like, I have to value my life. I cannot try and arrest you because you've got all of these people with you. Like, I've got no chance if they pull guns on me. So it was appreciated that you broke off a little bit.
Right, but I'm not saying like the appreciation. It was mainly to like if they would even go to consider that, because like when I send a tip as a concerned citizen, Zip doesn't know that tip got sent, so I don't want people to think like it could be like a ruse to like trap someone or like set up like an ambush. And I feel like there's lawmen that would think Zip is trying to get like the one up on them or something like that. But I would never like a OC send a concerned citizen as Zip.
No, I never take those like that. I always just take it as an invitation to come RP.
Right.
I remember one time I did a concerned citizen tip, and it was after Norman and Effie had shot. I think it was Lottie Davis. But I was out hunting at the time, and I had this like big red poncho on, and so in the tip it was something like 2 individuals seen with a downed person, 1 male with a beard wearing a red poncho, and nobody came. So then we went back to the Saint Denis, and I usually change back into one of my suits, but I wanted to keep the description I'd given, so I was like just standing around with a bunch of people in suits with a poncho on, and they're all like, "Take the poncho off! What are you doing?" I was like, "No, this means something." Yeah, I need to get better at my concerned citizen tips.
Yeah,
That
they're
was
so
something, but
appreciated.
yeah.
But like with the follow up, because if we get like a concerned citizen, someone's kidnapped, it's like, oh shit, someone's kidnapped, but like where, who? Like you can't do a wild goose chase across the entire crossing, but you can't really ignore it either. So like details
And
is really
I
appreciated.
think
The
one of my
best-
favorite
best-
ones that Bud sent was when we did a bank robbery, and then I think Bud sent a tip saying that they were in a speakeasy, and I had no idea or see that he sent the tip. So when all the law came busting down the speakeasy, I was like, "Wait, what?"
He thought my
And it was
character was
great
a
after
snitch.
we were completely cornered. Yeah, yeah. What was the Elliot character?
Yeah,
I was
Underwood.
like, yeah.
I think
So that-
some of the best tip you can send is probably like on your way to a destination, send the tip of the destination ahead of time, and then as you get there, of course, well, you get there, you're there for a little bit, and then the law shows up. For a kidnapping, I mean.
Right. Usually, all I have to do is say west. Zip Quil seen with 5 others heading west, because every lawman knows that the tip is saying west. It's either the fucking fort, the canyon, or like a town, because Zip is just thinks that he could take on the entire department. But if it's anywhere east of wherever we're sending the telegram, I usually say like a location. Like they talked about a fort, but they were heading east, and that telegram was sent from Riggs, so it kind of like pinpoints like, okay, it's either Wallace or the one outside Lemoyne. Or if it's like Emerald, they said that they were gonna bunker down close by, like within the vicinity of like the telegram station, or within eyesight of the telegram station. So it kind of pinpoints, okay, it could be this house, it could be the oil fields, it could be this, and it gives it a chance to where the tension builds up too. Because if there's 3 places you could be in that like search area, and they go to the 2 that you're not, every time they go to one, it's gonna be more tense when they show up, because they don't know what's waiting for them. Especially when it comes to Zip Quil, I think Zip Quil is a very unorthodox character where you have no idea if he is going to shoot you, if he is going to have fun with you, if he is going to jokingly fuck with you, if he's going to be aggressive, if he's going to be docile. Like there's people in my own chat that don't know where Zip's going to go in the time that I'm going with him. It's mainly just because it depends on who shows up, which lawman shows up. If he sees a lawman that he doesn't like, he's immediately straight to aggression. So it's fun, like, leaving those little details. But I think it's at a point to where Zip just has to say west, and people know that it's going to be the fort. I think every lawman knows that it's going to be probably the fort or somewhere, unless it's somewhere new. Like, if we go to the Sierra Norte Coronado, I would mention, like, C in the telegram.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say west and then just hide in like some random like hill somewhere where nobody's gonna see you.
Right. We would also send like if we do sit at one spot for an hour and it doesn't make sense in character, I'll send another fucking tip. Like, oh, like group of 6 seen leaving the fort heading like towards Benedict Point. And then it gives like that next little bit of information if we do move. I'll never move from a spot after sending a concerned citizen tip without sending another tip. Or I'll send one, like, if I know a certain deputy. I did it with Zoe a few times. I've done it with Sands. I've done it with Winners. I think Zip has, like, over 40 lawmen's telegrams. But I'll send them a telegram saying, don't even try looking for me. I'm laying my head down. You'll never find me. Something like that, just to kind of end the search party. But I'll try to stay on as long as possible to give them that scene. If I know the law is hunting for me, I'll try to stay up.
Yeah, I've always got the unspoken rule of like no less than an hour. Like if you've done something, you must remain on for an hour.
It's a rule. It has to be an hour.
I
It's a
even
rule.
feel bad
That
for
is a
just
rule?
an
Yeah.
hour because it takes some things take so long.
I wasn't sure if that was a rule or if it was just unspoken.
Yeah,
rule.
I don't know that it's an official rule.
It is an official rule that you can't log. I don't know if it's 60 minutes or 30, but there is an actual official rule of after I think it's committing a crime.
It's pretty shitty if you were to do that though. Eh? Like just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
People do it
Power
to me
gaming.
sometimes.
It's like combat logging basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
combat logging and power gaming.
Like if someone's robbed me and then I'm streaming and then someone comes into my chat like 15 minutes later or half an hour later to be like,
Thanks for the
thanks for the RP. I'm like, yeah, fuck. Okay.
Yeah. That happened.
In terms of details, there's such like an awkward thing for me. Like I want to leave as much detail for law, but it's always in like a scene where like I have to like leave town.
Leave. That's the biggest reason why I don't do details, and it was easier for me to do send tips in.
Yeah, I think that's what I need to start doing now. So I think I'm learning from this podcast, which is great. But Scarlett, remember Norman was charged for the tanker exploding?
Yes.
Right. That wasn't him at all, and I can let you know this because he's done the time.
Uh-huh.
I went back to that scene because I know who did it, and I was just like, "That's pretty shitty. You just did that and ran away." So I wanted to leave details, and I didn't realize at the time what details do. So then I tried to RP it in such a way that I was a concerned citizen. Well, I'm not a citizen, criminal, and I was placing my hands on like the windows to look in, see if anybody was okay, and but then apparently one of those prints on the windows was linked to a bullet, so I just had to take the fall.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I was not actually there.
Oh, somebody in character swears that you were. That's funny.
I know, because I was caught there. I remember going back and I was actually putting the details down, and then 6 law right up, and I'm like, "Oh hey,
Oh
look
my
what I
god.
found. Look what I found."
That's my
I've
worst
been
nightmare
fucked
of
over
trying
by
to do that.
details a couple times.
Sometimes though, you'll be in the heat of the moment and you don't think about putting details right because you're heat of the moment.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can also leave details via the Telegram as well. It doesn't have to be like an actual detail. You could say like they cleaned up bullet case. Like you could whatever you're willing to leave, you could send it in a Telegram.
Kind of, but we can get fingerprints from details.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I had no idea that was a thing.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a
You've
thing.
been on the server forever. How'd you not know that?
That's OP.
I didn't. That's why I got
I-
caught, because I was like, I'll just put some extra
They
details
can
in
get
here.
fingerprints from a lot of things you wouldn't expect them to be able to.
I very
is-
rarely watch Law, and if I do, I make it a point that like I'm in their chat, so I don't get like meta on paperwork. But I had no idea that you could get fingerprints from anything other than the bank job until I think 2 days ago someone said you could get it from casings.
Yeah, you can get it from casings. So this is the thing, right? So if you put a detail down that doesn't actually wouldn't have a fingerprint, everybody in the law department has pretty good etiquette to not actually take that fingerprint. But yes, fingerprints do come in details. But like I said, if there's like a detail saying, I don't know, fucking, you can think of examples in your fucking head about, no fingerprint should be on there, then no fingerprint's going to be on there. We're not going to take your fingerprint.
Yeah,
Well,
like a strand of hair. We're not going to take a print from
Yeah.
a strand of hair and be like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
That's
is
not
this
gonna
Margaret's name?"
To be fair, oh, go ahead.
I've done scenes like that I've worded in a very specific way that you know what it means, but people still take prints from them anyway, and it infuriates the hell out of me.
Yeah, they shouldn't be doing
They
that.
shouldn't.
I had a deputy staking out the business I was running, and because I knew they were staking me out, I would constantly leave the store so they could go in there and just have a look through, and I'd have a coffee mug on there. They took note of it, so when I left, I did a detail saying coffee mug has been wiped clean. About 6 hours later, when I finally go to bed, I'm just like, fuck yeah, I'm just gonna like browse streams and see who's online, and then I see them still online streaming, and they're just like, oh hey, yeah, they're just talking about this, and it's like, oh yeah, I took fingerprints from his coffee mug, and I'm just like, you bitch, you
Well,
goddamn.
we don't want people abusing it either, where they're like, wipes
Yeah.
the dials of the safe clean, because it's there for
Oh
a
yeah,
reason.
no, I
and it's there
wouldn't.
for clues.
That's a bit power gamey, but if you know somebody's going in your store when you're specifically leaving so they can do that, and you know you're being watched, I think it just adds like a little bit of mystique. Just like, oh, he knows what we're doing, and he's covering his ass.
I have an
Yeah.
easy fix. Instead of leaving details, just be Zip Quil. The law will know it's you. I don't have to leave details at scenes because Zip is just very open. Like, I don't know how many times I've told Law I'm about to go shoot somebody, and I hate doing it
Every
to
day.
every day, yeah. But it gives them that like chance, because most of the time if Zip says he's gonna go shoot somebody, there's someone on his list, and if he sees that person, they're getting shot. So if Zip sees Zoe and says, no, I'm going there to shoot that person, and like you could lock me up for 10 days, I'll stay in the 10 days and like get released. I know it puts Law in an awkward position, but it's kind of my way of like saying, like, if someone gets shot in the next 30 minutes, it's me. Like, I don't have to leave a detail, but it becomes awkward. It's only when it's gang on gang and I know the people aren't gonna snitch is when I'll start leaving tips to Law, like, oh, those fuckers deserved it or something. Always accidentally sign it, Zip Quil.
I think I found out that the Law could take Prince of Details when Isaac got shot down by one of the Dincenzos, and then Pearly came up and said, "Do you know how they found me?" I was like, "No." They went, they found my cigarette on the floor, and then it just like it just popped in my head. I was like, "Oh shit! They can get fingerprints of Details." Holy crap!
It would have been nice if Law
why.
investigated the shit on the desk becauseIp wouldn't have got shot
Yeah,
because of that, you
I was
stupid
just
piece of
about to
shit.
say that.
Jesus
I don't even
Christ.
think of that in his shite.
How are we gonna get a fingerprint from that? No.
He had to have used the desk to sit up to shit on it, Scarlet.
Oh my god, there's just a
Yeah,
big
but-
thumbprint in the middle of it.
He didn't levitate.
I had that with a cabinet though that like I don't know dinnerware was stolen out of, and then people were like, "Yeah, you can get fingerprints. They would have touched everything else." And I'm like, "Well, how do you know? How do you know that they didn't have gloves on? You know, things like
Because
that."
it's
So I
Isaac
wouldn't.
fucking Quil.
Yeah,
He
but
didn't
I
wear
wouldn't
gloves to take a
assume
shit on the
it.
desk.
I still can't believe how much RP came out of that just from
Oh my
pooping on a
God.
desk.
Oh, you enraged so many people.
And the only
I had,
people that got physically hurt was the fucking person in Sisika during the entire thing. By the way.
No, I got cornered by 6 Dincenzos going, "Are you a..." Oh, like basically saying, "Did you shit on the desk?" But I can't remember the words they used.
Zip got you
A
out of
squat
that.
popping, dookie dropping, something or other.
What, dude?
Just
Zip
dying.
Quil, the enemy of all desks.
Dude,
Literally, do you
it
know
was-
how many jobs I got turned away from in Saint Denis just because people knew that fucking like I rode with Isaac? They're like, "Oh yeah, do you want work?" And it was like, "Oh wait, you know Isaac, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I robbed a bank
Oh
from
my-
yesterday." And he's like, "Yeah, we want nothing to do with you." And I'm like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!"
Everybody said that they want nothing to do with the Quill.
The best thing that came out of that though was Kaz. I don't know, some Freudian slip or something where you said, "I can't believe you
Oh my God.
shat." He meant to say "shat on a desk" and he said "shat on a chest." by mistake.
Oh my god.
Oh, man.
No
Just like,
one let
whatever
that
you're
go.
into, thank you. Yeah, for sharing that.
I think
So, like, right as I said that, like my face just kind of like looked to the right, and I was just like, "You're a fucking idiot."
I think that was
I
the
have
only
a
time
very-
I like managed to outdo Zip at being a Quill, like at one time. And it was just a complete shit show, literally.
No,
pun
it's
intended.
when the server realized that Isaac is in full transition mode of being the Quill.
Oh god. Yeah.
I've got a fun topic for everybody.
All right,
go on.
Okay, so when you guys first made your characters, how did you introduce them into the server? Like, did you just turn up?
I tried to rob Scarlet and then realized it was a bad idea because she pulled a gun on me, and then we robbed a homeless man.
Wow.
No, me and the guy who plays Ollie Quill, Zip's like brother, we had like a full fucking backstory before even joining the server. Like we worked on it for about a month, I'd say. After getting approved, we kind of like built in the history of Zip raised them since they were 7, they ran away, and then we had another friend Spoofy who plays Enola, because we all played together on Wicked server. And it's kind of how we transition. Wicked shut down Sundown, so we were all looking for a server again, and we all kind of stumbled upon it. We decided to make the Quills, but me and Ollie already had the Quills, or Liam already had the Quills made, so Spoofy made Enola, and we were able to like tie the history back. But pretty much, the Zip came to the cross and become a lawman, and
No way.
Yeah, Ollie.
That is. I'm struggling to believe that.
Well,
that is a meta drop and a half right there.
Yeah, so Zip came in to be a lawman. Ollie was looking for the life of crime, and the way that we were gonna do it, like OOC, we talked about like the brother, like having to arrest the brother. I got denied for law, and so then I was like, okay, well, we could just play like two brothers trying to find their way, and I just immediately made enemies in Valentine, in Rhodes, in Saint Denis. So it was kind of like, okay, let's head out west. Jack Kettleman, the very first time we ever stepped foot past like the rig station, we ran into Jack Kettleman, and we were trying to do potions, and pretty much Zip joined the Kettleman gang, and he kind of was like going with the flow. He was gonna be a snitch, and he was gonna rat on the Kettleman gang, but he went to Sisika for 13 days, like OOC, but it was 1,300 days in character, and it broke Zip. And Zip wrote a journal, and that journal Zoe was able to read that journal. A few characters have been able to read that journal, but that's where Zip became a monster. That's where it became the Zip Quil that there is today, is because Sisika and Zip saw the injustice of the law and became total like, I can't believe I was even considering joining that department because the injustice, and it's all made up shit just to encourage the arc. But I mean, law were torturing people, and most of you guys know law was torturing people in Sisika before the update, before there was guards. People would take on like the Big L treatment, shave the heads, drag them through the yard, stuff like that. So Zip saw that the first time he went there. And then people bragging about hopefully Jack dies and shit like that. And like Zip thought, like, why would the law be saying these things? Like, I get criminals saying that, but why would law beg for someone to die? Why would law make fun of someone's death? Because I think they brought up, I think it was Malone that brought up what was Graham's Kettleman character? Why am I drawing a blank on this?
Clayton.
Oh, Clayton.
And just talk shit on him. And Zip asked Jack, like, who the fuck is Clayton? He was like, he was the original Kettleman. Like, he was the Kettleman. And, like, Zip was like, where is he? And he was like, he's not with us. And that just snapped for Zip. Like, why would a lawman just talk so much shit on that death? So Zip does it to law. Zip will be like, yeah, I pissed on Boyd's grave. Like, something fucking, I never said pissed on the grave, but Zip is just an asshole when it comes to the deputy's death, just because that's the first thing he got told after trying to become a lawman. He was going to be a snitch. And yeah. And then kind of like the way of the outlaw, Jack started raising Zip, taught him the principles, taught him everything that Zip like truly follows.
I bet that Marshall's kicking himself. Denying him.
I don't know. Maybe not, because Zip does generate some crazy fucking RP and some story arcs that last a long time. It's one of my favorite things about playing him is all the compliments I get on how I'm so easily able to have people have stories, and it's why I keep Zip the way that he is and don't overdo the character development so quickly. Is to still be able to cause that RP for people.
With Norman, I wanted to try something different this time and just not have like a total backstory. His backstory is very plain, and I wanted to like mold him, sculpt him through RP. And he ultimately went down a life of crime, and there's been so much that's happened to him, like personally, that what you see is that when he puts a suit on, it's like a mask. There's a lot more through the whole sculpting. There's people who's died. There's him and June, like he was in a kind of like a fling with June from the West, secretly behind some people's backs that almost got him killed. And like,
I'm gonna get some sleep because I want to learn about Norman in character as well because he intrigues me. So I'm gonna say goodnight. Thank you so much for inviting me. See y'all later.
Have a good
night.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah. So basically, I just for my character, I went in without a backstory, and he's been where he is now has just been through RP. Like it's molded his character. So I haven't had like a mindset before starting. He was just kind of like plain.
Yeah, I feel like I did the same with Isaac. I wanted to see what I could. So when I made Isaac, we didn't really know what we were going to do with him in terms of like the whole Quil family tree, and then we built that up through RP that he actually turned out to be Prophet's child. And which it creates such an interesting dynamic for Isaac because he has obviously family who are lawmen, but also has family who are outlaws. And he's like stuck in the middle and he's like conflicted with both sides. And it's built like so much interesting arcs for him.
Yeah, Isaac kind of got full thrown into crime when he started running with Zip.
Oh, definitely.
It's like what we touched on earlier. It's a very fine line of, like, who do I pick up? And if they're on the server for less than a day or, like, less than a week, like, I feel really bad for progressing someone's story that severe. Because Zip is not someone that you join when you first join the server.
Did you? Piss 'em off.
I mean, you were in for 2 days and you blew up an oil wagon sending a deputy into the river.
I was more thinking Pippi. Yeah.
Pippi also, yeah, little shithead.
Man's made so many enemies already. It pisses everyone off.
It's really hard playing those characters. Wendy Wells was like that, and you get a lot of enemies, and a lot of people don't like. If I knew how many enemies Pippi had in character, I would not go after Pippi. I mean, I'm not going after Pippi anyways. I mean, Pippi should be coming after us now, but it's like one of those things where you don't know who's after that character until, like, if a gang is after someone, if it's another gang, I think the best thing to do is let them finish their little beef before piling onto it. Like, the piling is what demotivates a lot of people, and it can be discouraging. And it also depends on how you're RPing that battle or that war. Like, if it's like picking them up, it was a very scary thing for Zip going against the Decenzos as his first war. Because
I remember seeing that happen when I was inside the knee, and it was sick.
The torture shit that was going on, Zip was like, who the fuck did I join? Like, why am, like when Mills had the shit shoved in his, like, eye and stuff like that, like the eye that he lost, like, Zip hearing about that, like, holy shit, who are we up against? Like, like,
So
Jesus.
I wasn't gonna make him a robber. I was gonna put in for a serial killer with him because that's what he normally is. He's normally a fucking nut job. That's why his last all fucking crazy. But I like him a lot as a character, so I didn't want to not have to play him anymore. And I haven't robbed anyone on Red M for months. Just because obviously in pubs people complain a lot about it, they get too attached. So I was very nervous about it, and so when I did the first robbery with him, my like the guilt and the weight of doing it for the first time weighed off on the character, and it was actually Stone that I tried to rob for the first time.
Oh my god!
And as soon as I pulled the gun, so did he. It was just kind of like
Stone is not a character to fuck with.
No, well, in the end, he saw like how nervous he was, and he just lowered his gun, and then Pippi's like, "Can I put my gun down now?" It's like, because it was quite interesting actually, that little tiny encounter, but it was so fun.
I get what you mean about the pile on as well, but it's you know, like Privy as well, like she plays Abigail Quil, and it's just like she has like so many enemies, and it's like very difficult to like make sure like you have that arc where you obviously still dislike that person, but you don't want to be piling on that character too much.
It's why Zip went around to every gang saying, let me handle this, and then also pacing it where we didn't hunt her. Like, if we come across her, that's a different thing, but it's one of those things when, especially if a character is trying to develop a gang or trying to develop a following, and you go in and you stomp them, if they have one or two people, that's going to discourage those people from following that person. So it's a very...
Yeah, I agree.
When you're handling a war or anything like that, I think you as an RP or as a gang leader and as someone that the people are listening to, you have to be very considerate of every aspect of what your consequences will be in an OOC level when attacking someone. Like, poor Pippi, like, having to go up against the Quil gang, possibly, like,
some Saint Denis folk as well in a big mansion. Don't know who they are, but yeah.
yeah, see, those are the two
Same
people you
too.
don't want after you, because not only are we around every day, but if you piss us off enough, we will go deadly. But I know that you don't have a gang, so like, it's kind of like in your court. If you fuck with us, we're gonna fuck with you back. But it's one of those things where if you don't want to get overwhelmed, get people to follow you and then start causing like the shit storm. Like, you need to have people that are gonna have your back, because if you go and piss on the Chenzo's desk or shit on the desk, for reference, they're gonna come after you, because people think that that's your initiation, that you're like trying to facilitate the RP for them to come after you, because why else would you do it, right? So it's like one of those things where every move you make, just remember who you're doing it to, and if you don't know, try to find information out. It's why every robbery Zip and his people do, and how he trains people to rob people, is ask their associations, ask who their name is, who they ride with, if they ride alone. You get a better idea, so if you do rob them, you now know the gang that they follow. And then you could go around and you can find other people that may have issues with that gang, and you may slip right into riding with the people that don't like that specific gang.
Well, one of the things is, as you well know, he is a cocky little mouthy fucking little shit. That's what he is, right? He's cocky, and that's the biggest problem, is like trying to roleplay that while also like not trying to be killed 24/7. You know?
Right. Also, hi, Nopes.
Hello.
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 I don't know.
You just slipped in here. I didn't even know you came in.
Stop.
Wait. Nopes. You're Hannah.
Yeah.
Right?
Hello.
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 Like,
Hi, how are
okay.
you?
I don't think it's good now. Okay, it's fixed now. Yes. Hello, I'm Hannah. Hi.
Hi. I'm Pippi.
Hi,
I
Hannah.
really,
Pleasure to meet you.
You're what?
I'm Pippi.
Yeah, I know you're fucking Pippi. I was
Love him, right?
monologuing
He's great.
On the way.
And
I was
I'm Isaac.
monologuing on the way home from the hospital about Pippi today, which we'll get into when Hannah and Zip talk next.
Oh God.
Oh, he's living in her head rent free.
No, I'm just gonna use you.
Use?
Yeah.
Oh!
Isaac, by the way. Hello.
Isaac.
There's nothing like
Life though. By the
there's nothing like finding a guy and then just using them to further your own goal.
I
yeah.
have to ask, by the way, what accent is Hannah's? Because I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I love it. It's the best
Is it
accent on the
American,
server.
Australian?
Brain
A
injury,
lot
Middle
of
West.
people,
Yeah.
quite a lot of people think I'm American, but I'm British.
Like the
You do
first
not sound
time,
British.
like I met
I know,
Hannah,
I know.
I couldn't understand a word you were saying. I was just like, I was just like too polite, and would just be like, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, no way, yeah.
Funny.
Wow, that's crazy, yeah. So
I
funny.
just like how Ollie calls a tree sap, and it just cracks me up. Because it's just like, he's like, "Oh, where's tree sap?" And I'm like, "Who?"
The fucking
Yeah,
thing
Hannah's-
about that is when me and Hannah were explaining names to him, he knows every single one of Hannah's horses' names, but still
Yeah, I know.
doesn't know that that's tree sap.
Yeah.
So,
It's my mouth.
do you think Hannah and Amadeo would ever have gotten together?
Yeah, probably.
Imagine where you'd be. Fucking hell.
Funny.
Not with the Quills, that's for
Wait,
damn
do you
sure.
play Amadeo?
No, I play
Oh,
Norman.
there's no way he plays
It's
Amadeo.
Amadeo's right hand man.
Yeah, no. Well, I think like maybe she's open.
Well, you can't anymore.
She's open.
Yeah, now she's closed.
I've been seeing Hannah do a lot of stuff with Wesley, and that's such an awkward but hilarious dynamic.
It's great.
Just like, yes. Yes, I'm your mother, but you're older than me.
I really like Wesley as a character. I think he's funny.
Oh, me
He's
too.
brilliant.
He's fantastic.
Yeah, he's great.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of great people. I can't just say.
Here.
Yeah.
When I introduced my latest character, I had the best interactions that I could possibly.
Oh god. Hannah and Isaac's thing was completely messed up. I didn't know what
So
the hell was
funny.
going on
Did
half
you
the
see
time.
the clip I had a little bit ago about stepbro and stepsis in here?
No.
It's so
Oh my
funny.
fucking god.
I just can't believe they were flirting
did-
and they're not.
I'll repost it.
But like, Isaac and Hannah were doing this flirting thing.
Oh my
And
god.
then Zip's trying to prevent them from flirting, and then Isaac gets adopted by Hannah's father. But then there was like still this flirting going on. I was like, this couldn't be more Quil if they tried. Like,
Well, Zip forced Hank to adopt Isaac to prevent Hannah from talking to Isaac.
Was that
Oh
real
my
life?
god.
it was just really
Zip,
funny.
every time Hannah would get close to a guy, Zip would go to Hank and be like, I don't like this guy. Adopt him.
The inner machinations of his plan go unforeseen.
Yep.
That's very odd because didn't Hank like present Hannah the Armadillo?
Well, that was before the Quills got involved.
Right. It's like, have you met Hannah? She's lovely. And
That was a very
"Hmm,
common
hello."
thing for Hank to do. He would meet somebody and just be like, I've got an unmarried daughter.
Did he?
I've seen him do that in character to several people.
Wow. I wonder if he still does. Hank and Hannah are not on good terms right now at all. It's sad. He made me cry the other day.
Yo, let's get another podcast question in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you
Wanna-
asking me to make one up? Because
Yeah, somebody make one up.
all right, nope, so you're new. Pick a fucking question, please.
I don't know.
Thank you.
I'm
Yep.
eating French toast, and I just got off my 12-hour shift. I'm still.
What's
I'm still on my 12-hour shift. Okay, so
what's everyone's favorite moment in RP?
Being
Ooh.
a bystander in a train robbery where the Wallaby kid and his gang failed miserably, but at the same time, it was when Egbert went on he lost his mind and threw them all off the train and went to Sisika for life.
I would have to cheat and go through some of my clips real quick to.
Now, I have a question. Does it have to be an RP moment from Wild?
Oh no, any like from like previous
Okay.
communities or other games
So-
or whatever.
I've got a very funny one. So me and
Boring.
Scarlet used to play on the same server, and we would constantly be bickering. Like I think her deputy on that server was basically my character's nemesis. My character was a pirate called Newman Watley, who was at that time dating somebody who was playing a voodoo priestess. They are robbing, I believe it was a general store. Both of us run out to get on a little steamboat to make our way. Scarlet jumps on the boat, tackles me as I'm just sitting down, and it launches us both 10,000 feet in the air. And we're just going down very close to each other, and we're both screaming at each other, cursing as we're falling to our death.
Are you talking to me, Andy?
That was the single most funny bit I've had so far.
What about the
think-
question?
That's not
Go
what
on,
you
go back.
think it is.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think my favorite all-time moment has been me. It was on Wild. Me and the Bloody Hoods were in Saint Denis, and we're checking telegrams, and there
Hey,
had
fella.
been some a
Look.
bit of shit talking going
all
on
hate
between Sam
easy, buddy.
Winters, Sheriff. I'm sorry, someone yelling, saying something.
Yeah.
I feel bad for playing this over people.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, there was a bit of shit talking between Winters and Cash and the Bloody Hoods, going back and forth, and we'll check in the telegrams in.
There's an actual gator.
In Saint Denis, and we had only just gotten a telegram from them, and they were talking mad shit because we said, "Oh, we're coming after you." And they're like, "Well, first of all, you have to find us, and then you got to like outgun us and all this other shit." It was just mad shit. Then so we check the telegrams, and then we figure, okay, let's go towards road. So instead of taking like the road, we go through that tunnel where all the trains are parked on the railway. We got halfway through that little tunnel bit there, and Winters and Cash rode straight into us, 6 of us. Oh, it was so good because we obviously we get off
Oh,
our
I know,
horses,
chat.
we get them at
I know,
gunpoint,
chat. I
and we
know
took
which
them
one
to Shady
I'm
Bell
talking about.
and like interrogated them there and like had some role play and then let them go. We didn't
I think it's
harm
a
them or anything.
highlight.
It was just like this perfect moment of them talking mad shit, and then within less than 5 minutes they ride straight into us. It was hilarious. It was like, I don't know. It was just a funny moment. My favorite moment so far on Wild.
I know mine.
So, what is it?
All right, so mine has to be like, it wasn't a funny scene, but it was like the most impactful scene is when Zip shot Sissy in the head.
Oh yeah.
Zip pretty much found Sissy by herself, and the way everything lined up too was pretty fucking crazy. And I didn't know this at the time, but Sissy was alone because she had just saved Aurora's life. Well, Sissy didn't know that she just saved Aurora's life. She didn't know it was Aurora. Because she woke up in a cabin. The DiCenzos had tortured Aurora and dropped her off at a cabin. And Sissy woke up at that cabin, saw just some person there laying down, so decided to help that person. Turns out it was Aurora. And then Zip asked Sissy to go and talk on the boat outside Rose. And Zip is like breaking down because he didn't want to hurt Sissy because they had become like really good friends in Sisika, but enemies on the outside. And Zip put the gun, like begged her, because Zip won't shoot someone unarmed. So Zip begged her to have her give him her guns so he wouldn't shoot her. Well, she denied. And so Zip put like the gun to her head. And then Sissy grabbed the gun, pressed it against her forehead, and then told Zip she forgave him as Zip pulled the trigger.
Oh, cold-blooded that.
It was fucked up. And like it was one of those scenes where like I hit her up after to like show love, and like I think we were both like had like tears in like OOC with like how crazy the scene actually got, like how in depth and how emotional it got.
I really thought she was going to perma.
So did I.
Because she was in coma for ages in Rhodes.
I was the only one that visited her. Zip was the only one that went. Zip had a whole arc with Pip trying to find out if Sissy was dead. And we finally got the meta that she was in a coma in the Rhodes Saloon. And Zip went in and she was logged in when Zip went in there because she was refreshing details or something. And so Zip saw her laying on the bed, and then there was kind of like really like, I think there was words said, but it wasn't like a 2-hour thing where I was talking to her. But I mean, it was intense.
Yeah, I remember that because, well, not that, but I remember Norman having an argument with someone from the DiCenzos because they didn't tell Norman where Sissy was. I was just told that she was in a coma, and that's it. And he asked for the question. He asked the question of where she was as well, but was just denied that information.
Yeah, it was a pretty impactful scene. And Zip made like a gun that Aurora gave him the Navy, and that gun is the gun that Nope's character Hannah has. There's 2 guns that Zip has that I'm like shocked that Zip still has, but they're almost a year old now. As long as he has the bolt action that Jack gave him, that he named Bloody Bell pretty quickly on. The DiCenzos had that gun for like 3 months. And when the war was over, Zip had a gun that he had taken off Cesare when they tortured Cesare, when Zip and Jack tortured Cesare. And so I was able to return that, and they ended up giving the bolt action back. And it still had the police tag on it from like when I was telling earlier. So I knew it wasn't just a gun that they renamed like Bloody Bell. It was like the gun that they took off Zip. So it's like 2 of the most powerful weapons Zip has is the ones that he's had the longest.
Yeah. Speaking about Aurora, I felt so bad for Cheever. Like she would always bump into the DiCenzos randomly and then get whacked for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and the worst one was when she actually woke up and whilst they were discussing it in the cabin, it was like, "Oh, hello."
Yeah, and from what I understood too, is it was the same way with the Summers gang. She was like the punching bag for the Summers gang too.
Yeah, I know that they started taking pity on her after a while. Like, okay, this is getting a bit too much now.
It's because Cheever always played Aurora. Like when I first joined, it's how our characters got close because neither of us were like waiting for the rest of the gang to wake up. So we would just like go and RP, and it's very easy to get caught by yourself when there's 6 people hunting you down and your gang's not awake to kind of help facilitate that.
All right. So another question then is, what perma do you? How do you like a perma? What perma like hit you the most from another character, both as a viewer and as in character?
Does it have to be from Wild?
Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, well, that's not good for me.
Yeah, I don't really have. I've never really kind of been attached to anyone that's kind of permad yet, to be honest.
I'd say killing AJ. An Al kill AJ had a pretty big impact.
Yeah, you know about AJ that I told you that was the first person I met.
Yeah.
When I on the server, she said to Norman, she was like, "Oh, you're new. Come down to my house. You know the house down by in Rhodes, by the telegram station." She used to say it was where she stayed.
Yeah,
She's
Al
like,
stayed there for like the longest time after she died.
"Yeah, I'm gonna brew some tea. Come and get some tea." And he's always remembered that he was meant to get a cup of tea with AJ, but it never happened because she did.
Damn.
Does it count if Zip doesn't know the meta on that character's death yet?
Well, then, as a viewer, then as
Yeah,
a
he said
viewer,
as
as
a
a bystander, what
So-
his
Bystander. Bystander.
So I think one that will affect Zip, like OOC, it hurts a little bit, and I don't know 100% if it's true. It's just chat had told me that he did it, but Samuel Pine. Zip killed Samuel Pine, and I don't know if Siegel officially perma'd him, but people in chat were telling me that he killed him, and then started playing on Ignite after like permaing him. But that would be one.
Siegel?
Huh?
Jugsy?
Jugsy Siegel, yeah.
I don't know what happened to Jugsy.
Well, the last time he had played was when Zip shot Samuel Pine. But that's not actually true. I think he hopped on Lyle after that.
I don't know
For, like, a
if
day.
Samuel is dead. Maybe. I don't know. I know that he's been on Ignite.
Yeah, I was told that before going on Ignite, he had told his chat that he had perma'd Samuel. But like I said,
okay, maybe he did.
I haven't heard it from the horse's mouth, and I haven't seen it in character, so I don't know for sure. So if he didn't, then it'd probably be like, huh?
It probably wasn't roleplayed.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
I think he just
yeah.
permed. I think he just permed OOC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he said he was either going to put him on a long bench or perma him. He wasn't sure yet, but maybe likely the case I might permit him, but I haven't heard anything official from him.
Yeah,
I'm
Armored
gonna-
Annie, Coaster AJ.
Hey, I'm gonna grab some food. I'm starving, but I want to say thank you for having me in here. I really
Oh yeah,
appreciate
thanks
it.
for joining,
Real,
man,
real
and welcome to the server.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it, man.
man, welcome.
Hope to have some really great RP with all you guys. I look forward to it. Take care, guys.
Have a good
Well,
one.
I am also going to dip and get food.
I mean, enjoy.
All right, enjoy. Yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think I've been on Wild for like since November, and I don't think either of my two characters I have played mainly have really experienced like a character death that's really impacted them significantly.
Jeremiah's impacts Zip a little bit, but he didn't know him for long. You permitted him pretty quickly before they
Yeah,
got
he
too
was
attached.
yeah, that only went on for like maybe 3-4 months before he got permanent.
Well, they were
I
still
got one.
bickering at that time.
Yeah,
I
they
got
were.
one.
You
Hey,
got one?
Jansen.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? Did you really
No,
just say
Hank is not dead.
Oh my god.
You had me going there for a second. Jeez.
I was like, I could only hear a little bit what you said, and then, bruh.
I love saying that. I was like, Hank's dead. And then everyone's like freaking out. And she'd be like,
That I couldn't
"Too
stop
mean."
laughing, by the way, when you fucking took Coyote to Saint Denis and was like, yeah,
Oh,
this is
yeah.
where he's buried, he's dead to me. I was trying so hard to like not like cry of laughter.
I felt
You-
so
You
bad.
came at the Van Horn just like saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, he's dead," and Isaac
Yeah.
was like, "What?" and,
know.
and you were
My
like, "Should we
daddy.
go now?" I'm like, "But hang on a minute."
Like Coyote's trying to be all sincere, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry for your loss and all that," and I'm just kind of like, he fucking has no idea.
Well, it fucks with people on an OOC level too, because then you're like, oh fuck, the character's dead. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I told chat. I was like, wait, what? Hannah just killed Hank? Like, everyone in chat was like, no fucking way, what the fuck? Like,
I was just playing Diablo.
I love this game.
Is that a rogue?
Yeah, don't judge my probably really shitty build. I will
Listen,
die.
Druid Pulverizer is OP as fuck.
I'm a
Actually,
necromancer.
I don't know if we should all play together. This game's great. What was I gonna say? Oh, I don't like lightning spells, so that's probably why I won't play Druid.
He only has one build is lightning.
Okay.
So back to the perma thing. I
Yeah.
think for me was Olivia's perma.
ooh, Olivia's was a big one.
So it hit me on both an IC level and OOC because IC again, Norman was close with her. They bonded quite over the whole war with I think it was the Kettleman gang. Because we were two groups, like we would just meet up and discuss things, and they bonded over that. And when he was told that, oh, she's going to New York for a while, you're not going to see her, I'm just like, all right, okay. And it's kind of like dawned on him that, oh, okay, something's happened, and then it was explained to us she'd been taken out. In character, it was like a big impact because Norman to this day still blames one individual for her death, and he is part of the family, and he hates him for it. But she's also to blame as well because she was like sleeping with the enemy, basically.
Yeah, she
but-
was found out west with. Well, I don't know. It's been a while. Could we meta that or no? I feel like.
I mean, if the
it's-
role play is still ongoing, then it
I
would
don't
be relevant meta. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's. Wait, you know who OOC?
I know what I know what happened. OC, yeah, to an extent, yeah. I mean, I know that. Yeah, I know to an extent what happened.
Yeah, but it's up to you if you can meta or not.
I mean, just the fact of who she was out west to see was a big fucking deal.
For sure,
Yeah.
everybody knows. I think
That was
Yeah, with
huge.
Shabazz.
not everyone, but a
And
majority.
then the way she did it as well, like I remember bumping into her at the telegrams on the day of her death, and she was
Ooh.
just so dead. Like she was very like she was just like a shell of herself. I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" She was like, "Hmm," and she left. I never saw her again. And I caught the VOD of the whole thing, and as a viewer, that was just that broke me. Like it was so upsetting to watch. That's the biggest perma that I've ever seen.
And now the west has Vesper.
Yeah, and she tried to rob Norman again, and I was just like, "What the fuck?"
There's a lot of like characters that you like hear about that. Like, I was disappointed when Gavin Summers died because I didn't get that much RP with him. And it like was
Same.
always one of those things where it's like you wish you kind of RP'd with a character that was, I don't even think like legendary status wise, but legendary RP wise. Like even if it's like him robbing you or torturing you, like just
Dude, Awkward Johnson.
oh my
I love
god,
that guy.
dude.
Oh, laddie.
Hello, laddie.
He was involved heavily in the
so
whole
much.
Cannibala.
Yeah, he was. Dude, he went through so much, dude. He was the Swamp King. He was a troll under the bridge. He was mayor of Rhodes. Fucking dude. So much, man.
Ignite has him now.
Yeah.
He's making music now.
It's like Zip. It's like Guy and Amber's favorite artist.
When Enola Quill died, it was like,
Oh my god, yes. That one was a big
Man,
one.
yes, he died. I'm kidding.
but like the story like was going in so many directions for like on the Quill side. Like we obviously had this like direction of like, okay, like vengeance, like we're getting one back for Enola, but then like so many other arcs just like came into play, and it was just like and like for the Quill storyline, it went from like a 0 to 100, and I think by the end of it, like I think everyone in the Quills just had to take like 2 or 3 days at OOC just to like recoup, because we were just like, we loved all the RP, but we were just so like burnt out. Like we were so tired because it was just non-stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quite a lot by the end
Julian,
of it.
I have no idea how that fucking came to.
Yeah.
What Nopes?
I'm just looking at these things. Gross. This
What
game's
thing?
this.
Nope's on Diablo. So one way of tackling burnout I've managed to do is multiple characters.
Yeah, so
I was finding for a while I was on Norman for a long time, because it's hard trying to, it does burn you out because we're trying to keep the businesses in Saint Denis going, but it is such a burnout from that. So I've got like 3 characters now. I've got an outlaw out into Tumbleweed, and I've got a lawman that I'm working on. And I've started to find like a more of a
Look, everybody should
desire
play
to
Lawman
RP.
eventually. Everyone should play a lawman and wild eventually, so that they can understand if they're going to play criminal.
Yep, I agree. I've started to see things already as a cadet. Like, what the shit?
Yeah, I think that's what I was actually intending Isaac to be, was a lawman as well, because he was going to follow in Prophet's footsteps, but then he met Zip. And the rest is history.
Dude, what the fuck happened to Prophet? That guy's such a nice.
Prophet?
He
was
needed
hidden away.
to take some OC time.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. He's such a good guy.
Yeah. Prophet's an amazing character.
But yeah, like that whole arc with Enola and everything was just like, it was burnout from how much juggling was going on rather than just the arc itself. It was just, I think because we were juggling everything with the DiCenzos and then everything with the bastards, and then all the stuff happened with like Mills and Alice and everything. It was just like at
Zip
that
shot
point,
his mother. Andy was dying.
oh god, so much stuff going.
Yeah, that was a very chaotic time. It helped do some shit for Zip though, because he never processed Enola's death.
But I'm just glad that I found more desire to play Wild, because I went to Ignite. I've got EMS on there, but I just cannot engage with that game as much as I do on Wild. Like even on Wild, it's just the immersion. It's just different
Yeah,
level.
I get where you're coming from on that.
I think
I
Ignite
enjoy.
is still growing too. It's still very in its infant stages, so there's a lot of
Still finding itself,
things they need to figure it out.
It's gonna change drastically, dude. Eventually.
I just found myself doing a lot more grinding on there than anything else,
Yeah.
and it got a bit much. And I was getting burnt out just from the grinding. Because I know everyone was kind of racing to get certain businesses and racing to achieve like whatever their goals were, but you would put so much time just grinding that you just got burnt out really quickly. At least that's how it felt for me.
I don't know how
Well-
they're gonna handle real estate long term.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Well, I know
I know-
businesses, if you're not active, the businesses get released.
3 days. 3 days.
3 days?
Pretty sure it's 3 days. Yeah.
Jesus. That's...
Somewhere around there. Benny's was sold to Kojo, an ex person who played Oliver Toscano.
Did they not... Wait, Kojo, is that not Gabe?
No, it's Oliver Toscano. It used to be Shinzo.
Yeah, he's no longer in Wild. He doesn't play Wild, he plays Ignite.
I'm trying to remember if that's Vinny or Gabe on Ignite. I just can't remember.
It's Vinny, I think.
Oh, yeah, Vinny.
Vinny, funny enough, Vincenzo, I think.
Yeah, I think there's a few Vincenzos.
Yeah, he's not.
Benny's is the place to be, man. I'm telling you. Come get a job, guys.
Dude, there's like 8 people that. Dude, there's so many people that work there, bro. I'm a
Yeah.
Synced him to cab driver until he does his interview on Wednesday for cop.
It's all IC now, right? You don't have to get OOC approval to be a cop?
That's all I see, yeah.
Yeah, I got like OOC approval to be a cop on there, but it was like at the time where like I applied because there wasn't enough law to do anything. And then it's when the law department blew up. So by the time I got on the law character to do the interview, there was like too many people doing interviews. And I was like, fuck this, I'm going back to guy. There's
That
enough
was just
law to handle
nuts.
shit. It went
It
from
went
like
from,
2
like-
law being on duty to having like fucking 60 cops driving around the city.
It was nuts. Like I remember just getting on one day, driving past the PD, and just seeing like a literal line from going inside the reception of the PD going right down the street.
Yeah.
And it was like the same the next day after too. It was like the same like line, not even the same people, just the same another
It
line.
was for like a week that there was the giant line. At one point, there was a
Yeah.
line going all the way to the telegram office.
Oh my god.
It was I literally told Chad, I was like, okay, we're gonna drive down we're gonna go get our car and go to the garage, and then we're gonna log into the law character and do the interview for like law. And I drove down there and I just saw people like in the middle of the road at the telegrams, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I drive past the PD and it's a line, legitimately, you know, the alleyway at the telegrams going into the car wash, it was going through there from PD. And I was just like, yeah, no, not worth it.
What I like about the cops on Ignite was that they weren't trying to be like professional. Like some
Dude,
of them
I
will come
loved
and
it. They
themselves
were-
and beat the hell out of you.
They were 100%
God.
80s cops. 100
Yeah,
fucking 10%.
that's what I like about it.
I loved my date thing with Penta so much. I wanted to see more of that RP.
Oh my god.
I
was
just like
so
the
good.
whole. I just like how everyone was just protesting against Riggs all the time, and Riggs was just taking it like a champ. And...
Yeah. Honestly, I thought it was funny when like I still find it hilarious with like the drink driving meme. Like I think it's the funniest fucking thing ever.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. I think the last
It's
interaction
like
we had
where
with
all
Riggs...
the cops are just like drinking while on duty and like still driving, like just doing their jobs while they're all getting drunk. It's funny as fuck.
Yeah.
When they doing like a cop car wash where all the cops were just washing everyone's cars, but they were wearing like swimsuits. But when they added the spread painting update, and there's just like everyone just tagging the PD every day, I was like, oh man. You'd come back and just be like a plethora of messages all over the walls around the PD.
I would also always just write Black Sabbath over Riggs' door.
yeah.
Yeah, when working as EMS, when you just had to stand in the lobby of the hospital, you'd have like 2 cops bringing in somebody that's injured, and they'd emptied out their pockets and taken their money. And the person was like, they took my money. And the cops would be like, hey, I didn't take shit. It's your word against theirs, pal.
Yeah.
And drove away.
Can you imagine if that happened on Wild?
Oh my god.
There's so many ropes that you have to hop through. Because I think you could be corrupt in WoW, but I think it's a very delicate thing, and I think there's a timer.
I think you need permission.
Yeah, you need a permission. I think there's a timer. Like you have a certain amount of time until the law gets to find out that you're crooked.
No, it's not like that. It depends. Minor corruption's allowed. if it gets to be more corrupt, you need to ask for permission for
What
server health.
what's like minor corruption though? Like, is that like accidentally relieving like little details, or is it like letting someone go when they shouldn't? Like, what counts as little corruption?
Let's see. Physical abuse of criminals outside of reason is considered minor corruption. Small abuses of powers may be considered minor corruption. Minor corruption for new deputies may be dealt with harshly. That's besides the point. Sheriffs and above with minor corruption issues will likely be suspended. Unintentional leaking of sensitive information. Ongoing investigation may be considered minor corruption. Threatening to kill someone using violent force, weapons, it makes sense. That would be suspension. Threatening to kill someone. Now, of course, they're saying that could be allowed in certain situations. This is OC, of course, not IC. It could be looking differently by sheriffs. So that's always a possibility. In a jail cell, directly under threat or being held hostage just from information gathering or revenge would be considered corruption. Okay, threatening to kill someone and using violent force to get information is considered corruption. Major is commissioning of theft, commission of violent and deadly crime, giving away restricted items, major repeat abuses of power, leaking information deliberately, especially sensitive, and deputy marshals and marshals. I will leave that out. So essentially, minor corruption is allowed as long as it follows standard etiquette through roleplay and it makes sense, right? But this is the thing, right? So punishments are harsh, right? Sanctum's been suspended 3 times, technically 2. The second one wasn't a valid suspension per se. It was just for an investigation that was going on because he chased after 2 bank robbers. There's a party of 5 versus a party of 5. 2 people broke off. Sanctum went to go chase after them and gunned down one of them. The other one fled. So he brought one back. Sheriff Holloway was like, "Where'd you come from? Where'd you get him? What happened?" Like, well, I chased him in a Thieves Landing, and I fucking, I won the fucking fight. One of them ran away. I don't know where the fuck he went, and that guy got fucked. So I don't know what's up. And he's like, "Okay, we'll go bring him back to processing." I was like, "That's what I'm doing." And then Holloway was like, "I gotta put you on leave," and that was like a week long. And then he got suspended again for the first time he got suspended was allowing Boone, not New Austin Boone, allowing Boone Morales, who was the assistant mayor at the time of Rhodes. This was 2022 January. Like, this was a long time ago, a year and a half.
He wore the pink pants.
No, I never wore the fucking pink. I never
No,
wore
he
the
did.
Yeah, I think he did. I don't know. Something like that. And it's a long time ago. And Sanctum was new, literally like 4th day on the force. And at the time, Rhodes was the Valentine when Valentine was busy. Yeah, you had a bunch of fucking hoople heads. You had Awkward Johnson, caused a bunch of commotion. Nobody wanted to be in Rhodes. Sanctum's cadet, or he just got the badge, and Awkward Johnson was throwing piss on Pearly blood and Boone. But it was never proven to be piss. I'm pretty sure it was just a bucket of water. And fucking Boone was like, "This is ridiculous." Flood was like, "This is ridiculous." And Pearly was like, "This is fucking ridiculous." I was like, "Listen, guys, like, come on. Are you kidding me? What do you want me to do?" I was like, "Okay, well, it could look like quote unquote assault. It could look like harassment. It could look like blah, blah, blah." And they're like, "Okay, what are you going to do about it?" I was like, "Fucking talk to him." You know what I mean? Like, talk to him. Ask him to stop. They're like, "We did." I was like, "Okay, he did it one time to you, so you told him to stop, so he hasn't done it again." Boone came over and he like pulled me aside and he's like, "Listen, I want to talk to you." He's like, "Okay, what can we do to like solve this?" I was like, "I don't know. You want to punch him in the head?" He's like, "Can I hit him over the head with a hammer?" I was like, "I don't know if you get consent from him." Sure. So he goes over, he gets consent from Awkward Johnson to hit him over the head with a hammer. I was like, listen, you need to hit him lightly with it, right? So now my thinking, Sanctum's thinking was that, because at the time, consent was kind of like gray area. So I was under the assumption that you were allowed to allow somebody to hit somebody with their fist or an item if consent was given, like a duel. So he was like, okay. So Boone asked him. He said, yeah, that's fine. And Sanctum watched it, and there's like 7 other civilians watching the occurrence. And Sanctum's the only person there because the other deputies left. They said, I got to get the fuck out of Rhodes. And it happened. And then Question Box was like, listen, Sheriff Lewis was like, listen, I got to suspend you. You know, you cannot allow somebody to hit somebody over the head with a deadly weapon, blah, 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 blah. So that was the first time, and that was a week long. Second time was the Thieves Landing, and then the third time was Maverick Stone talking shit to Sanctum, a lot of shit to Sanctum while he was running away. Sanctum was going back and forth with him. He was getting pissed. I was having fun fucking OSC. It was great, but Sanctum was just getting heated. And our horses run out of stamina. He hops off the horse. He turns around and starts fist fighting Sanctum. And he knocks Sanctum onto the ground, and he's still talking shit. And then his buddy tries to come up behind one of the other officers that are there and tries to like assassinate him. They ended up getting all of them on the ground. There's one more standing. Shaw, it's actually Shaw. Shaw picks up Sanctum because he got hit in the face. So he helps me up to my feet. And I'm like, yo, Shaw, there's a horse over there moving, right? So I distract him. And Yeka, who plays Bolton, is laying on the ground, incapacitated, but conscious. And Sanctum walks over to fucking Maverick Stone and kicks him while he's on the ground. He's like, you fucking asshole. And then he picks him up and he's like, you just kicked me. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't fucking kick you. And then walked away and put him on the horse. And then a couple days later, Rabbit wanted to talk to Sanctum. Rabbit was like, yeah, what do you think that should happen? I was like, I don't know, suspension. She's like, yep, you're suspended for a week. And it ended up being 2 weeks. It took a week to get unsuspended. I thought it was a little bit ridiculous, but
So was that an accidental kick?
no,
or
it was
that
a purpose. It was a purpose kick. I Sanctum kicked him on the ground, 100%.
Yeah.
And distracted Shaw in the process. So it wasn't necessarily. Rabbit said it wasn't necessarily the fact that Sanctum kicked Maverick while he was on the ground. It was more so the fact that I distracted a senior deputy in the process. You know what I mean? So like in the future, if that happens, you know what I mean? Like in the future, what's to say that Sanctum wouldn't have somebody else distracted while he does something? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's corruption. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. So he was suspended 3 times. But
Well,
yeah.
I'm excited to do law. I didn't think I would be, but I am. I'm still cadet phase though.
Yeah, it'll take a little while. Take a couple of days, could take a week, could take less. Depends on who's training you, what's going on. Well, actually, it's going to take longer now because senior deputies are the only people that can check off on shit because we were having deputies get into the force that weren't entirely trained the proper ways or really have a good footing. So we needed to like crack down on training because it was just getting a little bit. We didn't need deputies going in that didn't have their fucking head on straight.
So there's training and then there's essential training. And it's the seniors that have to do the essential training. And it needs to be one
No,
present.
they have to oversee all training to check it off.
That's
So
not what's been done.
I have a question actually. Sorry, go on.
So what do you mean that's not? So you've been getting training by deputies, right? And they put it in your feedback. They don't necessarily check off the box.
So no, there was an actual conversation. I can't remember who the senior was that was there at the time, but they asked, "Oh, can we take Frank along and do some training, pursuit training, or rope training?" And then they went, "But we need a senior," and the senior said, "No, you can do it," and that was it. But
Yeah.
the senior needs to be there for like breach and all that.
I'm under the impression it was talked about several times where seniors can only check the boxes. Deputies can do the training, seniors can do the training, sheriffs can do the training, but senior deputy and above check the boxes. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe they did the deputies did the training and then fed it back,
Yeah.
and then they took it off.
Fed it
Yeah,
back,
sure.
right. And then the senior deputy would check off if he's content with the training. Bank training you should do multiple times. You should do that at least 2 to 3 times. You shouldn't do it once and then get checked off for it because bank robberies are a serious situation.
Yeah, my cadet was going to get some money at the bank and actually got taken hostage. So he's seen it from the inside as well.
What was your question, Wicked?
I was actually wondering if Wild would ever implement something with like a legal system for like courts and things like that.
For
Or
what?
do you
Carts?
courts like
courts, like court RP, like lawyer RP, judges, all that sort of stuff.
That
Oh,
takes
do you think-
that'd take a
Yeah.
long time to get in the process. You have to do the legislation, you have to do constitution, you have to get lawyers that are competent, you have to mix it with the penal code, you have to like get a courtroom. It's a lot of work. Organization.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? That'll take a while to
Plus it's another cog in the wheel that law have to and criminals have to go through, and it
You'll
make sure
blend
you have enough people to do it as well.
Right.
Because I was thinking if they ever did do something like that, it shouldn't just be for any crime. It shouldn't be where criminals should be able to apply for, like, can I get a court appeal for a crime that was like 10 days with a $50 fine or whatever. It should be like, I think martial time, like OOC days. So it's not like, so repeated. Because
So-
otherwise you just have judges in the courts all day.
Right. So there is. I'm not gonna leak any information because this was shown to deputies and whatnot. But there is something coming that is going to be pretty big for criminals. I'm not entirely sure if it was brought to the public, but I don't think that it was. So it is going to be pretty fucking big, and I'm sure a lot of criminals are going to be excited about it. I'm just going to say that. So
Teasing us here.
yeah,
Wow.
I'm fucking teasing you right now.
Yeah, there was people bringing up things before, weren't they? And they always like mention it like in character on the server, but like it's not actually an in character thing. They always like, you never know. One day the government are gonna come after you, come after that debt that you haven't paid back from your bank.
Oh
And
my
I'm
god!
like-
Imagine
and
if
then
that's a day
and
for
then
every
I
dollar.
start worrying. Oh, see, like, hang on a minute, I have like a negative 11 grand, and they're gonna come after that.
Literally, just imagine one day is like $1. That'd be fucking crazy.
Hey, do you know that 11 grand you owe us? By the way,
Yeah.
you're gonna save one OOC day for every grand you owe us.
I'm
For
like
the
one way
cause.
tap trip to Guarma, please.
I'd be at 31 days.
You would. You'd be gone for a month just because of all the debt you owe.
And we just passed 31,000 today.
Doing like a judicial system though is a lot of work. I used to be part of the judiciary in Wild West RP, and it's crazy.
We tried it on the server I was running for a couple of months, and it was hella fun. Don't get me wrong, it was hella fun, but like, it is a lot of work.
I got over being a sheriff mainly because of the court.
Yeah.
It's nice not having court because then you don't have criminals in the cell trying to fucking fight you with the Constitution and the actual fucking written laws. You know what I mean? This way you have it where law is law. If a law tells you that you're getting this, you're probably getting that. Whether you say no, you didn't do it or not. If they have significant proof, especially with murders, you need to have it's IC policy. You need to have 2 pieces of evidence, but that is OOC knowledge. So if you guys take that in game, then that's kind of unless you're told that that's the case.
I mean, Zip usually admits to the murders.
Yeah.
Or he'll leave enough signs to point straight to Zip.
Right.
While there are loads of functionalities that tie into it too, because now they have like fingerprints and all that, which is a lot of things that other servers don't have. Like a lawman can take actual evidence, like, hey, we have bullet casings with a fingerprint on the bullet casing and fingerprints in the room, and that witnesses saw them leave the area, and like, it really ties it all together.
Right.
Which is really interesting.
The best part is the law can take out if I wanted to bring someone a letter, the law could take that out or like tips and put it in the file so everyone's aware of that letter that got sent to that deputy.
Yeah. Yep.
And then that shit, and it's just you're done.
Yep. If you send a tip in, it's only seniors who can take the tip out. Those senior and above who can take the tip out, but for the most part, yeah, it can be cataloged. It can be cataloged for sure.
Yeah, that's one of the greatest systems that they added is the telegrams. Like just the little shit like that came with Law and Disorder, dude, was so amazing. Just a little thing of saving the telegrams, so people's notebooks. I still try to keep some telegrams in notebooks.
Wait, you can put RP? What are you talking about?
No. Like people's telegrams, like their telegram numbers. Like everyone would have in notebooks, but now you can have the contact list.
Yeah, now you can have the contact. Okay, I was so confused with what you were saying. I was like, what? You can take telegrams out and put them into notebooks? Like
that would be so
I
sick.
was like, what?
No, it's definitely is like it's the love. It's that extra love that goes into things like something as simple as like a telegram system. It's like the Wild goes the extra mile of adding all the little details that just makes it so much more bearable.
I think the
I like-
greatest. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I like with the telegram system. I like that they re-added the whole when you're in town, you know you've got one. But I hate when people say, "Oh, I've got a telegram," and they're nowhere near the telegram station.
Yeah. See, now
What are
that's
you
the
saying?
thing. That's the thing about Law, right? You'll get a bell, right? A bell is like the notification for telegrams
Yeah.
coming from town, right? The same thing. A star pops up. So when like we're out on a patrol outside of town and the deputy speaks up, like I have a feeling that we got a bell. It's like, how would you know this? And Saint always corrects deputies on this. RP the fuck out of them when they do this because I hate it. And they're like, "Oh, I just got a feeling." I'm like, "How did you get a feeling?" They're like, "I don't know. I just get a gust of wind." I was like, "Right, but you do know that you have to be in town to hear the fucking bell, right? Like, what are you talking about?" And they're like, "I don't know. I just got an inclination." It's like, really? You're still going? Like, what the fuck?
Like you're doubling down on that. Like, come on, man.
So the other one as well, like when you're near Saint Denis, like, "Oh, there's the mail boys. He's running to tell me I've got a telegram." It's like, we're in the fucking bayou. What the fuck?
Always, I can see the telegram man waving me down when you're in the bank.
The same within the Rangers. Like we just kind of enforce a lot that like you'll only hear the bell, so to speak. I feel like you're right next to like the Ranger cabin.
Right. Or like a ranger tower or something.
Yeah. Which I
So for
didn't know
me-
those were Ranger towers until I became a Ranger.
Yeah, those.
For me-
yeah, there's a lot of them around.
Mm-hmm.
My way around it is just to say, I haven't checked my telegrams for a while. I'm gonna go and check them.
Yeah,
That's
that's one.
Yeah.
Probably the better way of doing it.
I feel like I've learned a
I'm
lot.
gonna
of
take my
good,
leave. Take it easy.
Have a good one, man.
Man, thank you for joining.
Dude, are you smoking?
Me?
Yeah.
No. I hit a pen every once in a while, but that's not nicotine.
I think I have learned more of just like a lot of the time I just try to give away as much as possible so the law knows that I did commit the crime half the time. Or I give off enough evidence that they can tie me to the crime eventually. And you do get a lot of crims who solely go for becoming undetected and even go as far as to keep giving the law different aliases and names all the time. And you'll never get the person's actual name.
That's another one of my peeves. When you're in the cell, it's really hard for us to identify somebody. So, like, if they give a fake name and we put that fake name into the registry and then tie their fingerprints to that name, it's not actually the person. And then when we process them in Sisika, it doesn't actually jail the right person. Let's say they use Zip Quil, right? And it's not actually Zip Quil. The guy's name is James Hathaway, whatever the fuck his name is. And he says, "My name's Zip Quil," right? Now, this is obviously the assumption that we don't know who Zip Quil is, right? And then we go and process Zip Quil, who may already be in our files. Then we have a problem because we just jailed Zip Quil, but he's not actually in Sisika. So this guy is just sitting in Sisika now, who's supposed to be there, but Zip is got fined for like $3,000 and is also supposed to be in Sisika. So the next time that he gets downed and he like gets revived, he's gonna be teleported to Sisika.
So many times that has happened.
So, you know, it's not good when people fake names. Now fake names, you sure do it. But when you're in the cells, just realize that it can cause OOC issues if you are giving fake names.
Best thing you could do is
You need your real name.
give some sort of hint
Yeah.
that it's a fake name, but not enough for them to
Yeah.
actually
What?
call you out on
See
it.
what?
Yeah,
See
so
what
when I
I
played
did
my
in,
first character, Jeremiah, no one knew Jeremiah's name for a good while, and Weller used to refer to him as Bowman because he used to always carry a bow on his back. So whenever Weller, and what is actually your real name, by the way, and you used to say it's Bowman. That's what you call me. That's what my name is. And Weller knows that's a fake name because that's the name he gave him, and no one's ever going to be called Bowman. So at that point, like, he knew it was a fake name, and I think I waited till I was arrested before I actually gave my actual name to him. But I get what you mean, like, giving a fake name whilst you're in the cells, and then you constantly just give fake names over and over again. I just feel like it doesn't really serve any purpose of it at that point. Once you're in the cells, it's kind of... You're still going to be going to jail either way, right?
I think he's talking about Hourglass. I don't know if that's John Hill or not, but I think
Oh
that's
yeah,
what he's talking
Hourglass is still fucking wanted.
I'll just use like facial cues, like in LA Noir. You know, when like you're trying to like you're interviewing someone and like their face goes
wanted?
like away
Oh,
or
fuck.
something like that. I just slash me that and be like, God, looks a bit shifty
I don't
with
know
his
if you
eyes or
want-
something like that, just so people get like that cue that I'm talking absolute horseshit.
Slash me extra doubt.
Yeah. Slash me is lying.
I don't know if you want the meta on that serial or not.
Oh no, I don't want the man on that.
Yeah, be careful what you say then, chat.
Dude, if he died, bro, and we didn't arrest him, oh my god, bro.
It stop, because it's gonna be so hard not to tell you what happened.
I am really interested in like it has its high and low moments on Wild, but like I really am enjoying the story so far for the Quills as well. Like it's been so up and down, but that's kind of like the fun of it. Like we go through like the ringer like so many times where we just you just don't know where the story's gonna end up.
It was
And
it was so weird, like Dueling had mentioned. It was so weird the amount of love Zip got from the West the other day. I was very confused, OOC, on how the fuck that was happening.
I just can't wait to get back into it, honestly. Like
Dude,
work
there's-
and then having to go back
God.
home for a bit has really stunted my ability to
Don't-
play RP.
I don't even want to give you any meta Jonesy, but
Oh
like, it's
no,
just,
don't. I'm looking forward to reading all my
Yeah.
fucking telegrams and finding out everyone's dead or in jail or something.
It's much, much worse than dead or in jail.
Hell yeah, can't wait.
It's
No, you're good, Canadian.
I'm learning just to like with slow burns and everything. Like, I think it's one of the things I'm trying to learn more with Wild is like it is any other Wild RP server I played on in general. Like they would usually have like a wipe every couple of months or something, but like with Wild, it's like, you know, this is like not going anywhere, so there's no rush to try and get to an end game so quickly. You know, you could spend 3-4 months developing an arc, and I'm not talking about like Reddit in general, just like talking about any RP server I've played on in the past. Like when I played like Armor 3 or Daisy or
Yeah,
anything
there'd be
else in
wipes all the
general.
time in Arma 3.
Well, it's
Yeah.
because it's fucking Daisy and fucking Arma. You
Yeah.
break the server if you left it.
Yeah, you can't like not wipe those kind of games.
Yeah.
It would be so weird if Wild did a wipe, dude.
Right, yeah. How do you do you can't do that. Like
There's been
No, you
stories
can't.
going on for fucking years.
That's what I mean. Like all my characters have been on servers where they've wiped every 3 or 4 months, so I've never had done like such a long-term basis character before. So it's like getting used to like, you know, slow burning stories as much as like you can on Wild.
Right.
Which is like something I was getting used to.
It comes around to being you're around for so long you don't remember like what what you've been through. You know what I mean? Like what
Yeah, until you like
the stories.
sit
You know
back
what I
and
mean?
talk about it. Yeah.
Like Saint has probably arrested so many people, met so many people, but I
It'd
just
be
don't
so hard
remember
to
them all.
start again. Like, imagine if they'd done a wipe, you applied to be an LEO again, you got it. It'd be so hard to like force yourself to like forget the voices to the names and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also like where everything is, you know what I mean? Where like hotspots
Yeah.
are, where like you know what I mean?
To go out west, to know to go out west.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it would change so much. It'd be very hard to keep that going. Now all I could picture is a wipe happening. One day waking up, hey, we have a new update. Fuck it, we're gonna wipe.
Yeah, that's what that update is. Sorry, guys, it's got a wipe in it. Sorry, didn't want to.
This is gonna bring the
say it,
community.
but
That's what Cyril was talking about, bringing the community together by wiping.
yeah. Everyone going through the same wipe together at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah, God. There's some games where people are excited for wipes, but like that Red M is just not one of them.
Oh my god, yeah, I agree. I just don't know like what I would do if there was a wipe, but like
you would,
you know what I
if
mean?
you woke up and you like you go to the selection screen, all your characters are going, wait a minute.
Yeah, and oh my god, imagine coming back from a holiday though and not being on Discord or anything, you just come back to your every character wiped. Oh.
You hop in the stream and Zoe Winters is a cadet.
Oh my.
You walk. You joined the server and Zip's picking flowers again.
Zip's a lawman.
Oh god, no.
Doing orange runs.
That's not even a wipe. That's just like the server's just gone upside down at that point. Zip's a
All the
lawman.
law became criminals and the criminals became law.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, Liam, it was very confusing. I didn't want to bring a new character into that wipe. I didn't want to bring Chubbs into the wipe. I wanted to do a whole fresh thing, but everyone begged me to bring Chubbs back.
Oh, is that when we did like the whole economy fix? I remember that.
Yeah.
That was like a lot of growing pains.
We were in the early stages of that server too. I think it had only been around a couple months before the wipe.
Mm-hmm.
But it just got so bad with people abusing mechanics and shit like that.
It was because like that server was not like how Wild is structured. It was very much economy based, all like Sing County and.
I know people like want more, but I love the simplicity of it. I love how people
I do. I
money
love the
hungry
simplicity
because they're not trying to buy a business before someone else can.
So here's what I do. So I get like really like sweaty mining for like 2-3 days, and I will make like $4,000 right through mining for like 3 days, and then I will not mine for like maybe a month and a half until I run out of money again. Then I'll do it again, and it's just like a repeated cycle.
I just
And
chill out, and if I'm broke, I'm broke. I just kind of.
Yeah, but throughout that time, I'm robbing banks anyway to sustain myself. But I only really go to the mines when I'm like absolutely desperate and have like no money in my storage or no gems left, like
Oh
nothing
yeah,
to
yeah,
like
that part.
liquidate.
So
Yeah.
my gem bags are no longer filled with gems; they're just filled with gold pebbles. Figuring that out, by the way, was honestly like the best thing that ever happened to me.
That was kind of like a funny discovery, wasn't it? Like we knew it
Mhm.
existed, but we never tried it.
I've
It was
never
just like,
tried it. Yeah.
it was just like, oh, gold mining, yeah.
Yeah. Then you're just like, why does everyone else not do this?
Is it
Yeah.
that good in money?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad.
I don't know anybody who has gold minded. I know there's some characters who have, but I don't know anybody who does that shit, man.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that does. I think I ran into one person gold mining, and he's like, I swear to God, if you rob me And I was like, what do you mean? They were like, I was here for 4.5 hours and they robbed
Oh
me.
my
Oh
god,
yeah,
dude.
that's
I'm
so
like,
much
Right.
money.
It would have been so tight.
So
it's
like gold planting's more work because like mining just like mining just feels easier,
Yeah,
right?
it's a-
Well, like
mining's passive.
gold
yeah.
panning takes a little bit of effort, right? But like there's more like value for your time, if that makes sense, with gold panning. But you just have to put like that work into it.
I felt
Dude, if
so
they
bad
add
for that guy.
I wonder what's gonna happen if they add ranches. I wonder what the fuck's gonna happen.
Oh, ranches is strange because I remember when we tried ranches. Do you remember that, Bud?
I liked
It-
it, but it's like one of the it's very it like because one there's not
It
many
just, I
places
mean,
to run ranches.
I just remember like everyone like writing up, to the staff asking for hey, my cow was stuck in a fence, and it was just like a lot of fixing that all the time because when you're trying to herd cattle, it was just very easy for like AI to get stuck on everything.
That's one of
And they
my
couldn't
favorite
wait.
parts of Wild is I don't have to like make tickets or reach out to bot
Yeah, it's
for
very.
things.
The only time you usually have to reach out to the bot is usually for RP related reasons. Other than that, yeah, it's like
Yeah, asking advice on certain scenes and stuff like that.
yeah. It's not really anything mechanical ever goes wrong on Wild. It's like one of the things that I think people
Yeah,
don't
the
really
only mechanic problem that I
notice.
had is when they had not this patch, but the last patch before this one. They like
Tonics one?
maybe it might have been the one before that. I'm not entirely sure, but they reworked the cards, and I had like 4 decks of cards that no longer worked on the tables, so I needed to get new ones. That's the only time that I've had to reach out to staff due to a mechanic problem.
I think the only mechanical problem I ever had is when I think it was like when me and Bud like both crashed in the exact same spot outside of Valentine. We just couldn't we couldn't get out of it.
That's the
We had
only
to like
time I've ever hit up bot about like something, but that's not even a Wild thing. That's a Red Dead thing. Because
yeah,
I
it
remember
really
playing
is.
the
Yeah.
campaign and the game would crash at that exact spot too.
Yeah, the stuff I would have to like edit our coordinates in the database, so we would like teleport somewhere else when we logged in.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice. I mean, oh, man, I love the simple. Like, I love the way that it's. I think my favorite fucking thing about Wild than any other server ever created in any fucking game is this, dude. The details, how they're not just thrown in your fucking face.
Yeah, I like how you can collapse them and like.
I
like that
fucking
you can
love
do
it.
that.
No other server has anything like that.
I hate seeing a scene or like from like another server where it's like a long wall of text and it's always there. Like,
Yeah,
I just
I
like how I
agree.
can.
What is an ignite? It's like,
Yeah,
oh, dude, come on.
I like how I can just
Yeah.
toggle it and that's it. Like,
Well, it's perfect because if you see it for the first time, you see it. It goes
Mhm.
away after a couple seconds, and then every time you see it after that, you have to actually open it up. It's fucking brilliant. It's like something
That's
because
amazing.
it's so hard playing other servers, and you go to the Telegram station, and it's just fucking flooded.
Yeah, there's like a shit, dude. It's line after line after line, bro. It's
Dude, it's horrible.
Oh man.
Bud said it on one of his other streams. He's like, he looked at this and went, "All these could be put on a billboard." There's no need for all this to be
Oh no,
plastered
yeah,
all over
yeah.
pillars. Like,
I
and I
hate
totally agree.
advertisements.
Especially
Dude,
when
way
a
back
server
in the
has
day-
bulletin board. Like if a server has a bulletin board like Ignite does, I hate it when people do scenes on fucking everything.
So way back in the day, like a long time ago, when I first joined Wild, they used to have an events channel where you would post events, right? So it was different. Now it's all in character, right? So they used to have an events channel like the bulletin board for Ignite.
Mhm.
And it used to like be used and shit like that, and people would know it. But they probably, I think one of the reasons why they removed that because they had that when the slots were 32, not 160 and 190 where it is now. So like it was oriented They had 3 servers. They divided them into sections. You had one server that's New Austin, one server New Hanover, and the other one as Lemoyne, right? So you'd have Annisburg, Saint Denis, and those areas, Calgo Hall, et cetera, and then you'd have and Rhodes, and then you'd have the other server, which would be. Wait, no, I'm wrong. Annisburg is part of New Hanover, so you'd have Annisburg, Strawberry, Valentine, or it was Blackwater, Valentine. Anyways, it was a mixture of that. And if you wanted to role play there, because the stores, all stores weren't accessible. So you'd have, if you joined Alpha server, which is where a majority of players played, where the high queues were, you would see Valentine, and Valentine would be like the hub, and then you'd have it was either Strawberry or Blackwater and Annisburg, and those would all have stores, and those would all have shops and stuff that you could interact with. But if you went to Saint Denis, no shops were interactable. If you went to New Austin, no shops interactable. So there was like nothing on the map besides like that. Obviously, you can explore, but there wasn't nothing to like engage in. But people still did roleplay in Saint Denis. Like the DiCenzo still roleplayed in Saint Denis, because that's when I was getting in with the DiCenzos. But the main thing that I'm saying is the events channel that they used to have, and I think one of the reasons why they removed it is because they raised the slots. But also, since they raised the slots, they had to compensate because of bubbling. So if they had the events channel and people were posting in the events channel, so many people would show up that it would just cause bubbling constantly, right? So then doing an IC where people can facilitate who's going and who's not, and it works out. You know what I mean? But I derailed there. I'm super fucking tired. So
yeah, it's been. I think we've been talking for over 6 hours. I think Zip got arrested at like 12:30, and it's 7:30 almost.
yeah, it's been a long talk. I think I need to go to bed.
All right,
Sounds
Cyril,
like you
thank
do.
you for hanging out for so long, man. It's nice to get the
Yeah, no problem.
perspective of someone that's been here this long and a law character.
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. Y'all keep your chin up, I guess.
Yeah, I can't wait to see fucking Sanctum again. I love Sanctum as a
Yeah,
lawman.
you will. You
There you go.
definitely will. I think I'm getting the itch to go back on a wild after role playing in Ignite. So
Hell yeah.
I'll definitely be popping on wild. You'll see me.
All right, man.
Y'all have a good night.
You too, man.
When will Zip start his cooking arc, trying to get all recipes in the crossing to utilize them in crime? Zip knows pretty much fucking so many recipes from his cooking arc. Zip already went on that. When Zip was a civilian for like 2 months, him
There's
and
actually-
Andy were bakers.
I remember that. I think I remember
And I
Isaac
just
going
picture
to
Zip in a,
dinner.
like an apron.
We legitimately
Wait,
were.
You need to actually go to Sisika when Zip was a cook.
Oh my god, Zip was a cook in Sisika too, and I had an apron with no shirt on.
It was. And I remember everyone be like coming up to Isaac saying, "Why is Zip dressed like that?" And Isaac's like, "I don't know."
Because Zip got a fucking knife, that's why.
And I remember Zip just walking around Sisika peeling potatoes, and I was just losing it. I was losing it. Oh, see, I couldn't fucking cope when I saw Zip walking around with that apron on. Oh, when he was on the roof.
When Mort and Big L were like chasing those criminals around, and Isaac and Zip just kind of got the fuck out of there, and Zip is just smoking with an apron, no shirt on, just watching big old Mort chasing fucking people around.
I think it was when you were wearing the apron and you pushed that fella off the roof too. I just lost it. I fucking just completely broke.
Just went
I
down
couldn't-
and did the
I-
whole "You're welcome" to Mort and Big L.
Oh no, it was when you pushed that fella off the roof and you went, "That's the quills for you, fella."
Yeah, we jumped
And,
out the roof and told Mort about it because Mort was trying to get him because he knocked Mort out.
Yeah.
I love Sisika so much. There's constant times where I tell chat no, Zip can't go. Zip doesn't want to go to Sisika, but I do because I fucking love the RP to be had there. My favorite thing about it is being able to RP with people that Zip can't legitimately RP with because it wouldn't make sense story wise. And I hate The only thing I hate about the East versus West is that it blocks so much RP with Eastern gangs. Like, you can't really, like, Zip can't have a scene with the DiCenzos without it being tense in some way or another.
It was refreshing, like the scene that happened. Well, I don't want to say too much because Jonesy hasn't really had time to get on, but it was like a refreshing scene that you had with them.
We'll be on tonight, though. Don't you worry.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. Zip's been able to get out of Sisika for a little bit, but I think I'm pulling an all-nighter. I should be pulling an all-nighter. I'll be around on Zip all day today.
I'm still debating whether to do the all-nighter because if I go to sleep now, I won't get up till like 3, 4 in the morning. At that point, like
Fuck
you all
that.
will already done most of your fucking playtime.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
either I
that's when I
lay
woke
down
up
for
from.
like 2 hours. It's supposed to be, I think, like 105 degrees here today.
Ugh, I'd
Oh,
melt.
it's horrible here right now. It's horrible. With no AC, it's just.
Well, where
How's
I am,
it?
it's like what, 20 degrees, but we've just had like one of the hottest weeks, like in Scotland,
What's the hottest week in Scotland in Celsius?
like 30, 31.
It's 24 Celsius right now where I am, but it feels like 30. But just because
Feels like you need to like remember 30 like degrees Celsius isn't like hot for a lot of people, but like especially with how humid Scotland gets as well, because like it rains all the fucking time here.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's
So
hot
it's
for
just
people.
always like it's just always wet and humid.
Pretty warm if you don't have AC and like the
Yeah.
house. Your houses in the UK are built to trap heat, and
I know, right? It fucking sucks.
Because our summers last for like 2 weeks, and then the rest of it is just winter,
Yeah.
like pretty much. And we're trying to keep warm throughout the year, so our houses are like trying the best to keep the heat, and it's just like you feel like you're sat in an oven. Not to mention you sat next to a gaming PC that's also running dead hot as well. If you got a decent build that's pushing out the heat, you know.
Dude, before I had a fan in my room, when spring first started to kick off out here, I have a thermostat, like part of my like Google clock, and it was like 135 degrees. And I like walked outside of my room, and it was like 100 degrees inside the apartment, and it felt like so good. Like I ended up going to the couch to relax in 100 degrees, and it's so fucked up out here right now.
When I was around your place, like I fell asleep on your sofa, like comfortable as anything, just because of the AC. And even though it was like, I don't even know how hot it wasn't that hot over there because it was like in spring, but like.
Well, spring out here is a little bit different than where you came to visit.
Yeah,
when you came
spring.
down to visit, that was like Southern California. That was 30 minutes away from the beach. Now I'm like 30 minutes away from Death Valley, which is like the hottest place in I think it's the United States. I don't think it's the world.
I think I'm going to be visiting Colorado next year.
No way.
Colorado's really nice.
Yeah, I think that's one of the states I've always wanted to visit when I was thinking of. The big thing is though, like my whole life I've always wanted to visit the US, but like when I finally decided to go and visit the US, it was just such a spur of the moment thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was not like planned whatsoever. I think like we thought about it like the week before, and then the week later we had we were on the plane.
Yeah, you told me you were like, "Hey, I'm coming out to California to visit." I'm like, "Oh, nice, when? Like a few months?" And you were like, "No, we just got the
Next
visas.
week.
We'll see you next week." And I'm like, "Oh, okay." You're picking us up from the airport. Oh, great, LA.
Oh yeah, and that's when fucking Snoop Dogg and Eminem just came to town. We're doing like a concert, so like the traffic was insane.
That's just LA on a daily basis. I fucking hate it there. There's always something going on in LA, which means it's always fucking like that.
Oh yeah. We were quilling it all the way back, asking strangers what the hell they had on the back of their cars. What did he say? What? Oh, an airframe. That was what it was.
We're not wrapping in, Topspin. You can hop in, man. I'm not wrapping it up.
Alright.
Oh shit, you've been here the whole time.
I've been here for a little bit.
I have fucking Sherman mode on.
Alright.
How you doing,
Sorry,
buddy?
Everybody doing?
Alvin. Elvin.
That's right, the motherfucking chipmunk bitches.
I still can't forget the first time I met Alvin. That was when he robbed Isaac.
Alright, I can't keep up the voice. I'm sorry. Hello.
I
What's up?
Oh, I
That
know
was
his normal
early.
voice, Saints. I've watched Topspin stream.
Yeah. A lot of people are always surprised, so.
People are surprised that Alvin's a voice.
I don't know if it's that Alvin's a voice. It's just that
It's not your
it
natural
sounds a
voice.
lot different,
Right?
Than my natural voice. It's harder to find my natural voice inside of it.
Yeah.
I wish I was better at doing accents, man, or even
Oh,
changing my
same.
voice.
Don't even get me
Yeah.
fucking started, man.
The only voice I can do is James Kelly, so I can't even do like a unique voice. I'm just copying somebody else's.
I can only do my voice.
Also, B3, I noticed I didn't see Alvin on your little credits.
No, this is a very old fucking credits list. This is like December or January.
Yeah, that is old. I mean, you don't even have Isaac on there. Like, you have Jeremiah on there, but not
I'm
Isaac.
currently the reason
You
why
had the
these
interactions with Alvin, I know.
No,
well, yeah, but it wasn't.
It wasn't big, yeah.
It wasn't that big, yeah. The rip screen came even after that. Like the rest in peace to the character selection came after that. That's why you see characters on there. Because that's
All right,
easier.
there's
It's so hard to make the fucking credit screen because it's all clips. They're all 5 seconds long. And there's 140 names in the credits already, which is the cap for at least Fillmore to do the credits. So right now I'm working on the concurrent one, which I mean there's like 6 months of our peers that I have to add to that.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So it's taken me a bit of doing it. I think the first credit screen that I did took me like, I don't know, like in total it was like 90 hours or something like that to download all the clips, put them together. So it's a pain in the ass. And then doing the caps, I had to split it up to 3 different text things to go on. And I'm not a video editor. It drives me nuts.
Like, I've been very loosely editing Alvin's story, especially like the starting, and like I'm on like episode 5, so back in September, and I always forget almost how much he's changed.
Dude, Alvin is so different from when he kind of forced him to be friends with Ronnie.
Yeah.
That interaction still is such a funny, interesting situation.
It is.
Because we were about to kidnap you, I think, right? And then we kind of pawned you off on Ronnie's
Probably.
wagon.
I remember you and Aurora asking Alvin, like kind of vetting him, I think.
Yeah.
And Alvin made it clear that I want to be a outlaw, I want to be a bad guy, But beginning Alvin, all he cared about was trying to do whatever seemed the most fun at the time.
We were gonna bring you robbing with us, I think. We were gonna force you to rob somebody. But then Aurora got a telegram and Zip had to leave, like quickly. Zip and Aurora had to leave, so we kind of just pawned you off on Ronnie, which I never met Ronnie. Zip had never met Ronnie at that point, so it was just kind of like, there's a wagon.
Ronnie's like
get on
second day.
Yeah.
Which made it even more crazy.
Yeah, because then we later found out that you guys took that wagon to the west and some shit happened, right?
Oh, I remember we took it to west. We took it to Tall Trees, basically everywhere. Emerald, Saint Denis, and then one of the DiCenzos was pretending to be Todd. And once we finally found Allie, they kidnapped Allie, and that's when Ronnie and Alvin's bond formed. as Alvin was trying to help out Ronnie. Alvin's voice was so different than what it was right now. But Alvin was like, I hate people that fucking ruin fun and kidnapping, pretending to be somebody and then kidnapping a best friend. That's not fun. I want to beat him up or something. And then Ronnie's like, yeah, let's beat him up. And then that's kind of the day they became ride or dies. It's just Ronnie knew that Alvin would have his back. As it was like a 3-hour wagon ride, and then all of a sudden, this Todd, kidnaps Allie, and that wasn't even is Angelo or something. But yeah, that set up Alvin to meet Allie, who OOC. I remember I was watching some Scarlet streams because I interacted with her loosely on my architect character, and was like, oh, Alvin and Allie would be perfect friends. And then because Alvin knew Ronnie and then all that situation happened, they actually got to be friends and create their gang of misfits or whatever it was. There's so many personalities in that first gang that Alvin was in. But it also shows you like how I think Alvin's story is a perfect example of how the outlaw life can change you.
Oh, 100%. I was talking to the talking earlier, like an hour ago, about how Zip came into the crossing to become a lawman and got denied. Went out west and found Jack Kettleman, and now Zip Quil is the Zip Quil people see today.
Exactly.
I'm just glad Jones isn't dead. He was supposed to be a one and done, like one life. That was it.
And like I've started and Alvin's in Siska for what, another week at least. So I have finally taken the law cadet plunge. And so it's been cool to see the world from that perspective as well. I'm never the type that can play like a hard ass criminal or hard ass law person. It's like a Banks or who's another one? Malone. Like that's just not me.
Sanctum, Weller, Maple. There's a lot of badass lawmen.
Yeah.
I think those type of law needed though, like
there's a good balance of like soft
that's what's
lawmen
good.
and hard lawmen.
Yeah.
My cadet is a soft lawman. His thinking is I basically use Alvin's experience almost, and Alvin didn't really have any parents or role models to tell him, hey, you should stop this, And of course, the more you do, the more you like roll down the hill and get more deep in shit. But it's amazing that people like Zoe Winters, Scarlett's Law, can stay soft for so long. Like not soft, but like have that care for so long.
Yeah.
It's refreshing for sure.
A lot of law characters eventually become dark, which it makes sense.
Yeah.
So much shit happens to fucking law. They get targeted so many times. Like, so one thing I try to stay away from is like not to go after lawmen that arrest you. Shit like that. Like if it's going after a lawman for like torture or something like that, it's something that they did personally to hurt Zip.
I've never really been able to understand the mindset of that lawman arrested me, I'm now going to come after you. It's like being angry at a postman, for delivering you your mail.
Well, it depends on the
that's-
circumstance too. Like if they're aggressive and they got someone killed, that's one thing. But if it's like you're robbing a bank and someone died because of a lawman, it's like you're robbing a fucking bank.
It's different every time. Like, it's like the story pretty much has ended, so I can probably say it's when Isaac got shot in the back by Black Sky. When Isaac wasn't even wanted, he was just like, guilty by association. And like Isaac just like flipped his lid with him and went completely like feral, trying to like get Black Sky back. Because Isaac felt at the time he did nothing wrong to deserve to be shot like that. So it's always different each time. Like, people go after law for many reasons, right? There's always like someone's version of why they're doing it.
I would make a lot of excuses for Zip to go after law, but I like kind of learned a lesson on like taking it a little bit more serious going over lawmen.
Mhm.
Because that during the anti-law arc that Zip was on, it was like pretty much like you wore a badge, I'm going after you. But that was also like I was prepared if a lawman died during that arc, I would have killed Zip. Like that was at a time where I was gonna reach out to Bot to see if my perma Zip could be lifer in Sisika, because that was after the update.
Mhm.
And I always wanted Zip's story to end like him becoming a lifer and try to break out, and during that escape, he dies. But now it's probably in a different way.
Yeah, I think the rules don't even allow for that now, do they?
Well, no, either way, you can ask Bot. I believe, I'm pretty sure that there is a possibility of you being approved to try a breakout. Like, I don't think it's just off the table. I'm pretty sure you can reach out to Bot.
Well, it's like it's instant perma, from what I understand.
Right, like
Like
if you
you're caught again,
escape,
then
like the next time the law gets you,
Yeah.
you have to like end your character. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I read some of the rules that like a lifer can never attempt to break out, but if it's
Well,
like approved,
that's creating a life or character, I think. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. But either way, even if the case, it doesn't hurt to reach out to Bot and just see where they stand with that.
Yeah. I tell you what, when
Yeah. One thing
Sorry,
with
go on.
like the whole law arc is obviously Alvin and Deadenging have something going, and I just you have to have good reason for going after law.
Yeah.
There's way too many outlaws out there that kind of just go after them for, in my opinion, reasons that don't make too much sense.
It's why I'm very excited there's gang v gang going on right
Even if
now.
Law kills a friend of yours in a shootout, like Alvin could have like targeted, went after Law then, but like that's part of the job still. So he can be frustrated and kind of threaten that, but to actually like try and start a war over rules that the law is doing, or the fact that, hey, the law is trying to spread out more, cover more ground. You need to have good reason, and even with what's going on in Van Horn, that's also kind of a tricky thing that I think we've been trying to balance lately. It's not as bad with everybody locked up, of course, but some people would go there right after a bank job, as it's like, oh, well, Van Horn's safe, so why don't we just get our loot and then go to Van Horn right away? It's like, that's just bad RP, honestly. Like, you should try and find a hideout, give Law a chance to find you, and then maybe after at least an hour, you can go into Van Horn and try and sell your stuff. But
Yeah, Van Horn's where you go when you feel safe. Don't go with that hard.
We almost made that mistake.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's like, it's understandable, but I mean, there's also like server rules and shit that you have to be really aware of, like alliance rules and stuff with Van Horn. And so trying to navigate that can be difficult, but of course, like, we want Van Horn to be something that lasts. We'll see if it does, but I think it adds so much though to both Law and Crim if you can have Van Horn be a threat. Because I remember watching as a viewer when the Gavin Summers days and with like the Baz rigs, all that. And people going through Van Horn or around Van Horn, I was like, oh, watch out, be careful. You don't know what's gonna happen. It was always super tense, and that's one thing. Like, I watched a lot of Kai Quinn through the Baz Riggs arc. Was a mod for hers, and I would definitely give her a shout out because she, through being involved in her community and modding her community, that's why I really learned how to RP was with her. And the biggest thing I always learned is, it's always better to leave a conflict scene with more tension than to act and like do something and create violence. And so that's one thing I really strive with Alvin is kind of that slow progression. Like, I don't want Alvin just to change overnight. It was a very long change, and there are people that tortured him, and he waited like 6 months OOC to get revenge on one of them. I know really Russ is in chat, and even with that one, he waited 4 months or so, 3-4 months. And huge shout out to really Russ, who played Emerson, who was one of the people that nabbed Alvin when he was younger, and how he RP'd that conflict. And kind of like that revenge. Alvin getting revenge on him was beautifully done. And yeah, I wouldn't. I talk in circles sometimes, so I apologize.
Oh no, dude, you're good. We've been going on this podcast for almost 8 hours.
Okay.
A lot of circles have been drawn.
Yeah. Yeah, Alvin, like, I created him as a temp.
It's funny how many main characters have been just like a temp.
Yeah, because like, I didn't know how the fuck to RP Crim. I was like, and I was newish to the server too, so all the mechanics of like Crim RP, like I was just like, I don't know. With Alvin, if I mess up, it's in character, and so I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden, trauma happens, growth happens, and it's a cycle. And all of a sudden, Alvin is fucking in one of the biggest gangs out there. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
It's just one of those things. Like, the server that I came from before Wild, my character was like the sheriff that hired like the other sheriffs to like lead towns and stuff, and it pretty much got to the story where that sheriff executed 3 marshals and kind of put down the badge and became a Crim. So by the time I got to Wild, I got to play both sides, Crim and Law. And so it was very easy to like, because like I said, I went into Wild trying to make Zip a lawman. Ollie was going to make Ollie a criminal. It was going to add like the dynamic of like the tension between brothers-in-law and brothers in crime. But then the story progressed to where it is. And now I'm very happy with how it ended up. I'm very happy with Zip's story. He's a fucking nut job, but it's funny how there's no way to predict the growth of a character, especially in Wild, because you never know what's gonna happen or how someone's gonna RP. You could say one little thing to someone, and there's a whole fucking arc, and your character could get very dark because of that little action that made prior. Just like Alvin's story, how just like Zip forcing him or telling him to get on that wagon, how much it like changed for Alvin, and it's just little things like that. You never know where it's gonna go.
Did I tell you that once Allie died, and then Ronnie still went on vacation or something, and Ronnie went away for a month or so. Alvin and Chester were gonna try and join up with Zip and be like, "Hey, can we join gang with you?" And just imagining how different Alvin's story would be if that happened.
Dude, Alvin would be a fucking dark. Zip is...
He'd be so dark. I mean, Alvin already is pretty dark. He still keeps that friendly face. But if some of his interactions with like those people that he does not like, you see the darkness. I mean, Alvin doesn't explode darkness. He lets the darkness simmer, and then it comes out at very particular rare occasions. So once that darkness comes out, like, you really feel it.
Yeah, Zip would try to force Alvin to just be that darkness 24/7. It's funny that Jack, before this all happened to Zip, called it out, like, that Zip has a darkness and that he's like a dark cloud right now in like KG, and just to go from that conversation to think of where Zip is now, like this very broken outlaw that because Zip goes around and he'll tell people like, I've killed this person, it doesn't affect me, but those closest to Zip know that it fucks Zip up. But there's less than a handful of people on the server that know that Zip isn't proud of the 7 people he killed. He isn't proud of torturing people. Like, he does feel shit from it. He doesn't feel it in the moment, but it fucking weighs heavy on him. But Zip doesn't let that out. Zip makes everyone think that he's a psychopath because it makes it easier.
Yeah. I mean, every human can only handle a certain amount of trauma before they break.
Right. And just the amount of time Zip has spent in Sisika, it's hard not to make him break. Where did you think your character was going to be, Jonesy?
Dead. I generally thought how it was going to happen was... So he was initially going to be like a street rat and just stick to Saint Denis, no horse, no gun, just a knife. Kind of like... I wanted them to be kind of like how like gangs are in Scotland like right now, where it's like just like knife crime and shit. So I was like, I was going to create like a little kind of just a guy that's what he's been brought up with, and then just keep doing what he was doing like in Scotland, just in Saint Denis. And then I tried to rob Scarlet within the first 20 minutes of me being on the server, and then pulled out my knife by accident, and then she pulled out her gun, and then I just kind of bullshitted my way out on how that was an accident, and then we went and robbed a homeless person. And then since then, I don't know, just every time Scarlet and I are like doing crime together, it's just always chaos. Like, just shit always happens. Like, there was one time where I can't remember. I think she got picked up by Schaefer and another deputy, and I tried to hold both of them up to like as a hostage to get like out of jail and shit. And it just clearly didn't go to plan. But it was just like just crazy stuff happens. Like, I just think I don't think that's the problem. I just do.
Was that when you were both locked up in the cells in Saint Denis, and then Isaac came in with a lawman trying to free you both?
Yeah, that was right after that. Yeah. So do you know the funny thing is, right? I held so Scarlet was on. I think it was Sophie. I can't remember the character, but yeah, it was Sophie. So she was in the fucking medical office in Valentine, and I walked out, and then there was like a lawman, and then said, "Oh, Sophie, is that you?" I think it was Schaefer at the time that said it, and then I was like, "Oh shit, she's gonna get like lifted, like she's gonna get taken into like the sheriff's office." So then I walked around the gun store, pulled my gun out, sprinted up to the deputy, pointed at him, saying, "Listen, like we're gonna leave. This is how it's happening. You're gonna stay here. We're gonna go." So then we went to Saint Denis, and then the same thing happened. And then I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go for two, see if it works." And then tried the same thing, got shot, and then literally not half an hour later, Isaac walks to the fucking front door in the Saint Denis sheriff's office with the fucking hostage. And I was like, "Oh my god!" I
Oh
genuinely
yeah.
thought I was going to get put into a ticket because it just kept on like it was just like hostage after hostage after hostage.
Oh, that was nuts. I remember
That
just
was
like
actually
seeing you both
hilarious.
like locked up in the cells, and I was like, oh my god. So I kidnapped a lawman at the telegram office. I had him slumped over my shoulder, and I walk in. Schaefer just like takes one look at me. He puts his clipboard down to sighs and goes, "Do you, do you all want to leave or not?" And then like I think only you agreed. But I think once we got out the sheriff office, like Schaefer pulled his gun.
Yeah.
We were getting shot.
I couldn't
You were
even because I was still fucking like I was still like injured after being incapacitated,
yeah.
and I was like hobbling trying to get to cover, and then he just kind of goes, "Where are you going, Jonesy?" And I was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, please give me a chance."
I still find it funny that Schaefer like kind of dislikes Zip more than Isaac. Because I remember when Isaac and Zip were in in the cells over in Ansberg, and Schaefer was just like tearing into Zip, and Isaac was just like kind of stood there laughing. Bearing in mind that like Schaefer should really have more reason to hit Isaac because Isaac shot him down recently. So I was kind of thinking Schaefer was gonna like get one up on Isaac and kind of torment him a bit, but he was just going after Zip the entire time. And I just remember like Zip and Schaefer just having this back and forth. I think that's when both Schaefer and Zoe got promoted to senior deputies at the time, I think.
Yeah, roughly around about that time.
It's because Zip is a fucking piece of shit.
But I didn't expect Jonesy to be out west and being part of like a gang and all that. I didn't really expect that to how he was going to play out.
Yeah.
Glad it
I
did
tell
though,
you-
because it's been like one hell of a blast.
I tell you who just like captivates the room when they walk in. It's always Malone. Every time they come in, like love or hate him, he's gonna put on a show. And you're just
See,
you're getting ready. You're like, okay, what's he gonna say now? Like and he starts like tearing into you, and
Dude,
I'm just like,
like-
all right.
We were watching my clips the other day, and I have a clip of Zip and Malone hugging.
Oh my god.
What?
Yeah, here, I'll play it on stream.
Go on, please. I'm gonna watch this. Malone cracks me up.
Yeah, he's funny.
I watched a clip of. It was a clip of I can't remember who was in the cells, but I remember like Malone just walking in there and just like, oh my god, it's this boring cunt. It just.
All right, you guys ready?
Some of the insults that comes out with it just cracks me up. Yeah, I'm ready.
Maybe you're not so bad.
We like you, Malone.
Well, isn't that? Look at that. Building
That
bridges.
doesn't
I've
age
always
well.
considered myself a man of the people. Today I'm
Yeah,
vindicated.
right.
Good day.
Good luck,
Oh,
Malone.
Bye, Malone.
Can I give you a hug?
Yeah,
Hug
yeah,
him.
yeah. Thank you.
All
Yes,
right.
Thank you very much. Oh my god.
You guys are cute.
You need this, I think.
Yes, I do. Maybe I do.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah, the image on your screen, but I could hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Didn't want to say anything. I just went to stay in silence until you noticed. But
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Good
You're
job,
welcome.
bud. Oh my god, I have to turn everything off. What the fuck else is going? Alright, there we go.
Malone, maybe you're not so bad.
There you go.
Maybe
We
I'm
like you,
not,
Malone.
Well, in that, look at that. Building bridges. I've always considered myself a man of the people. Today I'm
Yeah,
vindicated.
right.
Good day.
Why'd you look like Jack Kettleman?
Hi, Malone.
Can I give you a hug? That's how Zip came in the server.
Thank you.
All
Yes,
right.
Thank you very much. Oh
But
my
this was
God.
probably also the dress
You
up.
need
this, I think.
Yes, I do. Maybe
Time.
I do.
All right.
Bye.
Oh my god, it's Jonesy, but with a different mustache.
Yeah, that was very old. This was 10 months ago. Zip came in the crossing with the mustache, and then
Was he just a deputy then?
no, he was sheriff. He's always been sheriff since Zip known him. But that was even Zip in the Kettleman gang too, because I joined the Kettleman gang, and I met Aurora like I think it was about a week after I was in the Kettlemans. So he should have already hated Zip.
Oh, are we going through clips now?
I'm trying to find like when Zip was still young. I was here last time. It had to be ones from like 10 months ago. Oh, and then as far as the I'm trying to find when we played dress up, because that shit's fucking hilarious.
I never thought of picture Zip with a mustache and a bald head.
You've never seen what
How
Zip...
many of them out there with you?
No.
This was Zip's first bank job.
Looks like we had a few show up. Let me count real quick.
We dressed up as the DeCenzos, and Zip was going as Sunny D. Or it was Sunny Delight. Or was it Sunny D? And then there's Cesare Salad. Or Caesar Salad or something like that. Yeah, this was like Zip's main look for a long time.
Yeah.
And this is when Zip and Jade went on a date. This was the day that
Alright,
pushed Zip into the
we're okay.
Kettlemans.
Okay. Yeah, just a second.
Oh my god, there's so much fucking
I
shit.
think that fella gave me a fake name.
I don't know if there's a clip or if it's like a fucking highlight of Zip dressing up as Jack, and Ollie was, so Zip was Jack, Ollie was Mills, Cody was Caniclo. I'm not gonna play the whole video because it's like fucking probably 20 minutes long, but I just want to show you what Zip looked like when he was dressed as Jack Kettleman. So there's Ollie. This is Zip. And then there's Caniclo.
Wait, is Ollie dressed as Mills?
Yeah, Ollie's Mills, Zip is Jack, Cody is Caniclo. Our job was to go into town and get all the law to chase us out. And as soon as they saw Jack, they immediately chased. Dude, Rabbit's reaction for when I talk.
No.
Oh, I loved that shit we all had in Tumbleweed. That was so much fun.
They're gonna fire on us.
The what?
The shit that we had in Tumbleweed when we were in the saloon.
All right, put your hands
And
up.
then we were all stuck in that little room.
Oh, the shootout.
Yeah, it was so much fun.
That shootout was nuts. That
Why
shootout
y'all
was just
shooting?
crazy.
I always get so annoyed at myself though, because I always leave my repeater or my rifle on my horse,
What in the hell?
and then
Why are
every
we
time I
getting
get in a
shot at?
shootout, I'm nowhere near my horse, so I'm just stuck with a revolver.
Dude, Flicker had to be so confused during this.
I'm watching.
What? No, who the hell are you shooting at me?
Wait until we talk, dude. Listen
What in the
to
hell's
what they
going on?
say.
Why are we getting shot
What
at?
the fuck?
Yeah, who the hell are you and why the hell are you shooting at me?
They just don't know what to say.
What? No, who the hell are you and why are you shooting at us?
Saints Crossing Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Rabbit Limerick, all of you off your horses right this
Alright, does that give you... Does it make it okay to shoot people? What the hell?
I remember being in the cells, dude, and they were
You
so
think I would fake a name
pissed
like
off.
Tidwell?
Yeah, I do.
Thing is, we definitely didn't get paid enough.
Yeah. What were you paid to do? You're paid to ride out of Blackwater?
We were paid to
sit at Fort Mercer.
Right.
And then we were supposed to...
house. They're dead.
Just as Canadian.
I think we hit
Is there a
him with the
hyphen?
jack
Person is
lines
too
leaving. I'm pretty sure we do.
The blindfold off so you can see.
All right, guys, I gotta pop out. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, well, it.
Alright, man.
I
Thanks
love
for
that
popping in.
Fake blood, if that's
Hell
a
yeah.
prop and not just an actual bloody bandage you got
We'll
in New
see y'all on the
Austin,
other
of all
side.
places.
Yeah, man.
Because that's
Take care.
probably
Have a good
horrifically
one.
infected with
Have a good one.
cholera.
You know, you're
What
probably
was
right.
red? Why's he asking the color for?
Oh, it's red.
No, cholera, the disease.
Yeah, color red.
Oh, Zip looks so. Is that your characters up there?
Honestly,
Like,
so I can just give you
because he looks so
$6
different.
to get a knife.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Ollie
'cause
looks
they
so
already
much like
charged us,
Nils.
like-
It's crazy.
I was thinking that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just gonna give you $12 and you can split it between you.
What about my knife?
I've given one knife back. You're gonna be able to replace two there.
All right.
Your quote unquote props.
Go get changed.
Anyways.
Get a haircut.
They were so done, dude.
Haircut.
Well,
Go on,
haircut.
scram.
I
Take
mean,
off the
these
wigs
two
or
need haircuts,
whatever you need
need
to
a
do.
wig.
Bye,
I
by the
still don't
way.
know where the fella got
Can't
this hair
wait to
that's
get
my
on
face from.
tonight.
This was boring.
Just hope it ain't coarse.
Howdy, motherfucker.
Howdy, motherfucker.
Howdy, motherfucker.
There was a
Gabagool.
time
Gabagool.
where like Zip wasn't around and like no one was like really around from the Quil side. So Isaac was just like he went on this thing where he just dressed up as James Kelly and he started convincing like a ton of law he was James Kelly.
See, there was a difference between when Zip did it as Jack and when you did it as James, is because Jack knew I was doing it as Zip.
Mm.
James
But that
didn't know.
mustache.
Oh, James! I don't think James still doesn't know. The thing is, everyone in the crossing knows Isaac's been dressing up as James, including like Josie and Cass and everybody. And I only got the idea just because of we were doing impressions one time. I think it was Isaac Fiver and Everett Vern. We're all just like messing around on a wagon, and we were doing impressions. And then they really liked the James Kelly one, so I just went along with it. Got like an outfit like the day after, and just went on the sole purpose of trying to convince Law that I was James. The only problem is that Isaac is like a big dude. He's just like much more bigger.
A few pounds on him.
Yeah, much bigger than what James is. So it's like, at first glance, maybe I can like trick, but like once people get like the second look in, like they know.
I want to make a really fat character. I think there needs to be more fat characters. That's what I think WildRP needs.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cool. I feel so bad because Zip always makes fun of larger characters.
Well, there was an issue before, like when we ran Sundown. I had a metabolism set up, so like if people did eat too much food, they would get fatter, and then everyone just started complaining because they didn't want to have fat characters.
That is
So, like,
hilarious. Everyone in the cross would be all fat as fuck because the amount of stew everybody eats.
yeah, so like I remember having to turn that off.
It's hard
I
finding the
remember it.
balance too, because if you have it to where you need to eat a lot of food, like you can't fill up your
Yeah.
hunger without getting fat.
Yeah.
That's one thing, like with Ignite compared to like other GTA servers, Ignite has it perfect where like there's GTA servers where you need to eat food every 10 fucking minutes. It's so
Yeah.
annoying.
Ignite's food system is quite well balanced.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you might have to stuff like 3 hot dogs down your throat, but at least you'd be full for the rest of the day. I am really excited for the story ahead, though. Like, it just. It's really, like. Not really something so much different, but it is kind of different from what the usual norm has been recently. So it's going back to things that, like, I guess a lot of people have missed because there hasn't been enough of it in a while. I'm trying to like explain it without
No,
giving
without, yeah,
away.
no, I get it.
Gang versus gang is a big
Yeah,
one that
yeah.
hasn't happened in quite some time. And I think that Quill's getting in a gang v gang thing is a good strategic plan for the Quill gang right now, because it will leave us away from laws, like going after the
Mhm.
law and that whole fucking thing.
I'm all for it. I think it's a good motivator too for like others to see, like, like like not some like anything
Holy
specific.
shit.
It's just to like set a narrative that would be good to have like less being friends with everybody and more conflict between the gangs again.
I mean, conflict is always fun.
It's just hard to
is.
balance.
Yeah.
Because a lot of gangs don't want to start shit with other gangs because they don't want to lose that RP, or they don't want to. It's always nice when people make alts into a gang that just cause chaos. Because like, go ahead.
That's like the kind of RP I come from, is like gang RP. Like on GTA, like I used to run a cartel and every week would always be in a new like a war or some shit. And then don't even get me started in the DayZ RP days. Like it was just there was always something going on.
You don't have to tell me about Daisy
Yeah.
RP.
Like you'd always like, even if you weren't part of like the group that was attacked or something, you like, because they had no kind of rule on like numbers, they would just be like, we need help, and you'd be like, sure, pay us this and we'll come help. And then next thing you know, like a small group that's been targeted by a larger group for a month now has like 45 people ready to fight for them.
Yeah,
It's just
like
crazy.
there was I've been running a DayZ server now for about 4 years, and like that was pretty much what it was like for like 2-3 years of it. Was just like a lot of conflict between gangs, and
Yeah.
a lot of that's changed now. Like a lot of the narratives now on servers are just a lot more like less of that. I mean, it still exists, but it's not like focused. But there's a lot more. It's more realizing the situation they're in. It's you're in an apocalypse, blah blah blah. Like it's about survival. It's about maintaining, civilization, humanity, and it's been a nice like changing that dynamic. I think, and
Bud
that's
was ahead of his time then.
He was.
Bud was
We actually had
trying.
an insane event last night. Like we had like 40, 50 people show up for a prison event last night. It was
Oh, shit.
really fun. Really fun.
Dude, I
It was
love
really-
the prison event. when there when there was
Yeah,
like
we
fucking 80 of us, dude, when we did that fucking thing.
yeah, we just had it again last night, like 50 of us. It was a good laugh.
Sick invite, dog.
I told you
Cheers,
about
mate.
it.
Yeah, cheers. Didn't tell me about it.
No, I don't even have Daisy fucking install on this shit. I
Yeah,
do want to
I
hop
think
back into Ceasefire a little bit just to dip my toe
It
back in, but
definitely changed a lot since you last played. Like
oh,
I
I
went back
know.
on.
in a
Was it
good
a
way.
while ago? I tried a
To be
different
fair,
DZRP server and it was.
to be fair, Wildlands it has inspired me to change a lot of things about my Daisy server. Like for example, notes, like how Wild uses the notes to do their advertisements and shit. I'm like I've scrapped everything that I used to use for Daisy and just work off like a note system for advertisements and things like that. And it's much more immersive and people love it. It's sometimes you can like learn a lot of things off of people's like, you know,
Yeah.
What
creativity.
were you saying, Napoleon?
I can't remember honestly. Something about a
Alright.
DayZ server. Oh yeah, I was saying like I dabbled back into like DayZ RP a little bit, like I don't know, like 5 months ago maybe, and it just wasn't the same.
It's also going to be different going from Wild to Daisy, and it has nothing to do with the people that set up some of the RP
Oh,
servers.
yeah.
It's just a whole different game. I love Red Dead. I love Daisy too. I mean, I have like 3K hours in Daisy, but
Yeah, I have about 10.
it's
But most
just
of that's adminning.
oh, 100%.
It's one of those things like it gives me a lot of inspiration to do things with Daisy that I haven't really thought of before. But like you said, Red M is a totally different game, and
Yeah.
it's like even though GTA is made by the same publishers and developers, etc.
It doesn't feel like it is though.
It does and it doesn't because like it's because of like how they built Red Dead and how I love like the slow pace of that time period. The slow pace of that time period
Is it
just
just
allows so
me?
much room to breathe.
Is it just me, or is people craving a medieval Rockstar game?
Oh my! I would kill for that. I heard so. Apparently, there is like it's like Project Medieval or Project something. Can't remember what it's called, but apparently, like that's what people are hinting at. But I don't fucking know. But I would love. I'd love it.
Mr. Moon actually used to play on a game called Reign of Kings.
Yeah,
That was that
yeah.
game was like abandoned years ago, but like he made a few videos on it, and you can see he had so much fun RPing as
Oh,
that as
it
like
was great.
king.
It was
Yeah.
hilarious. I missed that game just for like some of the stupid shit like you would get up to on it.
It was fun because you'd build your own kingdoms and everyone would be fighting over the throne. You'll have one person who's the king and he's taxing everybody, and that
Yeah.
just creates RP in itself because all the people are pissed off that they're being taxed by the king, and they start like a revolution against the king and everything.
It was just so much fun. There's like games kind of similar to like Life is Feudal and all that, but everything so far it's just a shame that that game didn't do so well.
Yeah, I think everyone's waiting for that Renown to come out. Renown's like this other game that's been developed, and that's kind of like on the same like track.
Yeah,
But it's still in
hopefully too.
development. But yeah, Rockstar making a medieval game would be fucking tight. Like, I'd definitely be on that. But I'm still like thoroughly enjoying Red Dead at the moment. It's just more to say, I'm enjoying Wild, and it's mostly because of the RPs on there. They just create such an amazing story.
I don't think there's any other game at the moment that if it had like a roleplay community would kind of take me away from Red Dead. I think the only other one would be Cyberpunk, but that'll never happen.
I think it's been playing on Wild. It's just like set like a bar
Yeah.
that like I'm always trying to like try to get the best out of it, you know.
I might get caught off by it because there's a big storm that's just like started.
Yeah,
There
I'm
we go.
trying to debate if I'm actually gonna pull all nighter right now and fucking hop on Zip right now, or
Go to bed, honestly.
lay down for a few hours. Well,
Get a nap in you.
Lay down for the few hours probably sounds like the better option.
maybe.
It's the smarter option, but
It's just where Zip is. Like most of the time when I do like a 30-40 hour stream, Zip goes into this rampage of just craziness, like him becoming a ranger for 2 hours and stopping the serial murders of the Grizzlies in Big Valley. And Zip is not in a position to be that way right now.
Listen, he's
Probably
not
be
the hero the
taking-
crossing wants, he's the hero the crossing deserves.
He's the hero the crossing doesn't deserve. He's the villain the crossing regrets to deserve. The people that made Zip who he is have to be biting their fucking like when I
It's
watch
just a sigh of regret every time they hear something about him.
when I get clips sent from like Peppo talking about like him hearing what Zip's up to on any character and him just saying I fucking created this fucking guy. It's just fucking funny seeing Peppo realize the monster he created.
Exactly. Oh god, I'm still like with Isaac. He's like, I still sometimes can't even figure Isaac out myself. Like I know I've made him like a complete fucking imbecile.
Well, the
And,
thing
like,
is that I like
but
about it is we can mature them and we can make them learn. Like I want
That's the thing, yeah. I want to make Isaac smarter, but I don't want to make him suddenly become like
A
in a couple
genius.
of months.
Yeah.
I don't want him to be like this fucking full-fledged leader who's like, you know, somehow
Has his
like,
shit together and is like,
he suddenly turns into Napoleon and becomes like a military tactician and he knows how to
Yeah.
give like commands or like deep down I know how to, you know, play the game, you know, but like I have to make Isaac do stupid shit like because it's in his character, like misreading letters or fucking just like doing stuff that like is so yeah, that's Isaac.
that's like my one biggest thing I
He has
dislike about
he has
Jonesy.
been gradually getting better though, because like when Isaac was still walking around in the crossing earlier on, like he couldn't even do something simple as talking to a woman. He would just walk up to someone and be like, "Hello, Queen." And then gradually over time, he started getting a little bit better, and then he had like a few girlfriends and shit. And then he's like settling with Danya at the moment. But like at the very beginning, he would just walk up to people and be like, "Hello, Queen."
Hey, bye.
Yeah.
Well, it was
That's
the
what-
timing of when Isaac would say "Hello, Queen," because it would be like, "Oh, Isaac, introduce yourself," huh? And then Zib would try to fix it and be like, "Oh, you know what? Don't mind him, Queen," and then walk away.
He still does it.
No, he doesn't. He hasn't done it
haven't done the
since.
Queen. No, it was one of those jokes.
Yeah,
where
yeah.
I feel like if I repeat that joke too much, it just gets old. But like,
That's why I've toned down on the
it
Jonesy's
cracked
wife
me.
thing.
The best time is when I said it in Saint Denis. Like it was just like so unprompted. It was just at the telegram office, and I think Isaac and Zip just got out of Sisika or something. We were walking towards the telegram office, and there was someone there, and Isaac just came out of nowhere, just went, "Hello, Queen," and she was like, "Excuse me," and I went, "Oh, nothing," and just walked away again. But like Isaac like was a complete fucking imbecile when he got the crossing. He's just like gradually, slowly getting like a little better. Sometimes he says something smart, but then he just does something really dumb right after.
Yeah, I'm the same. I want to make Jones a bit more serious. He's too comical, I think. Like when he's too comical to where like when he tries to do something serious, it doesn't get looked at as like serious.
I think like
Then-
Isaac is not butting heads so much more with Zip anymore, and there's like a lot more cooperation between the two. Like, and they when there's like conflict, I've noticed like Isaac and Zip work really well together. Like if they get into a shootout with some shit, like they can hold it down. Whilst before, like they were like completely fucking useless together. And it was just like things like you notice like gradually learning over time.
Well, just the most recent one was we did good for losing someone right in the beginning of that shootout too. I don't want to say too much because it was very recent. I don't know if Jonesy knows. About it,
Yeah, but we'll take like the other one prior to like Hanging Dog, because that was like that's gone well past now. Like Hanging Dog, like Isaac stayed back and was like dumb enough to try and like fight him on while like Zip got away. Obviously, there was a meaning behind that. It was so Zip could get away safely because he was injured after falling off the ladder, and then he had to get picked up. So Isaac kind of provided the cover. But like Isaac could at that moment, after you guys got covered, Isaac could have slipped away, but he was silly enough to keep fighting. But
Right.
like in this moment, like in the most recent moment, he did get away, and it was kind of like he's like learning.
All right, guys. I'm gonna probably try to get some rest. That way we can all hop on. Hopefully CFX doesn't go down today.
Oh no, I was devastated, man. I feel like if I got on a little bit sooner, I might have made it on in time.
I
But see if
barely
can-
made it on in time. I think I got on, started stream, and then like within like I don't know 15 minutes of starting stream, people were like, "CFX is down."
Yeah,
Don't
it was really
relog.
horrible timing. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like taking a couple of hours to like cool down because I'm like sweating buckets already. The heat's getting
Yeah,
to me.
man. I need to go for a
Um,
run and then get some food.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then I'll probably get on later on.
I will most likely be on in about 4 hours, I would assume. I might wake up
I
and try to
actually
do
need
some
to.
editing.
I'm gonna delete my last VOD because I streamed for like 15 minutes before I realized the server was not gonna let me on, so that video doesn't count.
Yeah, I'm gonna delete my last
That-
one too.
that episode doesn't count, guys, because it was 30 minutes long. It was just sat on the Be Right Back screen. I'll have to redo that one.
I think I'm gonna start streaming Jonesy again. Anyway, I need to go for this run because it's getting late and I don't want to be running in a thunderstorm.
Alright, you guys have a
Alrighty.
good night. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Yeah, catch
Catch you all later.
Later.
Bye.
Alright, chat. I'm gonna try to get some rest. If I can't sleep because of the heat, I was sad watching Wicked's BRB screen. Dude, as soon as I realized that was happening, it was so fucking like, well, fuck. No bank plan. Yeah, this podcast lasted like 8.5 hours. I think we started it right when Zip went to Sisika at like 1 a.m. my time, or 12:30 a.m. or something like that. But I will be back later. I'm gonna try to just get sleep. If I can't sleep in the next like hour, then I'll be back on in a heartbeat. We'll get on Zip and start doing some shit. Maybe start planning. I don't know. But I'll see you guys soon. Show Andy Kraft some love. We robbed their deputy yesterday or the day before. They play fucking Caroline. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Well, today. I'll see you guys in a few hours. Have a good night, day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. Enjoy it. Peace.